开聊天放了一个好了是什么？
那我开始说吗？可以吗？
哎，好的，那我现在开始投屏吧，然后大家可以开始了。
没问题。大家好，上午好。ETH 上海峰会呢将会在北京时间早上9点钟准时开始，请大家稍作等待，非常感谢。那么本次峰会呢是将由双语进行，我们也为大家准备了同声传译团队为峰会进行中英双语的翻译。Good morning, everyone. Our summit will be start shortly at 9 a.m. Beijing time. Thank you so much for your patience. 那么这次峰会呢，将会在 YouTube 上进行英文直播，然后在微信视频号 Dimension Tech 进行中文直播。如果大家想要关注的话呢，请去微信视频号上搜索 Dimension Tech 在公众号上观看。同时呢，也欢迎分享我们的微信号还有 YouTube 的峰会直播链接。So this summit will be streaming on YouTube and WeChat 视频号。Please follow and repost our official account Dimension Tech and also share the YouTube link to your friends. 这个峰会的日程安排呢是这样子的，从北京时间的今天早上9点到晚上的11点，我们的峰会将会一直陪伴大家。期间呢有各种各样的圆桌讨论以及各种各样的一些 presentations。时间虽然特别长，但是我们安排了特别多丰富的内容，特别值得大家全天候的关注，请各位不要错过。So this event will start sharply at 9 a.m. and will last until 11 p.m. tonight, featuring a lineup of inspirational leaders and interesting sessions. So please stay tuned. We're really excited to kick off the summit. I guess we can start in a minute.
Yeah.
All right, I think let's get started. I will pass my mic to He, my co-host.
Thank you, Alpha. 好，各位在场的观众们，大家早上好，欢迎来到 ETH 上海2022年 Web3 开发者峰会。亚洲时区的各位观众们，早上好。如果你是在海外参加这场峰会，那么祝你下午好，晚上好。我是本场峰会的主持人之一沈赫，来自 Mask Network。今天还会有另外几位我的小伙伴们和我共同主持，先让他们跟大家打个招呼。Good morning, afternoon, and evening. My name is He from Mask Network, and I'll be one of your hosts today for ETH Shanghai 2022 Web3 Developer Summit.
我是潘志雄，来自 ChainlDE, and this is 潘志雄 from ChainlDE.
GM friends，我是 Afra 王，来自 Mask Network， 同时也是英文播客 Web3 Revolution 的主理人。然后一个 shameless plug 是这档播客呢是由 Web3 这档播客是关于Web3 的，然后是由 Mask Network 赞助，然后也欢迎各位现在正在参加以太坊上海峰会的各位关注我们的 Web3 Revolution 播客。
大家早上好，我是姚翔，来自元宇理论是元宇理论的发起人。Good morning, everyone. This is Yao Xiang from Primitive Slang.
好，也非常期待今天和其他3位一起主持。那么首先呢，我们非常感谢大家可以抽出时间来相聚云端。ETH Shanghai 本来是一个由线下峰会和黑客松组成的更加本土化的这样一个峰会。那因为疫情关系改为线上，其实也正好让更多的朋友们可以无国界的这样参与。那在正式开始我们的议程前，我们要首先感谢以太坊基金会对于ETH上海峰会的赞助和大力支持。自2015年诞生以来，以太坊作为一个开源的公共区块链平台，已经变成了全世界最具创新性的技术之一。人们很多时候会形象地称这个以太坊为世界电脑。无数的项目和开发者们就在以太坊上获得成功和不断的创新。以太坊经历了多次升级，如今正朝着万众瞩目的 The Merge 全力进行发起冲刺。 ETH Shanghai 呢，其实也是代表着以太坊的一个这个系统上面的一个重要更新。所以我们希望这次峰会作为契机，可以推动以太坊网络的发展，实现更好的创造更好的互联网的未来。我们也把今天的这个峰会看作是以太坊上海推动互联网的跨领域、跨国界创新交流的一次重要事件。以太坊上海峰会和全世界各地的社群是浑然一体的一部分。在这里，我们也向以太坊丹佛、以太坊阿姆斯特丹峰会和小伙伴们打声招呼，和他们遥相呼应。
Thank you to each one of you for being here with us today. Welcome to the online ETH Shanghai Web3 Developer Summit. Since its birth in 2015, Ethereum as an open source blockchain platform has turned out to be one of the most innovative technologies in the world, and is sometimes referred to as the world computer. Ethereum has accelerated towards the era of 2.0 after several rounds of upgrades. ETH Shanghai marks the final upgrade before the merge of ETH2. And ETH Shanghai is committed to promoting and encouraging more developers to join the Web3 community. ETH Shanghai is an integral part of the worldwide Ethereum community. So we want to send our tribute to ETH Denver, ETH Amsterdam, and more, and echo the ethos with the global ETH community.
今天呢，我们Ethereum 上海峰会邀请到来自很多领域的极富影响力的嘉宾。我们呢非常期待接下来的各位呢即将带来的这些观点交流以及碰撞，然后我们可以一起来探讨中国互联网技术实践的可能和未来。
Together with influential guests and speakers from different fields, we shall discuss the future opportunities of the Chinese Internet.
本次峰会的成功举办也非常得益于我们各路的合作伙伴的鼎力支持。我们要特别鸣谢我们的主办方，也是我的这个 organization Mass Network， 以及我们的协办方中国生物多样性保护与绿色发展基金会、通商中国，以及包括以太坊基金会、首席赞助商 ChainlDE 在内的各位赞助商对本次峰会的大力支持。
First of all, we'd like to take a moment to thank our partners. Thanks to our host, Mass Network, our co-organizer, CBCGDF, and Business China, Singapore, and our sponsor, including Ethereum Foundation, and our presenting sponsor, ChainlDE. 首先，我们将播放一段来自通商中国主席易贤先生的祝福视频。Before we start, we'd like to play a message from Chairman of Business China, Singapore, Mr. Li Yixian. In the video, he shared his thoughts on Web3 and his congratulations to ETH Shanghai Summit.
Good morning. May I first convey my heartiest congratulations to everyone participating in the opening of ETH Shanghai. I'm delighted to be connected with you via video messaging as we celebrate yet another milestone of Ethereum. Just last August, I met with Vitalik at the inaugural Singapore Digital Economy Forum. At the forum, we learned firsthand the prospect of the new economy built on blockchain architecture using digitized assets and decentralized finance. Since the invention of World Wide Web in 1989, we have seen hosts of innovations taking place in each of the Web 1.0 and Web 2.0 era. Today, as we approach the world of Web 3.0, we will see yet again new and fundamental shifts in the way we organize ourselves, communicate, transact, interact with each other, and model our daily lives. Business China's mission is to develop bilingual and bicultural talents in Singapore. In the course of our work, we chance upon the nascent world of Web 3.0 and many players in the ecosystem. We have organized a number of forums, large and small, to discuss and learn about the latest developments in the world of digital assets and blockchain technological applications. In the same spirit of learning, I look forward to working with many of you to bring about the future world today. Congratulations once again.
好，也非常感谢这样子的致辞。那么下面呢，就让我们正式进入到峰会的第一个重磅环节。 我们非常荣幸地邀请到了美国前驻华大使 Terry 布兰斯坦德先生，为我们带来题为“全球合作实现 Web 3.0 标准化”的开幕致辞，并在问答环节和大家讨论未来10年的中美关系。特里布兰斯坦德从2017年到2020年间任这个美国的驻华大使，他也是美国历史上任职时间最长的一位州长，代表的是爱荷华州。本场演讲的语言为英文，我们的同传团队将为大家提供中文翻译。接下来，让我们远程连线一下布兰斯坦德大使。
We are honored to have former Ambassador Terry Branstad with us today. He will deliver an opening remark on global collaboration on standardizing Web3, and it will take a few questions on the US-China relations. Ambassador Branstad is the former US ambassador to China from 2017 to 2020, representing the state of Iowa. He is longest serving governor in the history of the United States. Good morning, or should I say good night, Ambassador Branstad. Thanks for joining us today. Please feel free to start whenever you are ready.
From 2017 to 2020. Okay, I think I was muted, so I'll start over again by saying thank you to ETH Shanghai for inviting me to speak at this event. I had the honor of being the ambassador to China for 3 years, and during that time I visited Shanghai several times. The American Chamber of Commerce invited me to be the keynote speaker at their appreciation dinner in 2017, 18, and 19. And I also enjoyed the friendliness, the hospitality, and the beauty of Shanghai, which is a great international city. As a transition, I'd like to talk about the important relationship between the United States and China. We are the 2 biggest economies in the world, and both of our countries are experiencing thriving internet industry, one of the most active areas of technological advancement in both countries. By June of 2021, China's internet users already reached more than 1 billion, while 91% of the US population are using internet today. The emerging technology and changing habits of how people interact in this world are paving the way for a shift in the internet world. And that leads to our main topic today, Web 3.0, a future internet world that is more decentralized, privacy improved, and encouraging for innovation. The US has already been actively observing the iteration of the internet and the blockchain technology behind it. Authorities and lawmakers have brought forward various frameworks in encouraging and regulating this digital innovations. For example, in my home state of Iowa, the legislature passed Senate File 2333, which is making Iowa a blockchain-friendly state. The bill creates a new article within the Iowa Code, Chapter 554, adding digital assets to the Iowa regulatory framework. Global collaboration to foster 3.0 is critically important. The international community needs to collaborate to foster new technologies. This would be a giant leap for mankind rather than just individuals. Web 3.0 is decentralized, but the community is collaborative. There will be more collaborations between developed and developing countries. 3.0 is a product of globalization and requires cooperation from various countries and markets, which is why we advocate cooperation over competition. There will always be competition in some areas, but there's critical need for collaboration in this emerging new technology. We need to connect with each other. We need to work together, and we're very excited about the potential for international collaboration despite the friction that continues to exist in the world today. Again, I want to say congratulations for putting this great event together, and thank you for giving me this speaking opportunity. I want to congratulate Mass Network for hosting this informative and inspirational summit, and I'd be glad to answer questions.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing, Ambassador Branstad, and what amazing opening remark. We're all very excited that you're here.
Well, I would also mention, you know, I was the governor, American governor that hosted Xi Jinping his first trip to America in 1985. And so I'm proud to say that Xi Jinping looks at me as an old friend because we were treated so well when I went to China in '84, and we went all out to make him feel welcome and appreciated when he visited Iowa. And he's never forgotten that.
Yeah, absolutely. And in Chinese words, you're also an old friend of ours. 你是中国人民的老朋友了。
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Great, and yeah, 感谢大使的精彩致辞。那相信我们在场的很多朋友也非常期待和大使交流。现场大家有任何的问题呢，也欢迎发送到这个 YouTube 或者是微信的直播平台的聊天框中，我们将选取一些问题来。那首先我们在观众中呢有来自 Mass Network 的创始人和 CEO 苏基言严寒先生，首先有请他来向大使提第一个问题。Ambassador Branstad is going to answer a few questions during the Q&A session. Feel free to send your questions and comments in the chat box. First question comes from Suji Yan, the founder and CEO of Mass Network. Suji, yeah, go ahead.
Hello, Ambassador. And
hello,
it's
Suji.
Great to hear.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you. It's great to hear a story of Iowa and the Sino-US on the Web 1, Web 2. And also great to hear a story of you hosted Chairman Xi back in '90s. I'm just wondering, as you mentioned, Iowa is a blockchain friendly state, and there's many other blockchain friendly states in the US. We're looking forward to see more Web3 projects and its protocols flourishing in Iowa. I'm just wondering, can you share some insights and understanding about Web3, especially from regulatory perspective? And that'll be really helpful for the founders in the East and also in the West. Yeah.
Well, first, the decentralization nature removes the centralized power of platforms and organizations over individuals and networks. So these networks are free from the control of a single entity. And that means that the companies, rather than the government, are in control of the situation. It casts a huge contrast to the Web 2.0, where your data is in the hands of these tech companies and the risk of being monetized or manipulated without your consent. So Web 3.0 means individuals take back the ownership of their personal data, and tech companies will no longer be able to use them as they wish. Thirdly, the integrity of the data and the entire network will be hugely improved, as data will be stored securely and distributed across many devices. It can be free from data leaks, attacks, tampering, and severe downtime. Furthermore, Web 3.0 creates lower barriers to entry, and applications built on blockchain are accessible to all and free from geo restrictions. This may offer a more promising environment for both small business and developers to concentrate on real innovation.
Great, and thank you, Ambassador Branstad, for the answer. And speaking of, Web 2 and Web 3, recently this Elon Musk's Twitter acquisition's been, a huge news. So we have a question from the audience.
It is a big thing.
Policymaker. Yeah, absolutely.
It's getting a lot of coverage here, and I think it could disrupt the whole situation as far as Twitter is concerned.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. So we would love to, get more of your comments and thoughts on, this acquisition move. How do you feel about it as a policymaker, and as an American citizen?
Well, I think one of the big concerns is freedom of speech. And unfortunately, we saw restrictions based on certain political ideology. And Elon Musk said, no more. We want it to be open and free so that anybody that wants to can participate. And we'll see. This is far from a done deal. There's already concern that there's many fake accounts, and he is saying that he doesn't want to pay for fake accounts. He wants real people.
Absolutely.
So I think we can talk more about the collaboration between the China, US, and China, US. So where do you see the US and China can collaborate in the next decade, both the government level and through the business or civil engagement? Yeah.
Well, I was ambassador when we went through the extended negotiations that eventually led to the phase 1 trade agreement. And I want to give a compliment to both Ambassador Lighthizer and also Liu He, who represented China during those extended negotiations. You may know that there were many negotiating sessions in Beijing and Washington, but there was also one of those sessions that was held in Shanghai as well. And it did make some progress in protecting intellectual property rights. And also, of course, being from the state of Iowa, which is a big agriculture producing state, it led to China making record purchases of pork, corn, soybeans, and beef. And so at least in my state, most people think that was a big step forward.
Absolutely. We're really excited to see more collaborations. And also, we have a question more on the kind of regulations front. So in the US, we're 2 years away from the next election. So what do you think, and how do you think the regulatory tailwinds will shift on cryptocurrency and Web3 companies before and after that?
Well, that's a great question. Right now, of course, we have the interim elections coming up this year in November, and already the primaries are occurring. So there's a lot of focus on that. And of course, Joe Biden's approval rating has dropped to a all-time low, I think 32%. People are very concerned about inflation, the price of gasoline and food, and interest rates are going up. And now the stock market has taken a real hit as of late. So it's not a good environment for the incumbent president and his party. And generally the opposition party gains in a midterm election. But this year it's looking like that. It could even be a bigger gain for the Republicans than is normal in an off-year election. In terms of the regulatory environment, the Democrats tend to be more oriented towards regulations. Republicans seem to be more interested in free market. So we're obviously there's always going to be some regulation, but I think we want it to be a fair and relatively minimal, and as the more regulation at the local and state level. And I think the relationship between our two countries at the local and state level is better. You have sister states and sister cities, and many people have built long-term friendships.
Yeah, thanks. We also have a question from Linda Wong. She's from the China Biodiversity Conservation and Green Development Foundation. So the question is, how can new tech facilitate environmental protection? Yeah.
Well, I think the new tech companies can play a very key role in helping inform the public about the importance of protecting the environment. And obviously, we still have a long ways to go on that. And we need to be using smart changes and recognizing that everything can't be accomplished overnight. But I'm very honestly encouraged about the role that tech companies can play in raising understanding and awareness and getting a more public support for protecting the environment.
Great. And then our next question comes from our host, Afra.
Hello, Ambassador. 2 months ago, I was in Denver, which is claimed to be the very first crypto city or crypto state in the United States. And currently I'm in Miami attending the permissionless conference. So both two states give me this strong vibe of opening up and embracing crypto technology, embracing the crypto culture. So what do you think of the trajectory of your own state in the next 5 years and the United States as a whole? And how do you feel like people escaping from California and all the other traditional, tech savvy states?
Well, I think you're absolutely right. I recently saw the mayor of Miami interviewed, and Miami is making a big push. You mentioned Colorado. Of course, we in Iowa want to be, and my successor as governor, Kim Reynolds, is a very dynamic woman governor, and she's doing a lot of things to try to make Iowa more competitive, reducing the tax burdens, and just, I mentioned the legislation that was passed also dealing with the Uniform Commercial Code and making that more tech savvy. So I think it's going to be a race. And that's kind of the way American states work. They try to race to see who can beat each other and who can be the most friendly and successful. So I think that's something you can feel encouraged about.
Absolutely. Thank you for this great answer.
You're welcome.
Great. And we have another question from the audience on collaboration between public sectors and private sectors, namely the cyber communities. So how do you see the dynamics between state governments in the US and Web3 communities? And we have like the DAOs, the decentralized autonomous organizations even coming up these years. Like how would the dynamics shift between state governments and private sector actors in the Web3 era?
Well, it depends upon the state, but I think a lot of the states are very interested in being very competitive, and they see the future with the tech savvy companies and want to be welcoming and friendly and supportive. And consequently, I think that bodes well for the future.
Absolutely. And let's see if we have more questions rolling in. Let's see. Yeah, I think we also have some lot of curiosities on. Could you share a little bit of more anecdotes? You know, when during the first visit to Iowa with President Xi, yeah, some of the interesting memories.
Well, in 1983, my first year as governor, I signed a sister state with Zhang Zhuguang, the governor of Hebei. He invited me to bring a delegation to Hebei in '84. I did. We had a great time, but it was like going back in time. There were no tall buildings in China. Everybody was riding bicycles. We rode an old steam locomotive to Shijiazhuang, but they met us at the train depot with a band, gave my wife a big bouquet of flowers. We were there for the 35th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic. And so we were very warmly welcomed. Then in the spring of 1985, Xi Jinping led a small delegation of 5 young men, an ag delegation, to Iowa. And because we'd been treated so well, we wanted to go all out. And I appointed an immigrant named Luca Baroni, who had come from Italy, gone to school at Iowa State, to take them all over Iowa. And they went to birthday parties and barbecues. They were on the farm of the president of the corn growers for corn planting. They went on the Mississippi River. And when I came back as governor many years later, in 2011, Xi Jinping had gone from being a county level party secretary to being vice president of the People's Republic of China. And we met in the Great Hall of the People. He spent 45 minutes telling me how much he loved Iowa. He even had his itinerary from the '85 trip, and he mentioned all these people by name: Luca Baroni, Sarah Landy, charge of the sister states, the Dvorak family he stayed with. And so, and he called me an old friend. In fact, all of those people, old friends. That's where I came up with the idea, okay, he's likely to be the next leader of China, and he feels good about Iowans. So I sent him a thank you letter and said, I'd like to host an old friends reunion in Iowa. And that was October. In January, the Chinese Consul General from Chicago said, he called me on the phone. He said, I'm in my car on the way to Des Moines. Vice President Xi wants to come to Iowa. I want to work with you to make the arrangements. So in February of 2012, we hosted the Old Friends Reunion. And Xi Jinping said, now I want to host an Old Friends Reunion in Beijing. And he did that later that spring. So that's how my relationship with Xi Jinping became old friends. And I'm very proud of that. And I'm very appreciative of the Chinese people. I have such a respect for the work ethic, the commitment to education, and the family values of the Chinese people.
Yeah, thanks. We have a question from our audience. You know, like Denver is like a crypto city, but do you think China, Shanghai, has the opportunity or chance to become a crypto city like Denver?
Well, I think so. Shanghai is already a very dynamic city, economically and culturally. I think it's the biggest seaport in the world. So yes, I do think if Shanghai decides they want to be a leader in this 3.0 as far as being a crypto capital, I think there's no question that there's the talent and the knowledge in Shanghai to do it.
Great.
Thanks for saying that.
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador Branstad, for the word of encouragement to the developers and people of Shanghai. And once things cool down with the pandemic, we welcome you back to Shanghai.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to when they reduce the quarantine period. But I love Shanghai, have a lot of wonderful memories of the trips that we made to Shanghai and the wonderful, friendly hospitality that we received on each and every occasion. So I look forward to coming back.
Yeah, us too. Yeah, hopefully for the next ETH Shanghai Summit, we'll be able to see each other in person in Shanghai.
In person.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be great.
Absolutely. Yeah, and thank you, Ambassador, for your wonderful sharing and insights. I know the audience are all very excited to hear your sharing. We've also prepared a very Web3, I guess, token of gesture and gratitude for you, an Ethereum naming service, an ENS address. It's already registered, like using your name. It's called terrybranstad.eth. So that could be your unique, that will be like your unique signature identifier in Web3. So welcome to the world of Web3. And again, thank you so much for joining us today.
Well, thank you to Ethereum, for ETH, and for this wonderful opportunity. God bless you all. We'll see you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for joining us today, Ambassador Branstad.
Thank you. Thank you.
感谢大使莅临本次峰会，并为我们献上精彩的致辞和问答。接下来有请我们另一位中方嘉宾，作为以太坊的联合创始人，以及当今 Web3 互联网世界最不可或缺的人物，维塔利克·布特林先生将线上进入我们峰会，为大家带来题为 ETH Shanghai and Beyond Shanghai 的主旨演讲。本场演讲的语言为英文，同传团队将为各位提供中文翻译。
Next, we have a distinguished speaker. I'd say without him, we wouldn't even be here having this summit today. As the co-founder of Ethereum and one of the most influential programmers and writers of Web3, Mr. Vitalik Buterin will join us today remotely for his keynote speech on ETH and Shanghai and Beyond Shanghai. Please welcome Mr. Vitalik Buterin.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Vitalik.
Hello. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Today what I will talk about is just an overview of where Ethereum is, where the Ethereum protocol is. I know a lot of people want to hear about the merge, the switch to proof of stake, what's happening with scaling, some of the other improvements to Ethereum that are happening beyond that, and also some directions that the Ethereum ecosystem is taking, and where I think we could benefit from having more applications than we do today. So the biggest news in Ethereum this year, I think, is the merge. So the merge is the switch from proof of work to proof of stake. We have been working on switching to proof of stake for almost since the Ethereum project began, and we've been working on proof of stake for about 7 years now. But finally, all of that work is coming together, and the biggest announcements that happened earlier this week is the merge happening on the Ethereum test network on the Ropsten testnet June 8th. So this will be a major test that larger than any of the tests that we have done before, taking a large existing test network with many applications with proof of work, moving it to proof of stake. And if everything goes well, then the likely plan is for the merge to happen in the summer. So I know Justin a few days ago suggested that August is a possible date for the merge to happen. If there are no problems, then the merge will happen in August. But of course, there's always a risk of problems. There's also a risk of delays. And so September is possible, and October is maybe possible as well. But the merge is, at this point, looking like it's very close to happening. So Ethereum will finally become a proof of stake network. Now, what is going to happen after the merge? So about 5 months ago, I published this diagram. This is an updated roadmap for the Ethereum protocol. So these are things that have already happened in Ethereum development. So the beacon chain, the proof of stake beacon chain has existed for almost 1.5 years now. There have been some hard forks on the beacon chain already. It's already possible to have light clients on the proof of stake chain. EAP 1559 has happened now. But there's also all of these things that are still left to happen in the next few years. So it's broken up into 5 sections. So the merge is the switch to proof of stake. The surge is the sharding, so increasing scalability, making it possible for rollups to process a very large number of transactions. So we have EAP 4844, dank sharding, data availability sampling, a lot of different ideas. The verge is the switch to Virtual trees, which should make it easier to run an Ethereum node with even if you don't have a powerful computer that has a lot of hard drive space. It should make it much easier to be a validator and should make it easier for the protocol to become more decentralized, should make it easier for more people to validate the Ethereum chain. So a lot of good things in the merge. The purge is more like improvements to the efficiency of Ethereum by removing the need to store history, right? So like, for example, Ethereum clients would no longer need to store the entire history of the Ethereum network. They might only need to store 1 year of history. State expiry, so accounts and smart contracts that people have not interacted with for a very long time, they would be put into a different part of storage, and you would need to, like Ethereum nodes would not have to store that state anymore. Some parts of the Ethereum protocol that are too complicated and that make it more difficult to create an Ethereum node can be removed. The Ethereum protocol can be simplified. And then the splurge, which just includes a lot of different things that are important for different reasons. So there is improving the Ethereum virtual machine. There is account abstraction, solutions to MEV that we'll talk about, some longer term ideas, some improvements to EAP 1559, using zero knowledge proofs to improve the Ethereum protocol. So just a lot of different things that need to happen. Now, I don't think that all of this necessarily needs to happen. So my personal opinion is if we have the merge and we have the surge and we have nothing else, then Ethereum will still be a great system. But I think if we also get the merge and we also get the purge and we also get these other improvements, then Ethereum will be an even better system. So let's go into some of these in more detail. So the big one that's going to happen after the merge is proto-dank sharding. So I mentioned here, right, that one of the big things to focus on very soon after the merge is the surge, so sharding, right? Sharding, increasing the scalability of the Ethereum platform. And recently there have been a lot of changes and a lot of simplifications to the sharding roadmap. So there was this idea of dank sharding that was published around the end of last year. And dank sharding really made the sharding roadmap much simpler, basically by saying that instead of having 64 different shards that have 64 different block proposers, we just have one single proposer proposing a very large block, and it's only verification of the chain that is done in this like very distributed way where every node only needs to verify a small portion of all of the transactions. So dank sharding is just provides almost all of the benefits of full sharding, but it's much simpler, it's much easier to implement, and proto-dank sharding is a step toward dank sharding. So dank sharding adds 16 megabytes of data space to every block. So this is not 16 megabytes that every single node has to download by itself. every node would only need to download a very small portion of the 16 megabytes. Every node would only need to download maybe 100 kilobytes. But in every block, there would be 16 megabytes of space, and rollups would be able to use this space to process a very large number of transactions. So if you do the calculation, 16 megabytes per block, every block comes every 12 seconds, so that's 1.3 megabytes per second. And a good rollup can fit one transaction into 16 bytes, divide 1.3 megabytes by 16, and you get about 80,000 transactions every second. So with full dank sharding, rollups will have a very large amount of scalability, and this 16 megabytes is not the limit, right? So in the future, we might be able to go up to 32 megabytes, 64 megabytes, so rollups will get even better. And there has been a lot of progress in rollup projects as well, right? So Arbitrum, Optimism, Starknet, the Polygon rollups, Scroll, all of these projects are making a lot of progress. Many applications are moving to them. They are becoming more mature. They're becoming more stable. So a lot of work happening in the rollup ecosystem, and sharding and rollups can work together, and we can have a very large amount of scalability in Ethereum. Now, proto-dank sharding is like a first step to dank sharding. So proto-dank sharding is not fully sharded, so nodes still have to download all of the data, but it does a lot of the work that will need to happen in a full sharding solution. And it's like it does, it's like in proto-dank sharding, half of the work in a full sharding solution is done, half of the work is not yet done. So instead of 16 megabytes, it's only able to process 1 megabyte, but this is still a big improvement, and rollups would still be able to process up to 5,000 transactions per second. So there's been a lot of work on dank sharding that was done. So a lot of work was done during the ETH Denver hackathon a few months ago. A lot of work was done during DevConnect when the Ethereum ecosystem met in Amsterdam a month ago. And a lot of work is going to continue happening over the next maybe 6 to 9 months. So proto-dank sharding is a very big thing that I think the ecosystem can look forward to. A lot of progress happening, and it will open the door to a lot more scalability without requiring users or applications to do like a lot of new work. And then full dank sharding maybe 2 or 3 years after that, and hopefully, by the next time that there's going to be a very huge amount of demand for people to use Ethereum, there will be enough space to handle even hundreds of millions of users. So this is sharding. Another important thing happening is account abstraction. So account abstraction is basically a proposal that allows for users to easily make accounts for their wallets, where those accounts can have more complicated rules so that their wallets can be more secure. So like, for example, multisigs. So instead of a wallet having one private key, where if you have one private key, if you lose your private key, you lose your coins. If your private key gets stolen, you lose your coins. You could have an account with 3 keys or 5 keys. And look, for example, if you have 3 keys, you might need 2 of the keys to sign a transaction to move any funds or like any assets out of the account. So if you lose one key, that no problem, you still have 2 keys. If 1 key gets stolen, also no problem. The attacker cannot do anything with only 1 key. And you can do this today with Gnosis Safe and Argent and other wallets, but it's not very convenient. And account abstraction will make this much more convenient. Also social recovery, so you can recover an account. It might make it possible to change the signature algorithm to make your account secure against quantum computers, make it easier for your account to upgrade. So it will become much easier to make accounts convenient, to make accounts do more, to make accounts safe. ERC 4337 is this proposal that makes it much easier to do this. So ERC 4337 is not an EIP, it is an ERC, which means that this does not require a hard fork. It's actually possible to use ERC 4337 already today. And there's a developer community that is already working on ERC 4337, and you can already create an ERC 4337 wallet, experiment with sending transactions. So expect a lot more work to be done on ERC 4337 very soon. And this is something that like you as a developer or you as a user can already participate in. So Verkle trees, we talked about the Verge. Some upgrades that can basically allow you to verify Ethereum blocks without requiring any space in your hard drive. So today, if you want to verify an Ethereum block, you have to have the entire Ethereum state. So it's about 40 gigabytes, I think maybe 50 gigabytes right now. You have to verify every Ethereum block in order. Verkle trees will make it easier to just verify one individual block without having any other information. So this makes it easier to have a client that can verify every Ethereum block without needing hard drive space. You can verify blocks in any order. So it just makes it much easier to run a node, makes it much easier for more different kinds of users to run a node. So just improvements on security, improvements on decentralization. MEV solutions. So MEV, I think, is something that is being recognized more and more as a big kind of issue that blockchains like Ethereum need to deal with. So MEV basically means that there are these new ways for miners or for like proof of stake validators to extract revenue, like to get money by having very advanced algorithms that can construct blocks. And the challenge is how to design an ecosystem that lets them do this without this leading to proof of stake becoming completely centralized. So there's a lot of work being done here. There is this idea called proposer-builder separation. So anyone who wants to find out more about this, highly encourage them to start reading. You can read this article. You can just search for PBS. There was a MEV event at DevConnect. I think they might have released a lot of videos. So a lot of work being done on MEV. And also, this is a new idea. There are these longer-term changes that are being proposed to the proof-of-stake protocol. So a big one is single slot finality. So making it possible for the blocks to finalize in one slot instead of in 64 slots as they do today. So making finalization happen faster, making the protocol simpler, making the protocol safer against MEV attacks, just making the protocol more secure, simpler in general. So this is still very early, and there's still a lot of research happening. And this is something that will take a longer to happen. So this maybe will happen in 3, 4, maybe 5 years. But there is an opportunity to make a lot of improvements to how Ethereum works and make Ethereum simpler. So also something very interesting to watch for. So that is the Ethereum consensus layer. So a lot of exciting improvements, a lot of interesting things happening in the Ethereum protocol. But I think it's also important to talk about the Ethereum ecosystem. So one big thought that I have been having about the Ethereum ecosystem is that I believe that the crypto space, including the Ethereum space, is focusing too much today on financial applications. And I think financial applications, they are good, they are important, but financial applications are also high risk. And I think financial applications also become very high risk when people try too hard to optimize them, right? So I think this is one problem that we've had in the last maybe 1 to 2 years, that like I think the first version of every DeFi idea was actually very good, right? Like MakerDAO was very good, Uniswap is very good, like early stable coins are very good. But some of the more recent ideas that we've seen, like they've been trying way too hard to like optimize things really hard, right? So like we saw this with Luna and UST, for example, right? They just said, oh, you know, it's too annoying that like MakerDAO requires collateral. Let's make a stable coin that does not require collateral. And so they made it, and it worked well for 2 years when the crypto space was in a bull market, when prices were going up. And then now, you know, Bitcoin and ETH and the crypto prices went down, and Luna and UST just collapsed completely, and like lots of people lost like over $10 billion, right? So, I think a lot of people were interested in DeFi from the beginning, right? Because like they were not happy about mainstream finance and the way that the mainstream financial system collapsed in 2008, right? Which revealed that I think the financial system was trying too hard to be efficient, and it was not thinking enough about how to be resilient and how to be like robust against very exceptional situations. But like DeFi, I think, has unfortunately, it's also gone a little bit too far in that direction. And I think the problem is that right now, like even more innovation in finance, it's just creating things that are higher risk, and even if they work, like they only improve things by a little bit, right? Like we had Uniswap v2, and Uniswap v3 is better, but like the difference between Uniswap v2 and Uniswap v3 like is not that much, right? And you know the difference between Uniswap v3 and Uniswap v4, I think, is going to be even smaller, right? Like having better DeFi, I think, will improve things a little bit, but it's not going to like massively change the world completely. And I think people are in the crypto space because they like really want to change the world and do things that have a big impact. And I just don't think that there are that many big impacts left in financial applications. And so I think that instead, it actually makes more sense for more developers to start focusing on other areas, right? So I think DeFi is good, and I think we do need the DeFi that we have, and there are some things that we need, but I also think that we need a lot more like just blockchain non-financial applications. So one of the applications that I'm excited about, sign in with Ethereum. Sign in with Ethereum, basically you can use an Ethereum account to sign in to not just like dApps, but also even just regular centralized web applications, right? So you like, if you go to like say chat.blockscan.com, for example, like that is a chat application. It's a centralized chat application, but you can use your Ethereum account to sign in. And this is something that more and more services are adopting, and I think like we're going to really see a lot more services using Ethereum login as a way to sign in. I think Ethereum login has a lot of advantages, like compared to like traditional centralized login. Like first of all, it's not connected to any centralized entity, right? So like you control your account. Your account cannot be shut down just because a company wants it to be shut down. Like it's self-sovereign. Like, you know, you own your identity in that way. But also, it has this network effect where it connects to this open ecosystem, right? So if you sign in with your Ethereum account, then you're also signing in with your ENS name. You can verify, like if you have a proof of humanity profile, you can verify that. If you have a Pope, you can verify that. If you have other NFTs, you can verify them. So all of these other applications that people are building on Ethereum, they can really connect to each other, and applications that you sign into can connect with and use some of these other Ethereum applications that exist already, right? So I think sign in with Ethereum is creating this like very powerful network effect. And I think going forward, it's only going to get more powerful. Soul-bound tokens. So this is an idea that I have been talking about, I think, since the start of the year. Basically, this idea that we don't just need like tokens that can be freely transferred. There's a lot of value in creating things that cannot be transferred, in creating things that are actually like tied to a particular identity, and you own it, but you cannot transfer it, you cannot sell it, and you cannot rent it. Now, this is technically challenging to do, and I've talked about some of the ways that you can do it, but I also talked about some of the benefits that can come out of making soul-bound tokens possible. So soul-bound tokens make a lot more sense for identity, they make a lot more sense for reputation, they make a lot more sense for decentralized governance. So I think any non-financial application can actually benefit a lot from soul-bound tokens. DAO governance experiments. So I actually think that the next big thing that it might take off in the Ethereum space might actually not be decentralized finance, but it's going to be a decentralized governance, right? So we already had DeFi. I think we're going to see DGov. Optimism is a project that I'm fascinated by because they have been pursuing an idea that I personally care about a lot, which is governance that is not token-based, right? So the DAOs that exist today, most of them are based on coin voting. They're based on tokens. So you can vote if you have a token, and you can vote 10 times more if you have 10 times more tokens. And I've written about a lot how I think token voting governance actually has a lot of problems and has a lot of limitations. And so I think Optimism has a lot of credit for like really taking a lot of risk and saying they're going to have this governance process where they have some token-based governance, but they also have this non-token-based, non-transferable citizen governance. And the two chambers of governance will have to talk to each other and negotiate with each other to make any very significant changes. So there's a lot of governance experiments happening, and I think there's a really big opportunity for more governance experiments and more DAOs to happen. Like we have been seeing more DAOs happen. Like there's a Vita DAO that's doing life extension research. There's I think it was called Science DAO doing decentralized science. We're seeing a lot of DAOs trying to collaboratively fund things in just many different interest areas. So really excited to see where DAO governance goes. And privacy-preserving applications. So we've already had Tornado Cash, which does privacy-preserving money. But I think privacy-preserving non-financial applications are even more interesting. So privacy-preserving voting. Macy is a system that we have been working on for more than 2 years now, and it's making a lot of progress. Privacy-preserving reputation, Unirep social, and there's actually a lot of privacy-preserving applications based on ZK snarks, zero-knowledge proofs, that people are working on right now. And I think these applications are all making a lot of progress. And if people want to build things today, then I think building in any of these non-financial categories of applications is, or applications that combine financial parts and non-financial parts is a very good idea. So conclusions, right? So I think, one, the Ethereum roadmap is stabilizing. So there's more and more consent on the future direction, I think. And if you have been following Ethereum development, I think you can see that the amount of changes that's happening to the roadmap is really becoming less and less, right? Like maybe 2 or 3 years ago, there were a lot of changes happening to the roadmap. But over the last year, I think we have been seeing very little change. I think there's just ongoing progress on the same direction, which is very good. And I think in the future, most of the work is going to be on higher layers of the ecosystem, right? So I think work on the Ethereum core is still very important, but work on applications, work on the ecosystem, work on layer 2 protocols, work on DAOs, sign in with Ethereum, privacy technology, all of these things will be more important. And I think we really need to see like even more good work and even more focus on non-financial applications. I hope that this inspires some people who are looking for just ideas of what to work on. The Ethereum ecosystem is big. There's a lot of interesting things in the Ethereum ecosystem that you can work on, I think there's more tools today than there ever were for people to do great things, and I'm really excited to see what kind of things people are going to build.
Hi, Vitalik. Thanks for great speech. And next we'll have a Q&A session. We'll take a few questions from the audience. Please type your question in the comment. 感谢 Vitalik 先生的精彩分享。同样，观众朋友们也有机会向他提问，请大家把想问的问题发在评论区，我们将随机选一些问题。同时，还有一件事情想提醒一下大家，因为考虑到 Vitalik 的演讲的技术、专业术语啊之类的关键词非常多，所以考虑到准确性，我们会暂停这块的同传。然后事后的话呢，我们会发布文章关于所有这些他演讲的内容和问答的中文翻译。好，谢谢。Okay, so my first question is about when I checked all my feeds this morning, I find out your latest blog in Ethereum Foundation of the data availability sampling RFP for DAS. Yeah, so can you help us to understand what is DAS and is it important in the whole your roadmap, and what stage can we see this kind of technology implement to Ethereum protocol? Yeah.
Yes. So DAS is very important. So if you remember when I was talking about scaling and I was talking about dank sharding and how dank sharding will create 16 megabytes of space in every block, that will allow rollups to process like 100,000 transactions per second. So in order for it to be possible to have blocks that are of that size without the blockchain becoming very centralized, like we need to have a way for just regular nodes, like just people running nodes on regular computers to verify that data without downloading the entire data. Right, because 16 megabytes is just like too much. It's too much for a lot of users, especially if you combine it with like peer-to-peer networks, overhead, latency, all of these problems. So data availability sampling is the technology that makes that possible.
Yeah, thanks for answer. Next one, the question from China Biodiversity Conservation and Green Development Foundation. The question is, as a group aiming for conservation, we are wondering how will POW to POS approach reduce the environmental cost of ETH? Yeah.
Yeah, so the environmental cost of proof of work is very high, right? Because there's this effect where the amount of like resources that people spend on proof of work mining is based on the mining reward, right? So if the mining reward, so right now it's 2 ETH per block. So right now it's about $4,000 every 12 seconds. And so if the block reward is $4,000 every 12 seconds, then people are going to spend $4,000 every 12 seconds of electricity, computer hardware, like manpower, maintenance, like all of these resources to try to get those rewards, right? And if the ETH price goes up, so if next year the ETH price is $20,000, then this will go up to $40,000 every 12 seconds, right? So if Ethereum gets bigger, the amount of resources that people spend on proof of work also gets bigger. And so the environmental cost of proof of work gets bigger. In proof of stake is a completely different system, right? In proof of stake, the consensus is not based on like how many math puzzles your computer can solve. The consensus is based on how many coins you have, right? The computers only need to do validation. So in proof of stake, computers only need to do a very tiny amount of work, right? So we expect that with proof of stake, the amount of electricity that the Ethereum network uses will be reduced, will be smaller by 10,000 times. So will be 99.99% smaller.
Yeah, thanks. Next one is about the account abstraction from our host, Xiao. Hi, Xiao.
Hey. Hey, thanks. Hey, Vitalik. Account abstraction is definitely a significant module of Ethereum tech stack, which can date back to 2015, EIP 86. You mentioned ERC 4337, which doesn't need to change Ethereum protocol. However, in 2020, you also proposed the EIP 2938 for account abstraction in protocol level. What's the progress now? Does Ethereum still plan to implement account abstraction in protocol level? And what's the pros and the cons between these two approaches? Thanks.
Yeah, this is a very good question. I think the reason why we went for the ERC 4337 approach that is outside the protocol is that core developers are very busy right now. Like everyone wants to merge to happen faster. Everyone wants scaling to happen faster. Everyone wants Virtual trees to happen faster. And like core developers are very busy right now, right? And like we love the core developers. We respect the core developers. We do not want core developers to go crazy. And so we like ERC 4337 lets a different group of people separate from core development, like do the work of implementing account abstraction. And it makes it possible for people to start experimenting with smart contract wallets faster, even if the Ethereum protocol does not change. Now, in the long term, I do think we will have to make some protocol changes because, like, for example, we want to upgrade users' existing accounts, right? Like many people have existing accounts and they do not want to switch to totally new accounts. And so we would need to have an EIP that allows users to upgrade from their existing accounts to account abstraction accounts. Or in the future, like if we want to add protocol features to make it more difficult for block builders or proof of stake validators to censor like transactions or like to discriminate against some users, then like the protocol would have to like actually understand at the protocol level like what a transaction is, right? So I think for like long-term reasons, it's very good to have in protocol account abstraction. I think what will probably happen is first we have ERC 4337, and then we have other EIPs that we combine, that we can do after ERC 4337 that work together with ERC 4337 to like also add the benefits of in-protocol account abstraction. And so at the end, I think the result will be similar to EIP 2938. It's just a different path to get there.
Thank you.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Vitalik. Yeah, and really a pleasure to have you here. So before we go into the next question, just a few clarifications, because today your speech is very technical. We have a little bit of hiccup in the translation. So to our audience in China, 我们中文的这个 观众朋友们，之后的问答的这一块也会有中文的这个翻译给到大家。Vitalik, if you want to address some of the questions in Chinese, also feel free. Yeah, yeah. So our next question from the audience is also a question addressed to the previous speaker, the former ambassador Ambassador Branstad. So it's about the dynamics between state governments and cyber communities such as DAOs in the Web3 era. So could you comment a little bit on like where do you see the dynamics shift in the Web3 era?
Yeah, I think it's a very complicated and I think also a very important topic because over the last year, like we have seen even governments start like actively adopting blockchain and Web3 technologies, and like a lot of the time they are doing this kind of in contexts where some other government other governments are not happy with with what they're doing, right? So I think like it's difficult because I think blockchains, like they do play this very important role, and I think they can play this important role in being this like neutral layer that everyone can participate in. But at the same time, like actually being this kind of neutral layer is something that's very difficult. Like I think over the past 10 years, you know, both like within individual countries, like, you know, especially within the United States, also within other countries and between countries, like we have seen a lot of things that were politically neutral before kind of start getting pulled to like one side of a political battle. And like sometimes, well, you know, there are reasons why people might people wants to do this for the short term, but this does have costs for the longer term. And if there are no open protocols that can kind of bridge the divide between groups of people who disagree with each other, I think like in the longer term that can make the world worse. So I think it's something that the like it's both I think an inevitable part of the just of the growth of the blockchain ecosystem, and it just shows how successful the crypto space has been just at providing a stable piece of infrastructure that people can actually trust and rely on, and that actually provides a lot of important benefits for people. And also at the same time, it is a challenge. And I expect, you know, that as the users of blockchains become larger, and as the things that people use blockchains for become more important, like there's going to be more pressure on the governance of these communities, on the governance of these protocols. There's going to be these complicated challenges of regulation. And I think like also like blockchain communities are neutral protocols, but like individual participants like in the blockchain community are people and have their own opinions. And so I think like, you know, there are going to be challenges in navigating all of this. And it's I think something that, you know, we just have to be careful and just do our best to do a good job.
Yeah, sure. Actually, we have a ton of list of questions, but we have to pick the most important one. And I think Afra have a question.
Yeah, as a lot of people are having questions regarding POW and POS and about the timeline, I'm here having a non-technical question for Vitalik. A lot of Chinese audience call you Vishen, and they want to express the gratitude of you preparing this bilingual slides. I guess my question would be, and also I'll ask in both Chinese and English, did you prepare those slides by yourself, even including the Chinese?
I did.
Okay, and do you mind using Chinese to answer this question? Vision， 我的问题是，你的那个就是今天用来你做演讲这个 PPT， 看到是既有中文，然后也有英文，不知道是不是这个中文的部分是您特意为就是这个 Ethereum 上海准备的呢？然后以及您是认为就是上海作为一个城市，如何能够更好的把自己定位在整个以太坊生态当中呢？
对啊，就是今天的那些PPT，包括那个中文的，都是我自己做的。那个，我觉得上海有一个特别好的以太坊的社区，还从14年和15年的时候，上海的以太坊的社区也是很好的，所以上海的以太坊的社区有很强的很好的历史。我觉得在上海的很多开发者的社区很好，有很多的好的以太坊上的项目在就是他们的团队也在上海有一部分，现在有那个 Lubin， 以前有 Roundtable，那个项目还有很多，所以我很希望更多的中国和上海的团队也多参与我们的以太坊的生态。
感谢 Vision， 感谢 Vision， 看到好多观众的评论，然后都非常开心听到 Vision 能讲这么流利的中文。Thank you so much, Vitalik,
for
speaking in Chinese.
Okay, so thanks. And talking about the off-chain world, this one is about this one. What do you think are the areas where Ethereum can bring real productivity gain to the off-chain world, and why? And what are the difficulties that still need to be overcome? Yeah.
I think that Ethereum has already shown that it's a very good money and financial system. It's very useful for people to send money, especially sending money between different countries, and especially people like sending small amounts of money between different countries. So it's shown its value as a medium of exchange. It has shown its value as a store of value. As I said in the presentation, I think the next step is going to be DAOs. I think we're going to see more international collaborations, like projects where there are people from different countries that all come in and participate, where you just have people from many different backgrounds, and the main thing that they are united by is their interest in a particular cause or a particular project. And I think blockchains and like DAOs on blockchains could actually do a very good job of coordinating like that kind of collaboration and like directing resources toward projects. I think the main limitation that blockchains have today is the same limitations that blockchains have had since the beginning, which is the scalability, right? Like it's still too expensive to send a transaction on Ethereum. It's it is cheaper today than it was 3 months ago. Like today gas prices are very low, but I think $1 is still too much, right? Like I want transactions to cost less than 5 cents. Because I think if transactions are at $1, like people will use them for financial applications, but I don't think that like non-financial applications are going to work at $1. Layer 2 and rollups and all of these things are going to solve this problem, but we do need like more work and more time for that to happen. But I am very optimistic that our research and the developer community will be able to solve this problem.
Yeah, thanks. And He.
Great, yeah, thank you, Vitalik. And
the last one, I think, yeah.
The last one, yeah, and I'm on WeChat Live， 大家都非常的激动，看到 Vision， 然后也说有人说你在中国还唱过KTV， so we want to just wrap up this conversation with something really light. I'm Shanghai native myself. Could you share something like what's your fondest memory about Shanghai? 你对上海最印象最深刻的时候是什么？我知道你来过很多次。Also feel free to answer in English or 中文。
好，哇，这个问题挺难的。就是我去了上海很多次，上海可能是我在中国花最多时间的城市。就是我觉得我没有一个答案，我就是在上海有很多很好的朋友，就是我觉得人还是最重要的 memory， 所以就是我们的上海的社区，我们的一些做过的很多的的那些活动，都还是一个在我心里比较就是 very important and good memory。还能做就是我在想我还能做什么，就是我还能说什么？我可以说上海这个城市是很漂亮的，但是我还是觉得人是最重要的。
是的 and yeah, thank you so much, Vitalik, for being with us today.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. We're closing this panel. Yeah. 谢谢 Vitalik， 谢谢 Vision， 也感谢大家的这个积极互动。
谢谢 Vision，
谢谢，
非常感谢，非常感谢 Vision。对。那下面呢，我们也知道，刚才Vision 也说到了，这个最重要的其实是人，是这个开发者。那这次以太坊上海的开发者大会呢，除了是一个提供分享交流的峰会以外，也吸引了全球近600名的这个开发者来参与了我们以 Building Web3 Social Network 为主题的平行的黑客马拉松比赛。那么下面就让我们有请中国绿发会副理事长兼秘书长周劲峰先生为本次峰会的重头戏，也就是我们的黑客马拉松比赛致开幕词。
As a parallel session of the summit, the theme of our hackathon is building the Web3 social network, and it has attracted more than 600 developers from all over the world. Please welcome the Secretary General of China Biodiversity Conservation and Green Development Foundation, Mr. Zhou Jinfeng, to commence the event.
谢谢。青年朋友们，非常感谢组织者给我们这个机会。和大家共同参与这样一个活动。首先，我代表
ETH Shanghai to invite us to this event on behalf of the China Biodiversity Conservation and Green Development Foundation and our Youth Leader Fund.
演讲者、参与者表示衷心的感谢。
I am
感谢你们为我们提供了这样一个学习交流的机会。
from around the world.
我们也祝贺会议的成功召开。
We wish the full success of this event. Thanks to the efforts of the committee and all of you, our conference has been selected as an important academic conference listed in the 2022 CAST guide. So today, we already feel the importance of academic conferences, and we've learned a lot from it. People may ask, as a China Biodiversity Conservation and Green Development Foundation, why are we interested in Web3 and blockchain? Well, I'd like to share with you my views. Last year, UNESCO pointed out that AI ethics is very important. So after that, we also made our voice. We believe that digital ethics, technology ethics, should also consider biodiversity. So I am happy that UNESCO also agreed with us that biodiversity should also be included in technological ethics. I believe people in Shanghai and even worldwide have heartfully felt the crisis we are facing. First, it is true that we have worked a lot in the past several years, but the pandemic still hits us hard. And the second crisis is climate change. Climate change has led to more carbon emissions, affecting every aspect of our life. And the most fundamental crisis is a biodiversity crisis. That's because we've entered the sixth phase of biodiversity loss and extinction. The fifth phase happened over 6,500 years ago, whereas the sixth phase of biodiversity loss and extinction is unprecedented, even compared with the first 5 crises. So this is the fundamental crisis and the backgrounds. With new technologies, emerging technologies, and digital technologies, the population is growing. Today, the world is home to over 7.7 billion people. But these technologies are double-edged swords. They destroy our habitats. For example, fertilizers, antibiotics, or other digital technologies have changed our habitats. That's why we are facing this unprecedented challenge, the 6th possible biodiversity loss and extinction. This is the challenge we are faced with. Mr. Ambassador have mentioned that we should focus on non-financial apps. So digital technologies, blockchain technologies should develop new non-financial apps. I think Vitalik made a very good point. Financial apps are important, but their importance, their functions are limited. New technologies, Ethereum, Web3, should focus more on what kind of applications. Well, I am a layman, but I think carbon token can be an important focus, because in the future, our livelihoods, our survival are not only based on technologies, but also about carbon emissions. We've pointed out that we should achieve carbon equality. We have the equal carbon sharing rights, but we also should shoulder equal carbon emission responsibilities. So how can we make sure that individuals can all do their part to tackle climate change? I believe decentralization plays an important role. because we needed to harness individuals worldwide in this action. The sixth crisis, the sixth biodiversity and extinction crisis is caused by human beings. So we need to harness all the power of human beings to tackle the challenge. So that's why I say we should have this climate token. We can't solve the problem by only setting up some reservations or animal habitats. According to COP15 Biodiversity Conference, our goals of protecting biodiversity haven't been accomplished. None of the goals is accomplished now. That's because we still haven't harnessed all the power of human beings. And I believe only new technologies, decentralized technologies, can harness the power of all. Last but not least, I want to talk about a South Pacific island. In that island, people there find new technologies. They were able to construct, to build aircrafts. So they were the most advanced group of people. They had emergent new technologies. However, their new technologies exploited all the natural resources in that island. So all the people there went extinct. I guess we are kind of following a same trajectory. So I believe new technologies should be our tools, should empower us, should help us achieve the goal of a community with a shared future for all and health for all. No matter on regulation level or on civil society level, we need to do more. And we can only rely on top-down measures. Undoubtedly, new technologies are the key tools for us to solve problems. Biodiversity conservation and green development is the most important work of us. So we want to work with young people, young leaders today to innovate, to be cross-disciplinary. So we are not only doing biodiversity conservation or green development, and you are not only focusing on developing technologies, we should work cross-disciplinarily to lay a foundation for our better future. Last but not least, I'd like to thank you all. Thank you for hosting this event. I hope that we can all go all our ways to contribute to a better future that is in line with the development of nature and technology. And we can better serve the sustainable development of humanity. Thank you.
谢谢周秘书长的这个分享和鼓励。那我这里再进一步给大家分享一下，本次比赛将于黑客松比赛将于5月20日持续到6月3日。期间我们还会举办这个27场面向公众的 info session 和 workshop， 就是工作坊。欢迎各位参加峰会的小伙伴关注并参与我们的黑客松。详情信息请大家访问我们的官网进行了解。Thanks so much, Secretary Zhou. ETH Shanghai Hackathon will start on May 20th and will run until June 3rd. We will host over 20 of info sessions and workshops to the public as well. Welcome everyone to join us at the Hackathon. Please view our official website for more information.
好，那么真的是非常感谢今天上半场的这个嘉宾的精彩发言。那么下面呢，我们将进入一个短暂的中场休息环节。10分钟之后，我们将有请到通商中国的 CEO， 也是新加坡的国会议员陈佩玲女士，为我们分享新加坡在数字化转型中的经验。We'll take a 10-minute break and please stay with us. The CEO of Business China Singapore and a member of the parliament in Singapore, Ms. Tim Beylin, will join us shortly for a keynote speech. 我们大概在10:40北京时间，和大家不见不散。
我们现在是要回来吗？是不是已经休息时间结束了？
对，休息时间差不多到了。好，我们在最后给大家几秒钟，马上要开始了。请观众朋友们也回到自己的屏幕前。潘老师来吧。
Okay, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎回到ETH Shanghai Web 3.0开发者峰会。Web 3.0对我们来说，可能意味着未来互联网世界格局的深刻变革。我们能够看到，全球不少国家和地区都在密切关注互联网的技术升级和转型。这其中，新加坡采取了更为积极的态度。本次峰会的协办方通商中国是位于新加坡的一家非营利组织，通过来自公共部门和私营企业的支持，培养精通新中两国的人才，加强新中两国的关系网，并拓展新加坡与全球的联系。下一个环节，我们有幸邀请到通商中国 CEO、新加坡国会议员陈佩玲女士带来题为“聚焦新加坡数字化转型，敞开怀抱，迎接数字经济”的主题演讲。
So Web3 could mean a profound change in the future of the internet. We're able to see that many countries and regions are paying close attention to the technological upgrades and the digital transformation it brings. So among these, Singapore has taken a more proactive approach. Ms. Tin is currently the CEO of Business China, a nonprofit organization that harnesses the support of public sector actors and private enterprises to cultivate talents who are savvy in the Singapore-China relations and to grow the global connectivity of Singapore. Without further ado, we'd love to introduce our next speaker, the CEO of Business China Singapore, member of the Singaporean Parliament, Ms. Tin Beylin. She will share a keynote on the importance of digitalization in Singapore with us today. This keynote will be in Mandarin and the simultaneous translation will be provided in English. 陈议员您好，非常感谢来到本次 ETH 上海的峰会。
Hello, welcome to ETH Shanghai Summit.
Hi, a very good morning to everyone. Well, earlier you would have heard from my chairman, Mr. Li Shan, speak in English. So for the rest of my speech, I'll be speaking in Mandarin. 大家早上好。非常荣幸能够受邀参加 ETH
delighted to be invited to speak at the ETH Shanghai Web3 Developer Summit. I was asked to share my views on the importance of digitalization in Singapore, seizing opportunities in the digital economy. Allow me to share my point of view. But first, let's talk about the big context. We are living in an extraordinary time now. The world is in a flux, faced with many challenges and struggling to find an equilibrium. Using the most recent pandemic as a reference point, prior to 2020, we saw the world affected by the intensifying US-China competition and multilateralism under threat in several parts of the world. Then COVID-19 pandemic struck in end 2019. And more than 2 years on, the coronavirus is still around with new variants on the horizon, and global recovery is uneven. And as we thought that some semblance of peace can return as countries began opening up this year, the Russia-Ukraine war happened. These major events exacerbated certain cracks, catalyzed a new cooperation, but also reignited old alliances as manifested in the convening of the Trade Technology Council last year. Well, maybe you have found a keyword has been popping up this year that is perhaps appropriate in encapsulating the situation the world now faces is chaos. Well, the Meat world faces turbulence. It would also seem that the meta world too is going through a tough time, with Terra and Luna being the most recent focus, for which I commiserate with the many blockchain players who may be in attendance today. But There is a saying that a worm with 1,000 feet cannot actually die fast. So I hope you are relieved and act on the spirit and work harder. What I have articulated illustrate the challenges that a business face, especially those operating at the frontiers. First, the external environment is ever-changing. Second, new innovations will always face a turbulent start. That is when the business models are not settled, products have not matured, consumer sophistication is underdeveloped, regulations are not in place, prices fluctuate wildly, and while thriving enterprises may find themselves struggling, blockchain players find themselves in such situations today. It is thus valuable to find a stable place to ride out the challenges. There's always a silver lining behind each cloud. So such a place should be financially, socially, politically stable, should have forward-looking regulations, and the regulators should be well connected to the region and the world, and should be an oasis for talent. Then businesses can at least enjoy a stable place from which to tackle the challenges in the global environment and teething problems. And then let's talk a little bit about Singapore. As an open economy, Singapore is clearly subject to the impact of these world events, and we must always be ready to adapt and respond. First, a little bit of history. Singapore has been a free port and trading hub since the 14th century. The people would remember Sir Raffles Stamford as the founder of modern Singapore in 1819 more vividly. From then till before August 5th, 1965, Singapore flourished as a port and trading hub, but we always belonged to someone else. Then on August 5th, 1965, Singapore left the Federation of Malaysia. At only 580 square kilometers then, we had no natural resources, no hinterland, and no industry. We depended on the outside world for food, energy, water, unemployment's high. So the government made two strategic decisions that would have defied the conventional economic wisdom at that time. First was to shift away from import substitution in favor of export-led industrialization. Second was to attract global multinational corporations as vehicles to achieve industrial growth. Major infrastructure development, investments, and the regulatory reforms took place. Our efforts paid off. Multinational companies were attracted to Singapore, and the rapid industrialization took place from 1965 to 1984. Then, in the period of 1985 to 2010, Singapore's economy went through several crises. Recession in 1985, Asian financial crisis in 1998, to name some of the crises facing Singapore. But Singapore took decisive and progressive steps to liberalize and strengthen our investment. The second phase of our economic development saw the transition of Singapore from third world to first world. By 2010, Singapore was an affluent society with a global city at the crossroads of international flow of trade, investment, finance, and talent. Since then, Singapore focused on building a high-value adding and digital economy. Therefore, as you can see by now, Singapore constantly seeks progress. We cannot afford to stand still or be complacent. But the main point is that we are externally oriented. We have policies and operating environment that encourage enterprise and innovation, and we believe in maintaining links to the world. We have a bias for progress, productivity, growth, innovation, new things. Our regulators are forward-looking and prepared to experiment. And with that said, it's a good opportunity for me to move on to Singapore's digital push. Today, Singapore is building from a position of strength. We have a strong and stable government, world-class infrastructure, and institutions that put us second in ranking in the 2019 World Economic Forum's Global Competitiveness Index, and a highly educated, trained workforce. And these help Singapore's development and also attract brightest talents and biggest tech companies in the world, Singapore is poised to become a leading digital economy of the future, with our projected overall digital economy CAGR between 2020 and 2025 to be 19%. Key factors of Singapore's digital success are: first, Singapore believes in digital. We are keen on embracing the future. We have clear plans to develop and adapt technology. The government is a key and enthusiastic user. We have a program that equips our population to be digital ready. Second, we are conscious of what it is needed and have been deliberate and disciplined in our implementation. Specifically, our approach to building the digital economy can be summarized in 4 parts. First, establishing a secure, resilient, and future-proof digital infrastructure. Secondly, nurturing a talent pipeline so that enterprises can flourish. Thirdly, international partnerships to advance digital economy beyond our shores. Fourthly, having regulations that strike a careful balance between encouraging business innovation and growth, while maintaining proper consumer safeguards. Then I'd like to touch upon some detailed digital infrastructure. Singapore has consistently made investments that helped us put in place an advanced, secure, and resilient digital infrastructure, which is critical to enable the digital economy. In telecommunications, for instance, we're among the first in rolling out 5G standalone networks, while we set a target to achieve nationwide outdoor 5G coverage by 2025. We're very likely to hit it ahead of time. Even so, we're already looking at the next bond, committing 60 million Singapore dollar into the Future Communications Research and Development Program to conduct cutting-edge communications and connectivity research, including 6G standards of which have not been written, and therefore an opportunity for Singapore to participate actively in shaping the future. Riding on our investment in physical infrastructure, we have also developed a set of digital utilities that enable businesses and citizens to transact easily and safely across the economy. Some of these utilities, such as SIMPass, PayNow, and InvoiceNow, facilitate day-to-day transactions, creating significant network. To this end, utilities must enable us to transact cross-border and hence interoperable. To this end, I'm pleased to share that Singapore is one of the 8 countries in the Digital Government Exchange Digital Identity Working Group, DIWG, to have outlined high-level principles underlying the future of mutual digital identity. This is perhaps also a first important step towards a metaverse future. Along with rapid digitalization are the risks that we need to tackle. Singapore is firmly aware of the need for robust cybersecurity and data protection standards to preserve trust. Therefore, during this year's Committee of Supply debate, which I partook, the government introduced the new Cyber Trust Mark, Cyber Essentials Mark, and Data Protection Essentials Program. We have attached great importance to blockchain, which I will cover this later. Then I'd like to talk about talents. A robust pipeline of skilled digital talent underpins many of our efforts to create a vibrant environment for businesses. Over the past few years, the number of tech professionals in Singapore grew by around 10,000 each year. However, the pace of digitalization is fast and it is increasing. A report by McKinsey suggests that 87% of the companies worldwide will soon face a skills gap. Our priority is to nurture a strong pipeline of local tech talent and to ensure that our existing tech workforce remains relevant and competitive. Our government actively partners the industry to cultivate and build a digital talent pipeline. This means that we need to welcome global talent. They bring expertise and skills that help sustain the growth of our digital economy. Hence, the government offered channels such as the Tech@SG and Tech.Pass to let business tap on to bring in top-tier tech talent. Then, international partnership. To maximize the potential of a digital economy beyond our shores, Singapore also pioneered the digital economy agreements, akin to free trade agreement for the digital era, to facilitate seamless end-to-end digital trade, connect the digital market, and build trust in digital systems. To date, Singapore has signed 4 digital economy partnership agreements with South Korea, Chile, New Zealand, Australia, and the United Kingdom. These give organizations the scope to trial use cases and technologies across different countries. Then, let's come to regulations. As technology advances rapidly and new solutions with new use cases emerge, existing regulations need to evolve or new ones have to be formulated. There must be a balance between encouraging business innovation and growth while maintaining proper consumer safeguards. Finding the sweet spot is often challenging. Regulators around the world are challenged to stay abreast of market developments while applying regulatory framework. Different jurisdictions may have different priorities and different standards. Take data protection, for example. Whatever regulations, they have the same objective. And more than 60 countries have set out to establish an open, free, global, interoperable, reliable, and secure internet. Now consider blockchain. At present, there is no settled law of a blockchain, and jurisdictions are still interpreting existing legal and regulatory concepts. While some governments take lead, others take a wait-and-see approach, resulting in uneven development. There is significant uncertainty worldwide. Such uncertainty and variation pose certain challenges for businesses. These can be cost and labor-intensive for businesses. Even though some governments take the lead to talk about the new laws, however, the other countries take a wait-and-see approach, leading in more uncertainty. Such uncertainty and the variation have brought with challenges to businesses. They need to come up with a cross-border or cross-jurisdiction regulatory developments and their permutations. And these can be cost and labor intensive for businesses. But the fact that there is no settled law also means that there is still a good opportunity for the industry to contribute to how regulators and industry standards can be shaped. On this note, I should make clear that Singapore is not averse to blockchain technology and embrace the Web3. We maintain a positive outlook towards this robust growing industry and seek to be the regional blockchain hub. In reality, there are many blockchain projects going on in Singapore. For example, Project Lubin that trialed the use of a wholesale CBDC, Partier, which is a blockchain-based interbank clearing and settlement network jointly established by DBS Bank, JP Morgan, and Temasek, and Chaffing, which is a decentralized credentials platform to support partnerships between financial institutions and fintech firms. And to encourage experiments, the Monetary Authority of Singapore launched a fintech regulatory sandbox and Sandbox Plus to facilitate blockchain and the DeFi innovation, allowing first movers and early adopters to participate. And last month, the director says that the regulators is talking about ways of regulation and also think about the influence. In essence, regulations will need to evolve, especially for new areas. Singapore regulators have the expertise and motivation to come up with good regulations. Our regulators are motivated because we are interested in the technology and hosting the technology providers, but often regulators will need to balance facilitation and protection of users. Our regulators regulations may not be fully facilitative, but balanced, and we are likely to be seen as a respected jurisdiction. So if products are accepted in Singapore, these products are more likely to be adopted in other regions. With a calibrated regulatory approach and a constant eye on the horizon, coupled with Singapore's drive to be interoperable internationally. And last but not least, I'd like to talk about the business China. Apart from government efforts, the civil society and industry can also contribute to digital economy. Business China is a good example. In order to build a bridge between the world and China's economic and culture, Business China has bridged the members and the world and provide catalyzation. For example, Business China is organizing our inaugural Singapore Digital Economy Forum on August 23rd, and the theme is in that. Later, on October 7th, 2022, Business China's signature Future China Global Forum will examine critical economic and social issues under the theme of stability amidst turbulence. The guest of honor is our Minister for Finance, Mr. Lawrence Wang. If you are interested, please reach out to us. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration between China and Singapore in the blockchain space, with Business China acting as a bridge to spearhead these efforts. I also hope that in the many years to come, both China and Singapore will continue to build on our existing strong bonds as we strive toward greater success and prosperity for both countries. Thank you.
非常感谢陈议员的精彩发言和分享，让我们也更加期待了解未来新加坡在数字化转型和数字经济方面的更多的动向。今天早些呢，我们给上一位演讲嘉宾这个 Branstad 大使送了一个小礼物，和这个礼物一样，我们也给陈议员今天准备了一个 Web3 的小礼物，是以您的名字命名的这个 ENS Ethereum Naming Service， 非常感谢您的这个今天的加入。We're very glad， 对，非常谢谢。Yeah, we're very glad to present Ms. Tin with the ENS domain as a special Web3 gift to thank her for gracing this event as a keynote speaker. Ms. Tin could take this chance to mint Singapore's first constituency POAP on the .eth domain tinpeilin.eth. Yeah, so hopefully you can put that to use.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Tin. Great. 那么今天我们在今早活动开始的时候，其实也有提到说，这个 ETH 上海其实标志着 ETH 从 1.0 到 2.0 进化的这个最后的一个更新。那么这个更新，像 Lee 神也说到的，这个非常重要的更新，对于以太坊和 Web3 到底意味着什么呢？接下来我们就非常荣幸的有请 ConsenSys 的创始人兼 CEO 约瑟夫·卢宾和我一起就以太坊升级在上海 Web3 加速向未来进行一个炉边谈话。本场的演讲语言为英文，同传团队将会给大家进行中文翻译。
We are pleased to introduce Joseph Lubin. He is the founder and CEO of ConsenSys. He will be joining our host He as a fireside chat on Shanghai upgrade and the future of Web3. Hi, Mr. Lubin. Welcome to the ETH Shanghai Summit.
I'm going to hit record. Great.
Okay,
awesome.
Got it. And all right, 1 sec. Let me turn off a couple of things.
Just, yeah, whenever you're ready, we can cut the first part out.
This should work.
Yep.
Great. What's it?
Perfect. All right. Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Joe, for coming to ETH Shanghai virtually. My name
Thanks
is
for having me.
Yeah, we were super excited to have this talk, and the developers that are present today are excited to hear your thoughts and insights about industry and Ethereum and its future. But to start with, since this is about ETH Shanghai, could you share some of your memories, personal memories, industry memories about Shanghai?
So I've been to Shanghai a couple of times, and certainly the most memorable was for DevCon 2. DevCon 2 was a huge Ethereum conference
was definitely a breakout conference in terms of awareness of the world. DevCon 1 sort of helped us understand that what we were doing in our tiny little bubble was being heard and seen by others, and I think maybe 700 people gathered in London. And DevCon 2 was way bigger, so it was really on a world stage. And I guess the most notable, there were a lot of notable things at that event, but most notable were denial of service attacks, which started the first morning of the conference, and plagued us for a small number of days. It was a really interesting situation where somebody who knew the protocol incredibly well was trying to attack the protocol for either financial reasons or other kinds of business reasons, or just to help us understand where the protocol needed improvements and hardening. And I remember our Infura team was working all night with other teams to try to fix things, and it was an exciting time back then.
Certainly very, very memorable. Yeah. And then in terms of ETH Shanghai upgrade, could you comment a little bit on like what do you think is the importance of that, and in terms of the development of Ethereum, having seen like such an evolution along the way?
Well, we have this this thing called the merge coming up. The merge essentially unites the Ethereum 1 execution chain with the Ethereum 2 ConsenSys chain, and transitions the whole Ethereum situation from proof of work to proof of stake, and that has lots of goodness, including massive reduction in the carbon footprint by 99.95%, and the ushering in of ultrasound money and greater decentralization, etc. But the merge is when ultrasound money actually arrives, but we'll still be operating on the execution chain. Not much will change, and it will be, fingers crossed, a very smooth transition for developers, and for users shouldn't be noticeable, except the world will stop heating up a little bit. That might be noticeable. So smaller carbon footprint, lower barrier to entry to become a validator, therefore much greater decentralization. But that first phase of evolving towards serenity, towards a single unified Ethereum ecosystem, will be accomplished. It's looking like Q3. So it looks like the merge is going to happen for the Ropsten testnet, and then a couple of other testnets starting around June 8, I believe, and fingers crossed we'll maybe sometime in August we'll get the mainnet merge. Shanghai is when beacon chain withdrawals happen. There's a bunch of things planned for Shanghai, and it may end up being really quite large as an upgrade. Essentially the execution chain and the ConsenSys chain will really start to become integrated into a more coherent single system. There will be beacon chain withdrawals, so Ether will be able to move bidirectionally across the chains. There will be a pretty cool upgrade to the Ethereum virtual machine object format. It's essentially, it enables account abstraction, control flow in the Ethereum virtual machine. It enables EIP 3074, which sort of a delegation mechanism enabling externally owned accounts to effectively delegate control to smart contracts. So a very powerful construct will be introduced. Layer 2 fee reductions, enabling layer 2s to get much more efficient, and there's a handful more pieces, but yeah, that's the main event. And another element is that for the layer 2 fee reductions, there may be a sort of sharding construct introduced potentially, and that would be the start of the next phase of upgrading, where data availability is brought to the situation, and Ethereum is modularizing from a monolithic protocol where everything is in one protocol to a modular protocol where security is in a module and execution is in sort of a module, and then guaranteed data availability is in a module, and that'll start us in that direction to teasing apart fully the three modules. The execution modules are already in pretty full swing, sitting on top of layer one right now, and adding a lot of scalability. And this third piece, when we get to real data availability sharding, that will put scalability into overdrive.
Yeah. That's super exciting, and I know the entire developer community has been looking forward to the merge and all these development for a long time. So super excited to see this unfold later half of the year. Yeah, and I want to switch gears a little bit to talk more about like building and applications in Web3, and also there's been a lot of discussions kind of how Web2 will evolve into Web3 completely as we see kind of the industry grows. So do you think like Web2 will eventually evolve completely into Web3, or will there be the end game be more of a coexistence with Web3 applications? When do you think, in your opinion, will be like a turning point for Web3?
Well, the web protocols are pretty incremental. They built on top of the internet protocols. So Web 1 evolved into Web 2, static pages added interactivity and a whole bunch of other kinds of goodness. And so from a technological standpoint, we'll still have the Web 1, Web 2 constructs, and we'll add Web 3 constructs. But from an economic, finance, and political perspective, we're going to turn the world completely upside down. So essentially, the way the world is organized is with a top-down trust vector, where authorities imbue intermediaries with other authority. That's how trust moves down the system, and it's generally done in a hierarchical fashion, whether it's militaries or governments or corporations. And this new kind of database construct, blockchain, when it's massively decentralized, it creates a trust foundation. And so trust can now be imbued bottom up. So this trust foundation, if it's massively decentralized, then we can all inspect the blockchain and see exactly what happened and when it happened. And it's economically enormously expensive to overturn that history. So that represents a new way of setting up ledgers. Historically, all these intermediaries down the hierarchy are maintaining ownership and rights and responsibilities in ledgers, but now the ledgers can be inspectable, open, and bottom up. And so the first layer on top of that new trust foundation that's enabled is global decentralized finance. And upon those two foundations, we're basically going to see all the intermediaries around the world disrupted, because intermediaries tend to be extracting too much value from transactions and siloing information and power. And if you can replace a bunch of lawyers in a music company or film company with some smart contracts and other kinds of functions and people, you can get much more efficient. And so really the first industry that we're really seeing disintermediated in this flipping of our economy is the content creation and content ownership industry. So NFTs are really transforming things, and you'll see that happen, I think, over time to essentially every industry that has intermediaries, which is every industry.
Yeah, absolutely. And then NFTs have definitely been huge in the past 2 years, like seeing a lot of the massive adoptions and I think a broader awareness around the general users. Yeah, so we're really excited for this to unfold. And in terms of the incumbents, you have the industries that have like a lot of intermediaries, and also the Web2 tech giants like Meta and Twitter, who's been going through a lot of back and forth with the acquisition deals lately. Where do you see, like, how would Web3 like affect the current incumbents in Web2, in your opinion?
I guess it depends. So I think they'll still run their businesses for a long time for cohorts that they serve well already. The ethos is very different. The Web2 ethos is pretty exploitative of people's information and attention. The Web3 ethos is very respectful. You can think of sort of the traditional economy as being one run by corporations in a siloed fashion. I call it the age of silos, where they pretty much all have an adversarial relationship with their clients, their consumers. And as we move into the age of community, you'll see people and companies in different roles. Somebody's helping.
Yes.
This is Lily Boy. You'll see people in companies in different roles who are actually aligned. So the mechanism design sets up incentives for them to perform different roles. And if they're part of a protocol or they're part of a DAO, a decentralized organization, they're all essentially working towards making this collective operate well and to have all of their needs served. And it's a much less adversarial approach. So organizations that figure that out, that choose to empower their clients rather than extract as much value while giving up as little value as possible, I think they'll do well.
Yeah, and then certainly in that segues into my next question. I'm really curious about the DAO governance that you just mentioned in Web3 and new way of organizing labor forces. So could you share a little bit of what do you how should Web3 companies think about DAO governance and designing incentive mechanisms, and what's ConsenSys plan to build that up?
Yeah, so it's hard for me to talk about other companies. I can talk about ConsenSys. So we're in a phase where we're accelerating our progressive decentralization, just as our whole industry, our whole ecosystem is. It's just part of our nature, part of our ethos. It's also being hastened, I think, by regulatory forces. Essentially, you can build decentralized systems that are mechanism. And if it's mechanism, then you might not be seen to be custodying assets for consumers or otherwise being a sort of financial intermediary. And so if we can build lots of mechanisms and just publish software, which is free speech, then that sort of activity shouldn't be regulated. So ConsenSys is working on a few protocols. One will be launching very soon. Some pretty profound stuff coming out of our product teams, and we're also working on a bunch of DAOs. So we've announced Village DAO, which treats customer support as an ecosystem issue, understanding that there are lots of protocols that interact with one another, like Lego blocks, and they're accessed through MetaMask, and we need to make sure that that if somebody's having an issue, if a consumer's having an issue, that that issue gets routed properly. And so we're working to incentivize people in different communities, different DeFi communities, etc., to become expert in that product, and we're incentivizing people to share that expertise and help people in the ecosystem with any sort of support needs. So a bunch more DAOs coming.
Wow, that's super interesting. So it's really like a bottom-up approach to thinking about some of the service usually provided by the companies in the past, like customer support. Yeah. Could you share a bit more about the protocols that you mentioned that are down in the product lines? Anything in particular that you're really excited about? Watch out for
that. I can't steal thunder from our teams before they're ready.
Yeah. Okay. We'll definitely keep a close eye on that for sure. Yeah. And so switching a little bit away from like, talking the products to just overall like Ethereum and its position in the industry. So there's been kind of the debate between the Bitcoin maximalists and the Ethereum maximalists in the past 2 years, and we've seen a lot of these like you said, like DeFi, DAOs, and NFTs getting reported in mainstream more and more. And Kathy Witt also said that Ethereum could displace a lot of the traditional financial services. Do you think like where we are with Ethereum in terms of it going mainstream in different verticals at this point?
Yeah, so I'm a decentralized protocols maximalist, big fan of Bitcoin, big fan of Ethereum, big fan of Metropolitan Ethereum, as I started to call it, where lots of EVM networks and non-EVM networks are all essentially connecting up to one another and creating essentially a global decentralized super app of applications built on these decentralized protocols. And Ethereum is certainly at the hub of all of that. And bottom line, Bitcoin has a lot of mind share, and good chance it'll maintain that mind share as a store of value. Ethereum is a different kind of thing. It's a platform for building applications. Real fundamental economy is being built on it, and the token has fundamental value for that reason, because you need it to pay for transactions and storage. The technology is crossing the chasm, so real people are seeing real benefit in various different aspects of life right now. And interestingly, we're in terms of going mainstream, I think the merge is going to do that. I think there's going to be a tremendous separation of Ethereum from, in a sense, from the rest of the ecosystem, but it'll pull the ecosystem along. And the Ether token, we talked about ultrasound money. The Ether token is giving off yield, and it is deflationary, and so it's being burned in transactions. It's being frozen, staked in the protocol, staked in DeFi and DAOs and other systems. And so the supply-demand dynamics are really interesting, because supply is being pulled off the market, and the issuance in proof of stake, because it's so much less expensive to run, the issuance is going to be about 1/10 of the regular issuance of during proof of work. So it looks like the token is going to be experiencing very interesting supply-demand dynamics, and people, institutional investors, are starting to notice that that it represents something like a perpetual bond, that there's an income stream, and they can see that as a financial instrument that fits into their models. And so we're hearing a lot of interest from institutional investors to jump into the foundations of I guess the new trust foundation of the next generation decentralized economy.
Yeah, that's great. And just a quick follow-up on that. The market has seen a lot of changes lately. So how do you think that impacts like Ethereum, or what's your sentiment about that, if you're at liberty to comment?
Well, I think this may be controversial, but I think it's been great. We had a massive surge last year. DeFi and even the NFT surge continued into this year, and we really needed a consolidation, because I think we're going to see a significant run-up as the merge gets closer. So we're kind of the tail that's being wagged by the macro economy dog, and things are very complicated in the macro economy. So, if things get bad, then maybe we'll do okay during that, maybe not, we'll see. But the macro economy operates on generally larger cycles or longer cycles, usually related to monetary policy. Other factors like wars can affect things pretty badly. our economy is gonna be operating for quite some time on much higher frequency cycles. Our cycles are determined by new waves of fundamental innovation, whether it's DeFi 1.0, DeFi 2.0, NFTs, DAOs, etc. And I think the next major fundamental breakthrough will be the merge. So it's been coming for a long time, but when it lands, I think you'll see the markets drip up in anticipation of that, and just the supply demand dynamics and excitement is likely to break through this malaise that we've been in.
Yeah. Well, thank you for instilling a lot of the confidence in the audience today. And
warning, I'm an optimist.
Yeah, we're all gonna be okay. Yeah. And since there are a lot of developers here, and we're also commencing the ETH Shanghai Hackathon today at the summit. Could you share a little bit about seeing all the talents that you're seeing building in this industry? What are some of the personalities that and characteristics that you really value for builders in blockchain, and what are some of the things that you look for ConsenSys?
So intellectual honesty and integrity, it's really important. There are lots of projects that treat decentralization as a marketing term. There are a lot of really good projects that are driving towards real, profound decentralization. Being non-judgmental and respectful to the people around you all the time, as much as possible. Yes, being curious and explorative. There's a huge problem and solution space to be explored, and it's essentially infinite. We're moving from an economy based on the atoms to an economy based on bits and information and creativity, and there's just so much to invent and explore. And I guess just be empowering of the people around you. If you set up positive feedback loops by putting out good things, it'll come back to you.
Yeah. Have you been seeing more talents coming in from traditional industries into ConsenSys?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. There's a big flow from the traditional financial world and the Web2 world. I think that's going to increase just for natural reasons, but also just as the global economy gets more challenging, you'll find people find themselves in situations that that financially aren't serving them that well, in addition to not serving them that well in terms of how they feel about getting up and going to work in the morning.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you mentioned before, the industry does operate at kind of a higher frequency of volatility, and there's a lot of cycles coming in ups and downs in this industry. So for the entrepreneurs and builders currently going through a lot of challenges, what are some of your thoughts on how can people become more savvy and more prepared in terms of foreseeing the future and preparing themselves for the different ups and downs in this Web3 industry?
Well, foreseeing the future, I'm not sure I can help with that. But it is a challenging period, and there are difficult aspects to that. There are really great aspects to that too. A lot of the cruft of the legacy economy is getting cleared out, and we're growing exponentially in so many different directions. Yeah. Essentially, there are multiple overlapping exponential trends taking hold, and the amount of growth, the pace of growth is already difficult to keep up with, and it's going to be astonishing. So it's once we get past this probably few years of reorganization, I think it's going to be a great time to be in the economy anew, or just entering the economy as a young entrepreneur or technologist.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm personally very excited about the kind of the long-term prospect of the industry for sure. Yeah, and then last but not least, a lot of our audience and participants today are currently in Shanghai, where we're kind of currently at home waiting for the pandemic to cool down. And developers at large in the Chinese community. So could you share a few words of encouragement or thoughts you have for ETH Shanghai and its participants?
Yeah, as I said, the amount of growth that we're going to see is going to be astonishing. If you don't have ideas, you can jump on a project that you think is cool. There's so much information out there, so educate yourself. And don't be afraid to explore new kinds of constructs, and I guess think globally. This technology is very global in nature, and so your markets are necessarily global because that's where the network spans. Again, it's a great time to be a young developer, and I guess if you're stuck in your apartment, build something.
Yeah, and it's ConsenSys hiring.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, I should probably say that. You see, yeah, we're in a very big growth mode. Send messages to joseph.lubin@consensys.net, and I'll route them.
Awesome. Yeah, we'll make sure people take down that notes. All right. Well, yeah, it's been a great pleasure chatting with you, Zhou, and thank you for sharing all the insights. We're really excited about the merge and everything coming up with the Ethereum community and with ConsenSys.
Cool. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Mr. Lubin. This is very insightful and encouraging. 感谢卢宾先生的精彩分享。
那么接下来呢，就是我们 Ethereum 上海峰会上午的最后一个环节，也就是 CEO 卢边谈话。我们非常荣幸呢，请到了吴笑，他是纯白矩阵的 CEO， 也是 ChainlDE 的创始人。ChainlDE 呢，也是本次 Ethereum 上海峰会的铂金赞助商，所以非常感谢。简单介绍一下 ChainlDE， 它是全球首个云端多链的区块链集成开发环境。目前呢，已经帮助超过185个国家的开发者，累计提供了超过850万次的智能合约编译服务，以及7000万次的区块链中间件流量，是全球区块链开发者的流量入口。那么本次卢边谈话呢，将会以中文进行。So this will be our last session for the Ethereum Shanghai morning sector. For the CEO Fireside chat, we're really pleased to have Mr. Wu Xiao. He's the CEO of White Matrix and the founder of ChainlDE. ChainlDE is also a partner and a leading sponsor of this Ethereum Shanghai Summit, so thank you very much. ChainlDE is committed to the construction and expansion of global developer ecosystem, accompanies global developers to explore the new world of blockchain and brings traffic and innovation to the blockchain ecosystem. And this session will be in Mandarin. The simultaneous interpreting team will provide English translation on the YouTube channel. 那么再次感谢 ChainlDE 对于本次峰会大力支持。那么现在我们就请把吴笑接入到我们的 Ethereum 上海峰会当中。
Hello， 大家好。
Hello， 吴笑。
Hello， 感谢主持人。对。
好
，Thank you,
我
Chairperson.
我可能就是想问你一个问题，就是第一个问题就是
My question, the first question is, as such a young practitioner of a Web3, you have undergone, cycles as a newcomer. So what is your understanding of the present cycle? I think each cycle has its own story, but if you want to really calm down and do your R&D, it will actually achieve your success. For example, in 2008, the first successful game is Crypto Tickets, and many followers would like to raise the cat. And then we have seen hundreds of follow-ups, and this is the crypto countries, crypto societies, and their have been a lot of hot potatoes games. We found that for each cycle, there have been different hot spots. Well, what is annoying is you have done a lot. Right or wrong, there won't be instant positive feedback because we have received a lot of awards. However, the market is really cold and we have suffered a bad time. However, if you look really long term, if you persist, I think it will be only way out. So I'd like to say that stay focused and then go grab it. For example, in X Infinix, in 2019, at the world largest game developers summit, they had only 100 DAU. So in the developer summit, they don't have a booth. I think that was live. However, in this year, in the world largest game developer summit, most of them are actually the booth of blockchain, and the taxi drivers know blockchain and Polygon, blah blah blah. So I think there will be cycles. However, builders of Web3 need to believe that your continuous effort will actually pay you off. Yeah, that's true. Personally, I participated in permissionless in Miami. I felt that, well, even in the downtime, just like you said that, you know, the normal people are actually interested in, for example, GameFi among other buzzwords. Just now you talked about game and also game development. So as a game developer, what are the inclusion and integration opportunities between Web 2 and Web 3? I think there are a lot of opportunities. Games enjoy a systematic opportunity. I think in Asia, some games are restricted. However, Web3 world is more promising in the whole world. As a developer, if you go out, you need to cater to different practices because we actually develop on Apple. If you do, you need to apply for related protocols. So you are actually competing in a red sea. However, there is still blue sea. There are a lot of opportunities. However, at the same time, the perseverance is missing. I think that there will be a new thrive of competition. At the same time, in the traditional world, there aren't many bigger players. Microsoft and Adidas and Nike are already doing things like that. The market of Web 2 and Web 3 will have some kind of integration. Part of the Web 3 world will have applications of Web 2. I think this is the a general trend. There will be a lot of opportunities. Yeah, I agree. I think that like Adidas or Google, the American market and other overseas markets, I think there are other players are jumping in. So coming back to your own business, in previous talks, you talk about the business's ecosystem. So what is your eco way? The ChainlDE in your term is the middle middle key. ChainlDE covers 185 countries. To put it simply, it helps developers to deploy smart protocols. For example, you need a ChainlDE. This is a free developer ecosystem. We help them explore in Web3. In the Ethereum, there is a direct link of a ChainlDE providing assistance. So this is, really in line with the theme of today's summit. We have classified the world into 3 layers. On the top layer, for example, DeFi, GameFi, Metaverse, and in the also there are the evidence storage, and also Ethereum, Polygon, ConsenSys, and also the Ants, Apple Ledger, Facebook, and right in between, we can actually bridge the top layer and the bottom layer. We just simply name them middle layer, and many community members agree with that. And we think a lot about what kind of a system we are doing. In our understanding, the middle layer is like a water. We can serve different communities, and we will connect with upstream application. And for the downstream, the blockchain system, we will try to help them thrive. To make it simple, it's indispensable. The middle layer actually help the whole system to grow. Just now, you mentioned that the middle layer has already helped 185 countries, the developers, and providing coding encoding service. So would you please elaborate a little bit on the differences of developers in developed countries, developing countries, and different geographical places or different jurisdictions? Well, as to developer eco, we are very experienced because we keep on doing that. There are a lot of differences. For example, when we first went to Africa, we have met developers of more than 40 countries. We help train 1,000 blockchain engineers, and also we have developed a very close relationship ecologically. We know what they are doing, and this year we carry out the hijab. A lot of members participated in different rounds of developer training and developer eco cultivating. In Africa, we have found that Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa are very enthusiastic in the fact that there are many developers participating in our work, and they have a different culture and customs, and some speaking not in English, but they are very nice. They learn and also contribute to the establishment and also construction of Web3. Last year, we have held Rebase, connecting 5 cities on the basis of a DAO, and this is a community based, and we have received the support of Ethereum. We still think that we have found the geek culture. They really love it, and they are willing to contribute and construct. From 2000 to 2001, we have held 2 times of Metaverse developer meeting. We have invited the best mentors to help them to understand Metaverse and also the Web3 applications in Canada and also in the University, we have conducted the workshop, the 3-day workshop. I can actually enumerate all these examples in Singapore, in Pakistan, in many other places, and this is something we are very carefully doing so as to liberalize all efforts. In the first batch of Web3 projects, we have provided technical support. Our partners join hands to challenge the world arena competitors in CryptoC, Mask, and among other Web3 community and the ecosystem. Whenever called upon, all these partners will co-build. This is very important. And in the metaverse ecosystem, this is a very important eco way. And in Ethereum, and this is a multi-link metaverse support. Recently, they have received world-class industrial support. Well, we are willing to help Web3 developers and also to realize and materialize their thoughts and ideas. That's something we are very keen on. Like Zimas, they are artists. eFamous is a very innovative, for example, 14C, Crazy X, very interesting, Amos, very cool remix. And these are our partners, so we provide them with our technical support in uniform. This is a very good Web3, and we actually provide those Web2 businesses to Web3 C blocks. This is the biggest Asian DAO. Well, Ethereum, as you can see, all these logos, they are more than our partners. And we have also entered into a strategic partnership with the Flow. In universities, we have kept a long-term science and technological research and development relationship. The more closer we get, we have more resources, and with more interactions, we aim to provide resources and support and also help them to support to do more better products. Just like our slogan, we accompany those developers to grow together. Yeah, just now you mentioned you have support all these projects and also your contribution to the community. How can we actually make a bigger cake? You focus on the we. However, while you are supporting these community, you also make sure that other projects will also benefit from the activity. How can you make sure your commercialization and the stable operation? What I really want to ask is, as a very young, successful entrepreneur, what kind of messages of commercialization, the importance of commercializations to other people? Yeah, we really believe that the Web3 is a huge world. However, in this industry, we have less than 1% of the total population. How can we actually bring more people to this industry? I think this is our mission. When we go forward together, we will, of course, make our own value and also achieve ecosystem success. Our message to young entrepreneurs in terms of commercialization, there are many methodologies. You need to know your product, your position, and your market strategy. Well, I don't want to talk too much about that. As a young entrepreneur, I think that in Web3, I have one or two things to talk about. First, if you have a very good idea, please materialize it. Please seize the opportunity. timing is very important. If you have the instinct to seize the opportunity, lies at the core of the success of Web3. And the other thing, to act on it and to really do it, to seize the opportunity, to open a new trail. And please don't just rest upon planning, coordinating, just do it. If you can actually take the leap, you need to do it. Go and get it. Just like I said, many big players are also eyeing on this cake. The reason why we take the lead is we have a very good timing, and also we go all out to take the opportunity. Secondly, we need to pay attention to the cash flow. Young entrepreneurs have a PTSD on cash flow. Well, it's normal. That's life. We have vivid thinking. Well, actually, the only failure reason is a lack of cash. So cash flow is very important. As to the founders, whether it is raising the money to provide a service, to make money, or to borrow money, I think this is critical. You need to pay attention to your cash flow. As I remember, the article says that they are enlisted in the accelerator to get 4,000 US dollar. As to the Web3 partners or community, you need to pay attention to your cash flow. How can you make it sustainable? We have a lot of builders who actually fall down the next cycle. I'd like to say that please stick to it.
简单summarize 一下你刚刚说的，就是对年轻创业者
好，我总结。You have two suggestions. First, timing is good, and also secondly, make sure that you have a very good cash flow. As to the first suggestion, I remember Bill Gates recommended a book in which there is a convergence effect. All the inventions will actually appear in certain time. Well, actually, if Edison didn't invent a light bulb, and light bulb would actually never come up. Well, only because Edison kept, error and trial, and also after. At the end of the tunnel, Edison finally invented the light bulb. And there are many cases like the invention of a light bulb. This is not a, individual's incarnation. Well, it's actually a kind of ultimate result of a certain process. And for the next 10 minutes, I'd like to ask a question about the metaverse. I remember you have aired a lot of ideas on metaverse. Metaverse, according to you, is a new space of living. I think you have actually laying out your metaverse. What's on your head? Well, I think this is increase market. Otherwise, it will become a stock. It will be a residual market. Why? No matter what, COVID-19 or other crises, we are accustomed to enjoy this remote service. For example, the remote learning, training. Well, that's true. Web3 has a great role to play. For example, if Facebook or Microsoft or Amazon wants to do the metaverse, these data and assets are actually not connected with each other. And I think nobody can actually play the game of Amazon or Google. So in the future, if there is a metaverse, if I get log on to the centralized metaverse and enjoying various kinds of service, whenever I enjoy myself, and suddenly I am told that you need to actually log off and log on to another platform. This is not cool, and this has a lot of marginal cost. And nowadays you are accustomed to actually register yourselves to different platforms, wasting a lot of time. If all the humanity in the world are doing this registration, wasting too much time. However, if it is Ethereum, well, all these data can actually prove that it is you, then it is meaningful. And all the Web3 is built on the consensus. In the future, if an account, and then you can sign into this game and that game, and advertise a role can actually be played in this game and the other game. And that is the biggest difference between Web 2 and Web 3. Well, for the time being, you don't enjoy the game on that for the time being, but in the future, if on the consensus we can do all these, and one sign-in can save the time of all players in different applications, and you can feel and play immersed in different games, GameFi, NFT, or EFi, whatever it is. And Metalas, you can also enjoy different education program. With one account, one sign-in, you can actually save a lot of marginal cost. And that is really fascinating. And that is why I love Metaverse, building upon Web 3. And last year, in an important article, I co-wrote this paper with the Professor Cai. I think this is a general big trend which can actually bring a lot of opportunities to this world. And I think that the new generation of gonna make it. Well, I am really enlightened. Your ChainlDE enjoys a role as a supporter in the hackathon. So what will be your expectation for this hackathon? And on your ChainlDE, will there be any new applications? Well, just now I was told by my colleague, what should I focus on? I think that should be a disruptive innovation. I don't see that in the near future it will be a full application of all Web3, not necessary. Well, I think that disruptive innovation should be crazy, and we can actually change the world, and we'd like to do the prototype, and these are the ideas we want. I don't expect that you can actually commercialize everything. Well, rather, we'd like to have really interesting ideas to get rooted. Maybe in half a year time, you said that, Mr. Wu, that we have actually improved an idea, and then we have finished the financing, blah, blah, blah. And this is what we are looking for. Whatever crazy your idea, whatever ambition you have, we are to accept it and help it. Yeah, that's the what we want to promote in the ETH Shanghai. And here I'd like to spread the word that we are going to build the network. And next round, we have 600 applicants. Hackathon since this morning has already started until June the 3rd. And among the hackathons, we have also hold info session and a workshop, inviting some VIPs to answer questions, and also including ChainlDE, and also welcome to our hackathons workshop. And also, you can on ChainlDE start some disruptive application. Well, thank you for this really informative sharing. Yeah, thank you for your invitation.
我看到就是各种就是这直播的小伙伴在问说 Vision 到底在哪里啊 ？Vision 到底来不来？是这样子的，就是 Vision 在上午的这个活动当中呢，已经就是做过一场信息量非常大的分享如果小伙伴们对 Vision 的这个发言内容感兴趣的话呢，可以以后看我们的一个回放我们呢将会在 Dimension Tech， 然后以及我们的 YouTube 呢都会上传这个 Vision 的这次演讲的一些回放。然后呢，我就把麦克交给我们其他的2位主持人。
那么不知不觉呢，我们精彩的上午场已经都结束了。下面我们将进入1个小时的午休时间，请大家稍作休息。那下半场会在北京时间下午的1点30分继续。咱们可以在1点半之前回到这个同样的这个直播链接。下午的议程更加精彩。
Time passes quickly. We are at the end of our morning session. Please take a 1.5 hour lunch break. Our summit will be continue at 1:30 p.m. China Standard Time. So please join us before 1:30 p.m. here.
好的，谢谢大家，那就下午1点半见。
好，大家下午见。
好，谢谢吴晓，拜拜。
本次会议也正在通过 YouTube 进行英文直播，在微信视频号同步进行中文直播。欢迎大家关注 Dimension Tech 公众号观看，欢迎你和朋友分享我们的峰会链接。Good afternoon, everyone. Our summit will be starting in 5 minutes. Thanks for your patience. The ETH Shanghai Summit will be streaming on YouTube in English and WeChat 视频号 in Mandarin Chinese. If you want to watch the streaming in Chinese, please search Dimension Tech on WeChat, follow the video account. Also, feel free to share the streaming link on your social media and invite more people to join this great panel with inspirational content and an incredible lineup of speakers and panelists. Thanks. 欢迎大家回到ETH上海峰会的下午场。Welcome back. 我们要再次鸣谢主办方 Mask Network、协办方中国绿发会、通商中国、以太坊基金会，以及包括铂金赞助商 ChainlDE 在内的各位赞助商对本次峰会的大力支持。We'd like to take a moment to thank our partners. Thanks to our host, Mask Network, our co-organizer, CBCGDF, Business China Singapore, and Ethereum Foundation. And also thanks to our sponsors, including our lead sponsor, ChainlDE. 接下来我们就是下午的第一个分享。以太坊立志于为公众物品提供平台及各项支持，而 Gitcoin 就是以太坊上非常重要的公共物品平台。我们下午场的首位嘉宾称自己是一名公共物品的守护者。为什么这么说呢？让我们来听他自己来分享吧。有请 GitcoinDAO 的守护者鲍江来为我们分享 GitcoinDAO 的前世与未来。Please welcome Bob Jiang from GitcoinDAO to share GitcoinDAO's past and future. 鲍老师，请开始吧。
好，谢谢啊，谢谢这个姚老师。好，我先共享一下桌面。OK， 好。那非常荣幸今天能在这里跟大家去分享一下 Gitcoin 的一些叫过去的一些发生的一些事情，以及未来它可能的一些计划。好，那刚才呢这个姚老师也说了，就是我其实现在是在 GitcoinDAO 是作为这个守护者啊 Steward， 另外呢也是这个我们这个守护者的话呢，有一个委员会，然后也是委员会当中的一员啊。然后我叫 Bob， 然后那我们就进入到今天的话题。那在分享之前的话呢，先简单的去介绍一下，就是为什么 Gitcoin 有这样的一个机会啊去做这个事情。其实我觉得最主要的还是由于这个就是区块链技术的崛起嘛。当然这个的话呢，大家可能都比较清楚了。然后前面的话呢，从90年代开始，其实互联网的崛起的话呢，就已经带来了很多的机会。那从那个09年比特币出来之后的话呢，又掀起了一波这个区块链上的很多机会，是吧？然后呢，那 Gitcoin 的话呢，就是其中之一了啊，就是 Web 3.0 当中的一个机会了。当然之前的话呢 ，Web 1.0、2.0这个我们就不再去提了。好，那既然是 Gitcoin 它是在这个叫 Web 3.0 的话，那 Gitcoin 的话呢，它是如何去看整个的这个发展的这个过程，就是整个公共产品发展的这个过程。那Gitcoin 的话呢，它其实主要还是聚焦于这个 crypto 和这个 open source 这一个领域。对，然后呢，当然这个领域如果说向外再去扩张的话，然后呢，现在更多的一些项目都在向这个DAO去进行转换，然后呢 Gitcoin 自己呢也在向DAO去转换，然后呢最后呢我们希望的是说以这样的方式能够去影响到整个世界整个全球的这个变化，所以呢整个的这个 public goods 的话呢，是从这个 crypto 一直到 open source 一直到这个 DAO 的结构，一直到最后整个全球的这个变化。如果有关注 Gitcoin 的小伙伴的话呢，应该知道就是在上轮GR12 的时候，然后 Gitcoin 上面就有这个叫气候变化的就是它是一个叫side round， 就是它的一个就是捐款的一个就是有一个方向就是气候变化，就是大家的捐款呢可以支持到全球的气候变化相关的一些 public goods 的一些项目。那这个呢，其实就是Gitcoin 它在慢慢的向这个全球影响力的这种转变。那我们要了解 Gitcoin 的话呢，那我们其实最主要的是要先从 Gitcoin 它的这个使命先去了解我相信其实很多小伙伴了解完 Gitcoin 的使命之后呢，都会觉得 OK，Gitcoin 要做的这个事情真的是非常棒非常想要去参与到其中 那后面的话呢，我也会去介绍一下，就是如果想要参与到其中的话，可以怎么去参与。我们先来看一下 Gitcoin 它的使命。它现在的使命的话呢，其实也是在不断的去进行这个调整啊。它最早的一个使命的话呢，就是 OK， 我们要去帮助这个 Open Source 帮助开源社区。然后现在它的使命呢，就是去构建和支持这个叫数字公共产品啊。当然它把它再扩大的话呢，就是一个叫更好的一个世界。对，所以的话呢，这是 Gitcoin 的它的使命。那围绕着这个使命的话，它会有很多不同的层会有不同的叫角色或者不同的参与者。那围绕着这个使命的话呢，我们看它这个其实是用了一个就是这种行星的一个图，就围绕着最中间的话是它的使命，一层一层的话呢，最靠近使命的这一层呢是GitcoinDAO。它的叫核心的贡献者它叫 contribute to DAO 大概呢，它是写的是有大概400人，但是我现在看到其实应该不一定有这么多。对，这是最中间的。然后呢，在接下来的话呢是这个 DAO leader 就是在 GitcoinDAO 里面，它也是分不同的一些小组每个小组里面呢，它会有不同方向的一些 leader 大概有几十人。然后呢，再稍微往外一层的话呢，是它的守护者Stewards 大概有50人左右现在应该会有一些增加，大概60-70人。但是呢，目前最活跃的有14个人我们组成了一个叫 Steward Council。然后呢，再往外围的话呢，就是比如说去参与 Grant， 参与黑客松比如说我们这次那个以太坊上海的话呢，也有黑客松，其实就跟 Gitcoin 合作的大家其实参与黑客松，然后呢，其实就是去支持了这个 Gitcoin 然后呢，再往外的话呢，有它的邮件列表的这个用户以及可能听说过 Gitcoin 的一些用户所以呢，这是它的围绕着它的使命它有哪些人这里面的话呢，我想稍微多说2句的是 OK 如果说作为一个DAO 的爱好者，或者说想要参与的话呢，怎么去参与就是我如何去比如说是 contribute to DAO这个的话呢，有一个网站就 GitcoinDAO.com在那上面的话呢，你可以去填写表单，然后呢会有一个审核到时候呢会审核通过之后，然后呢你可以是去加入到 GitcoinDAO。对，然后呢 Steward 守护者的话呢，主要做什么呢？守护者其实主要是会去对所有的 GitcoinDAO 里面的提案去进行充分的讨论应该是有一个叫不成文的一个规定，就是对于 GitcoinDAO 的每一个提案 Steward一定是要积极的去参与到其中，就你可以去从你的视角，从你的观点出发，然后呢去表达你对这一个提案它的想法是什么，然后呢你有哪些问题。对，所以这是对于这个守护者。那通过这个充分讨论之后的话呢，后面就是投票。当然 Steward 也是一个这种就是大家可以把这个投票权委托给这个 Steward。 对，好，那这是Gitcoin DAO 当中的这些角色。好，那可能刚才在前面的话呢，我有的地方提到 Gitcoin， 有的地方可能提的是 Gitcoin DAO， 大家呢可能有的小伙伴就会有一点点混淆或者说有一点点这个叫什么迷茫。这个Gitcoin 和 Gitcoin DAO 它俩之间又有什么关系？那在这里的话呢，我给大家就是简单来讲一下整个 Gitcoin 的一个发展历程，可能我们就会更清楚了。首先的话呢 ，Gitcoin 它最早是从2017年开始的。2017年的时候呢，那时候 Gitcoin 最早的一个功能其实就是 Bounty 赏金任务。然后呢，这是2017年它放的时候。对，那它 Bounty 这个功能呢，其实是最就属于是最原始最老的一个功能。那在2019年，然后呢才发布了这个 Grant， 就是现在很多小伙伴可能知道 Gitcoin 都是从这个 Grant 捐款开始的。所以呢，捐款这个功能的话呢，它是从2019年开始的。然后呢，捐款的话呢，现在是 每个季度一次就是每个季度一轮捐款那从2019年到现在的话呢，接下来6月8号到6月23号是第14轮的捐款那这个捐款的话呢，这个捐赠的话呢，其实很多小伙伴的参与那大家其实是要是去看这些项目是不是这个叫 public goods， 是不是叫公共品是吧？然后呢，我们是不是需要去支持它那在这之前的话呢，一直都是大家是去通过去给他捐助来进行支持。后续的话然后呢可能会有其他的方式来支持，对。然后我们等一下到后面我们可以去提一下。然后呢，这是2019年开始是提起了这个 grant。那2021年开始的话呢，也就是去年的话呢 ，Gitcoin 是从这个 ConsenSys 然后呢就是相当于是剥离出来了对，因为呢2019年就是18年下半年开始呢，就是进入了就是上一轮的熊市。上一轮的熊市的时候呢，其实 Gitcoin 它是在 ConsenSys 的帮助下，然后呢一直是在不断的进行开发然后呢在2021年就去年的大概3、4月份差不多1年前，然后呢从 ConsenSys 脱离出来，然后呢有投资，然后呢大概是在5月中旬的时候，我记得可能跟这个时间差不多正好 GitcoinDAO 应该是成立了1周年了。然后呢，他是发布了自己的这个那个 GTC， 对，所以呢就成立了 GitcoinDAO然后那到目前为止的话 ，Gitcoin 和 GitcoinDAO 它俩之间什么关系呢？那Gitcoin 的话呢，它其实是一个品牌Gitcoin 它是有自己的一个公司叫 Gitcoin Holding， 然后呢Gitcoin 整体的一个计划是会慢慢的把公司全部转移到这个DAO里面去。然后呢5月1号已经有比较大的一批人从这个公司然后转移到DAO里面来了8月1号应该是最后的一个 deadline， 然后呢公司里应该是会所有的人都会转到DAO里面当然呢也有人可能不喜欢转到DAO，那有可能就是会让他再去找自己想要找的工作大部分人呢其实都是会转到DAO里面来那当然这里面转的话呢会有很多的一些细节，比如说合同然后呢工资然后呢这个工作如何去协调等等，这些呢我们今天就不在这里去展开有兴趣的小伙伴呢我们可以是到时候可以再去交流然后呢那对于以后的话呢其实就是整个是 GitcoinDAO由这个DAO整体来往前去推进，而现有的这些公司里的人全都是会在DAO里面去做不同的事情，或者去做自己的贡献所以呢这是这个 Gitcoin 或者说我们说 GitcoinDAO它的整个的一个发展的一个历程。那在接下来呢会有一些重点的那个什么，接下来可能会有一些重点的发展的方向我们稍等一下我会看一下。然后呢这一页呢我们就是会来看一下整个Gitcoin 的话呢它的叫业绩的增长Gitcoin 其实它的业绩的话呢这个最主要看的是它的 grant 的那个捐款的额度就是大家那个在这个每一轮捐款的额度的一个变化就是它的一个 GMV。然后呢这里面就是他说的这个总体的这个数字每年其实这个是一个叫整个开源社区整个叫 Digital Public Goods 可以为全球贡献的价值有4000亿，而那个作为 Gitcoin 其实呢在为这整个叫 Digital Public Goods 里面呢贡献了有多少呢？我们看就是每个季度一次，最高的是这个前一轮就是 GR12 的时候 ，GR12 的时候有1100万就是相当于是 Gitcoin 的用户给所有的公共品的项目捐款达到了1100万美元 上一轮的话呢会稍微差一些啊，大概800多万啊，然后这一轮可能会跟上一轮差不多啊，也有可能会还差一些啊。对，这个原因大家有可能都会比较清楚的啊。好，那接下来 Gitcoin 在做的哪些事情啊？就是再往下啊，他们正在做哪些事情？这里面的话呢，会有几个比较重点的方向或者重点的我们可以叫它项目也好。第一个重点的是 Gitcoin 的那个捐款的平台啊，就是 Grant 的话呢，它在就是原来的那个 Grant， 它其实是一个叫什么？一个比较复杂的或者一个比较庞大的，就一个 app。然后呢，现在呢正在做的叫 Grant 2.0， 就把 Grant 当中的很多功能做了这种拆分解耦。然后呢比如说这个单独的一个捐款可能是一个模块，然后呢这个 round 就是因为是这个捐款是每一轮的嘛，这个 round 的这种管理，每一轮的管理啊也可以是一个模块。然后呢对于这个个人的身份这块也可以是一个模块啊，个人身份这块就是这个叫 proof of personhood 啊，然后这块呢就是会结合 Gitcoin 上面啊，如果大家有去用的是吧，就会知道有一个模块叫 trust bonus 啊，就是信任的点数的那个这个 proof of personhood 就是你在 Web3 上的一个护照啊，一 passport， 然后呢其实就是会结合你的那个 trust bonus， 然后呢去给你生成一个护照啊，就 Web 3.0 上的一个护照。所以这是相当于是 Gitcoin 在做的一个和 DID 比较接近的是吧？一个 ID 的一个集成。另外还有一个就是 Bounty 啊 ，Bounty 的话，它其实是未来会发展成这个叫The Internet of Jobs 啊，就是所有的这个项目其实都可以在 Gitcoin 上面去发布 Bounty 啊，就是发布这些赏金任务啊，发布就是你想做一个什么任务，想做一个什么项目，想解决一个什么问题，都可以通过发布 Bounty 来完成。然后呢，最后这个模块呢是叫 Coordination Kit 啊，然后呢这个呢是我记得大概几个月前就有开始做啊，这一块其实是主要是由那个叫 Moonshot Collective 那个小组来完成的这个呢是为什么会有这个呢？首先一个是因为自从有了 Gitcoin DAO 之后呢，其实我们就发现在 DAO 里面有很多需要协作的地方啊，就 coordination 嘛，协作的地方的话呢就会需要用到很多工具所以呢就会有很多的不同的一些DAO里面的小工具当然它这只是说了一个叫 conversation tools 是吧？当然还会有其他的，比如说那个它的那个叫 tip.party， 它就是好多都叫那个.party 的是吧？就是像这个大家像是开一个 party 一样的，就 tip.party 就发这个小费的。然后呢这个coordination.party， 然后呢还有这个还有点像那个 coordinate 那种的就是发钱的。还有呢像那个比如说有点像那种就是空投工具那样的就是一下子给多个地址发这个资产的。对，然后感兴趣的呢可以去这个 coordination.party 去那边去看一下。所以呢其实这几个都是 Gitcoin 现在正一步一步正在做的事情然后那刚才其实有提到这个叫 Grant 2.0， 对 Grant 2.0 的话呢，这里面其实是一个简单的一个模块的拆分了。对，然后呢大家可以就看一下就好。然后如果想要了解 Grant 2.0 更多的信息呢，就你可以上那个 Gitcoin 的那个 Governance Forum 就是它的那个治理论坛上面，那上面的话呢会有更多的信息。其实 Gitcoin 的那个治理论坛上会有很多就是最新的一些去讨论包括其实我刚才前面有提到还有一个在做的一个事情是就是 GTC 的叫它的这个 utility 就是 GTC 的使用因为在最开始这个发布 GTC 的时候呢，其实只说它是一个治理代币那接下来的话呢，它还可以是有它的用途。它用途是干什么呢？它可以是用来你用你的 GTC 去投票给这个 grant。 比如说你支持哪个 grant， 你可以用你的 GTC 去给 grant 投票啊。然后呢，而且你在你的 GTC 的话呢，你可以是分给几个 grant， 就是分一个百分比是吧？每个 grant 分一定的百分比，然后去给他们去投票。而获得你的 GTC 投票的那些 grant， 他们在获得匹配的时候可能就会有不同的匹配方式，或者说就会获得更多的匹配。对，就不仅仅是说大家只是通过给他捐款，他获得匹配，而有你 GTC 的这个叫投票这相当于是你对他的一种认可。而且呢，这里面他用了一种叫conviction vote 的一种方式，好像是叫什么叫见证投票还是叫什么呢？就是更多的信息的话，回头我可以 share 一些链接，对，然后大家可以去看一下。对，相当于是你投票完之后，你如果是你撤掉你的投票，再去给其他的投票，那么这个时候你原来投票的那个，它就会你的那个信用值给他的那个投票的信用值就会慢慢的就会漏掉，就会进行衰减就是挺有意思的一种机制对，然后这是那个 GTC 的这个实用性这块好，那对于 Gitcoin 的话呢，那其实在 Gitcoin 上面曾经出现过很多的一些很有意思的项目这里面可能是会列了几个是吧？比如说Uniswap 其实最早期其实就是在 Gitcoin 上面发起了一个 grant， 当然现在 Uniswap 它自己回过头来，它来支持 Gitcoin 的 grant。包括那个什么，包括这个我们这次的那个赞助商那个 Mask 是吧 ？Mask 其实最早的时候也是在 Gitcoin 上面有一个 grant， 而现在的话呢 ，Mask 我记得好几轮前吧 ，Mask 就一直其实在赞助在支持 Gitcoin其实这个就是从 Gitcoin 出来，然后呢，最后呢再反过头来再帮助 Gitcoin。这其实是非常好的一种，就是循环的一种机制，就是相当于是大家是作为一种公共品，然后呢，先从 Gitcoin 这边，因为本身在 Web 3.0 里面会有很多呢，大家做的都是这种公共品那你从 Gitcoin 获得了这种 grant 的支持，然后呢，回头你做起来之后，然后呢，你反过头来再来去帮助到Gitcoin 其他的这种公共品的这种发展我觉得这个其实是非常的棒。包括其实很多的一些 DeFi 的项目那都是在 Gitcoin 起来的，比如说这个 OneInch， 然后 Uniswap， 然后 ENS， 然后等等等等这些这些项目好，最后呢再介绍那个 Gitcoin 的团队吧。对，然后呢这一页的话呢是 Gitcoin 它的叫 leadership 团队然后我们看这个先介绍几个 co-founder 吧。这里面好像人还有一点点不太全就是 Scott、Kevin Kevin Owoke 这两个都是 co-founder， 这俩应该是最早的，还有一个 co-founder 是 Vivek， 好像没写在这上面对。然后呢Scott 主要是负责生态public goods， 然后以前的话呢也是那个叫开发者关系这块Owoke 的话呢挂名是 CEO， 然后呢更多的是做类似于是开发这一块的然后呢 Lindsay 的话呢他是产品这一块的这个 Arena 这块我跟他不太熟看起来应该是负责公司内部的一些事务。对，然后 Austin 大家应该是比较熟的 ，Austin 他其实最早是在 Gitcoin， 后来离开一段，后来又回来了，是在 Moonshot Collective 就是 Gitcoin DAO 里面的一个小组。然后呢Kyle 的话呢 ，Kyle 我记得应该原来是 ConsenSys 的，然后呢在 ConsenSys 的那个阶段呢加入到这个 Gitcoin 的，Anika 现在是负责 Grant， 然后等等等等，我们还有很多其他的一些 leader。每一个 leader 的话，大家看就是他这里面也有列他之前在哪儿工作是吧？对，然后所以这是现有的一些这个leader team。然后呢，另外刚才其实我前面有介绍这个 Steward 的话呢，这个我们有一个叫 Steward Council 就是现在是叫守护者委员会。那守护者委员会干什么呢？ 其实我们有发现啊，守护者里面有很多人呢不太活跃啊。其实比如说国内有2位啊，这个也是这个守护者，但是呢可能大家是比较忙对，因为呢每个人都有每个人自己关注的方向嘛那比如说这个马斯克老板是吧，他太忙了，对，然后呢他也是守护者，但是呢他更多的帮助 Bitcoin 呢是从这个资金的这边的维度包括发 bounty 这些维度合作在这个守护者这边呢，他可能论坛这边的话呢他就会关注的少一些，对，所以呢就是后来就是 Steward 这边的话呢，有一个人是第2个这个人就是 Simona 他提出一个就是我们要把这些活跃的这个 Steward 呢组织在一起，大家呢可以是去集中去讨论一些提案，所以呢我们就是把找了14个比较活跃的，然后呢考虑了这个 diversity， 然后呢等等，然后活跃程度，然后呢列了14个人在这里面，然后大部分呢都是这个道里面的 leader。那比如说 Zhou 的话，第一个 Zhou 的话是这个 FDD 的 leader， 然后 Chris 是在 DAOPS 里面 ，Simona 也是这个 DAOPS 里面的 governance 这一块的，然后这个是 Britney 是 MMM， 然后呢我是在做这个 support 这块，然后 TJ 应该也是 FDD 这块，对，然后呢其实每一个人的话呢，在目前在 GitcoinDAO 里面都是比较活跃的，对。然后那对于 GitcoinDAO 的话做的项目，然后呢，那接下来的一些方向，除了那4个项目其中 Bitcoin 那个 Grant 2.0其实就是其中之一嘛。然后呢，另外呢还有几个正在关注的方向了当然这个的话呢也是取决于现在的这个大的背景现在这个熊市的情况下，比如说这个有一个很重要的就是这个如何的可持续性就是 financial sustainable 是吧？就是如何可持续。因为如果你有看到那个 Bitcoin 财库的报表的话，在最近发布出来的报表里面，仍然是99%是 GTC。那这就意味着什么呢？那财库会一下子缩水的非常厉害。然后算下来目前的市值的话呢，大概只有2000多万，对，所以的话呢，这个还是需要重点去考虑的就是这个可持续性。另外一个呢，很重要的就是这个 Grant 的 GMV 就是我们刚才看到的那个 GMV 的那个表那个数字，对，然后这个也是一个很重要的一个方向，就是如何去扩大这个 Grant 的影响力去帮助到更多的这个 public goods 这些公共品这是很重要的方向Grant 2.0 其实这个是也是去 support 这个 Grant， 然后呢，另外还有是在 GitcoinDAO 里面内部的这种协调因为呢目前呢我们发现的几个比较重要的问题，一个重要的问题是就是DAO里面的各个小组其实相对来讲是比较独立这是一个问题。另外还有一个问题是DAO里面这些小组的话呢，大家在申请预算的时候其实都是花钱是大手大脚就是在 GR14 的时候，就是 Season 14的时候，我们那个投票然后其中那个有一个 Steward 叫我们可以看前面这个有一个 Steward 是这个人大家如果在 Twitter 上面关注比较多呢，应该看到他叫 Lefteris他呢其实直接就是把所有的提案几乎全给否了其中很重要的观点就是说，我们看看这个一个季度，然后6个工作小组申请了400多万美元的预算，他们在干什么？然后呢交付了什么？这个确实这个数字有点说不过去我其实我也很理解这个 Lefteris 提出来的这个质疑确实 GitcoinDAO 在做交付方面做的稍微需要提升一下，对，所以呢这是那什么，这也是就是DAO里面可能需要去改进的地方，需要去提升的地方，对。然后刚才其实这有提到了，就是未来的这个发展方向的，当然有一个可能前面没提到，就是 Kernel Kernel 的话呢，其实目前正在脱离 Gitcoin 对，就是这个其实是 Gitcoin 早期的 co-founder 之一啊，他来去lead 的一个，你可以理解为是 Web 3.0的一个孵化器啊，有点像 Web 3.0的这个 YC 啊。然后呢，如果你想加入 Kernel 的话呢，你可以去了解一下，有个叫它有它的单独的一个网站啊，你在 Gitcoin 的网站上面直接能看到那个 Kernel 这个，好，那这个我分享的话呢，就分享到这儿啊。这个是Gitcoin 的它的论坛的这个就是治理论坛的网址。好，我分享的话就分享到这儿。然后呢，谢谢大家。然后有问题的话呢，我们可以下来再沟通交流。好，谢谢，谢谢。
好，谢谢鲍勃老师啊，相信大家对 GitcoinDAO也有了更深的了解啊。祝鲍勃老师可以更好的作为 Bitcoin 的守护者，来帮助更多公共物品的构建。好，接下来我们话筒交给 Afra。
那么接下来呢，我们就回到下一个环节。接下来我们会请到 Near 的创始人一龙先生，让他们为我们带来题为“拓疆开放式网络”的主题演讲。For the next section, please welcome Illia. He's a co-founder of Near. He'll be delivering a keynote speech called Next Frontier of Open Web. Now I'm going to pass down the mic to Illia. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Illia, and I'm co-founder of Near. And today I want to talk about next frontier of the open web. The way we see the open web is the world where people control their assets, data, and power of governance. This is the world where we have everyone having access to all of this, having ability to interact with all the applications. Applications themselves are composables that are able to work with each other. And there's a clear understanding of how these applications are changing, what's their lifespan, and ideally they continue operating beyond any single team or people supporting it. That's why it's building on open source, it's building on kind of open money that Bitcoin introduced, and going beyond that, building the Web3 open web world. And to achieve this vision, right, this vision means, billions of people actually using this. You need a simple, secure, and scalable infrastructure. You need something that can truly scale to billions of users, meaning it can actually allow them to interact, to have their accounts, to have their funds, to link their data into this. And so to achieve that, the only way to do this is through parallel execution, through actually sharding the execution, through sharding the blockchain. So Near has been building the first truly sharded blockchain in this ecosystem to really deliver kind of the scale for billions of users. At the same time, it needs to be simple to use, right? When we talk about billions of users, this is not the people who are familiar with technology. This is not the people who are familiar with cryptography. It's not going to be the people who will know what hash of a public key is. And so how do we allow them to use this, to understand this, but at the same time, kind of is really easy onboarding. And so focusing on, simplicity of account model, right? Having usernames as accounts, having different keys with different permissions to allow different devices to be added, right? Kind of more similar to OAuth, to flows that users are more used to from, Active Directory, from, login with WeChat, with Facebook, with Google. And at the same time, hiding the blockchain from the user, right? How can we make it easier, not visible? And part of it is also, it needs to work really fast such that it's almost invisible to the user. So fast finality is a must. We also need to make it really simple to build, right? The developers should be able to build with the languages they're familiar with and really onboard into the ecosystem with the tooling they're used to. Security is a huge concern, and it's kind of spans both from how to build infrastructure in a secure way, but also how to make it easy for users to onboard and not feel that the money will be stolen, the thing they're using gonna fall apart, there will be a rug pull in applications they use. So I'll talk more about this, but extremely important to do this. And beyond this, as this infrastructure scales, we want to make sure that it is carbon neutral, it is sustainable, it is actually working with kind of the ecosystem to improve sustainability in the world. So NEAR is actually energy efficient, certified carbon neutral through South Pole. And so we also invite everyone else to kind of expand on that as well. So we've launched in October 2020, and the mainnet fully decentralized. And since then, there's over 560 projects now, companies building on the ecosystem. There's 400,000 communities, over 11 million accounts, and kind of over 150 million transactions. It's pretty big developer ecosystem. I think it's fourth largest and second fast growing. There's 2,000 developers, and obviously this continue accelerating. So for developers in the audience, right, the kind of, because NEAR is designed for this developer experience and user experience, there is a whole host of tools, whole host of kind of capabilities that are there for developer to really start kind of both building in the ecosystem, but also building for the user. And so check out the developer tools at high level, programming languages that you're familiar with, JavaScript, Rust, and potentially more, because underneath it's WebAssembly. It's the same kind of platform that's used in browsers. It allows to execute pretty much generic programs. And there's a lot of teams in the ecosystem, broader WebAssembly ecosystem, that are working on compilers and tools for that. And so you're able to really take programming languages and existing pieces of software and run them on NEAR ecosystem. And I'll mention Aurora being an interesting example, because it actually took existing part of the code base written in Rust and just ran it as a smart contract. NEAR Wallet is, easy onboarding. You're able to onboard people through links. You're able to kind of drop NFTs through, one time, for example, private key. So because having all this kind of flexibility on account model allows you to really create new experiences and high blockchain as much as possible. Education is huge. The space is still very little, right? I mean, with few thousand developers, we're one of the biggest developer ecosystems. So really working across university and NEAR certified developer to bring in more developers to really educate and kind of showcase and then give like practical problems that people can solve. So check out NEAR.org education if you really want to get into the space. The contract itself is actually getting percentage of fees. And so this allows to create new business models for developers, especially around open source that didn't exist before. And so it's really exciting because now you can build new pieces of software that are open source, but they're actually making money from the usage. And obviously the ecosystem is expanding and there's a lot of funding in the ecosystem. NEAR grants has been one of the drivers, but also proximity grants for DeFi. There's a number of eco funds in the ecosystem like MetaVeb, Move, that are really supporting kind of early stage protocols and projects on the NEAR ecosystem. So check them out. So kind of really looking across, we are on a journey to this billion users, right? And obviously the infrastructure is not there yet. NEAR started with running one shard and has been proving out the kind of the whole infrastructure. But as it's been evolving, right, last year launched Simple Nightshade, which is really starting to shard state and then allowing to run 4 shards at the same time. And kind of the whole point of Near's design, right, is to make it simple for users and developers. Is really not kind of getting them involved in the details of how the scaling works. And to achieve that, it's abstracted out, right? The developers and users are not actually interacting with shards directly. Sharding is happening underneath, similarly how this happens when you're using any normal Web2 application. And so when this resharding happened kind of late last year, there has been zero impact on the users and developers, right? Like it went from 1 shard to 4 shards completely seamlessly, pretty much just expanding capacity of the network. And so kind of the next stage of this is going to be launching in the next couple of months is really allowing to kind of have more active participants in the network, scaling to 300-400 active validators. And then beyond that, switching to pretty much only chunk-only producers across the network, lowering kind of hardware requirements for everyone. The final stage, right, the stage we're really working toward as the ecosystem is dynamic resharding. This is a stage where as the demand for the network grows, right, as more applications launch and some applications become more popular, the network itself expands. And so the best mental model for near kind of sharding for near ecosystem, the blockchain itself is the idea that the blocks actually can grow in size, right? And so as the demand for the block size grows, the blocks can grow in size, adding more nodes to the network, processing more things in parallel. And to do that, there's still a lot of work, but this is kind of the roadmap that's been progressing toward. And this will add this ability to linearly scale with the demand to the usage. Now, this is the protocol itself, right? Around it, there's a number of kind of projects and protocols, infrastructure, and applications that are working, as well as a whole stack of, I kind of mentioned, eco funds, proximity grants, of entities that are helping projects to be successful. And the Near Foundation is kind of at the basis of it, working on education as well as grants. There's proximity labs, DeFi, Human Guild on gaming, regional hubs kind of across the world, from China to Ukraine and Balkans to Kenya and US and LATAM. Now, diving into infrastructure, there's a number of core players, right? There's a lot of different aspects of Near protocol that different companies and projects are really focused on. And so Pagoda is one of those players that really focused on delivering Web3 startup platform. This is all the tooling you need to truly build startups in the ecosystem. And so it starts obviously with blockchain data, with infrastructure. And because a lot of the core developers of the blockchain protocol are in Pagoda as well. Beyond that, building on this is analytics, right? Understanding what's happening with this data, with the users, and then defining triggers and alarms and kind of interactions with that. Security is also comes in here because you can actually have an interactive security model which understands what's happening with your smart contracts, with your network, with your application, and is able to potentially pause it or trigger some alarm. Beyond that, there's interaction with wallets, with the user, notifications, all the things you need to connect your application to the user level, front-end application side. And then beyond that, what you need to actually do a startup, right? So beyond just building, you need to create a management structure, to issue a token, to create NFTs, to do marketing. And so all this tooling really links up together in Pagoda's developer console. Like it actually allows to have a singular view into your Web3 startup across all of those pieces. And that's, so check out Pagoda. I mean, still building out a lot of the stack, but this is really the way to kind of build in the future. At the same time, there's a lot of other ecosystems that have kind of developers who want to launch applications, and there are a few different interoperability protocols that are offering kind of amazing capabilities. Aurora being really interesting because it's a EVM smart contract that runs on Near. So I mentioned you can take existing piece of code, right? EVM smart code that was running inside, for example, one of the Ethereum clients, and just run it as a smart contract on Near, right? Hooking in all the data, reads and writes. And obviously you need all the tooling around it. You need, RPC nodes and stuff like this. But this is what Aurora delivers. It's a full-on compatible experience, but that runs as a smart contract, right? It's completely composable with other smart contract on Near. And at the same time, it has, support with MetaMask truffle. The base token that, your smart contracts use is ETH. And they actually yesterday launched, or on 17th launched the Aurora Plus. Aurora Plus is really the ability to have a transaction fee, like no transaction fee experience on Aurora. And so this is really where the innovation goes, right? Is kind of removing the barriers to entry, getting users to truly use the blockchain and kind of hide all of the complexity that is going under it. And so check out Aurora.plus. It's really powerful, and it's going to be expanding to kind of across the whole Near ecosystem. The other side of this is really how do we scale beyond what the even sharded network can do, right? Sometimes you need to customize how transactions are processed. Sometimes you need to really change how the runtime is done. And so what Octopus is offering is ability to launch app chains, like custom application chains that are hooked into Near ecosystem. It's pretty much a leasing security model. It's extremely cheap for the app chain to lend, and at the same time, it's fully hooked into Near ecosystem. It's able to interoperate with it and with all the other chains that Near is linked to through Rainbow Bridge. And so Rainbow Bridge is technology, and it's not the only bridge, but it's the only trustless, permissionless protocol right now that connects to Ethereum. It's the only one that actually is running light clients on both sides to verify the security of both chains when the assets are transferred, when the kind of communication happens. But actually, what Rainbow Bridge is really just ability to read the state and kind of all the transaction data, block data of the other chain. And you can program whatever experience you want on top of that, right? It can be reading the transactions that are locking and unlocking tokens. It can be interacting with another contract on that chain. It can be reading the state of that contract, like reading the chain link state from the Ethereum on Near. And so that allows truly to build kind of lots of different ways to interconnect the chains. So all of these are ways you can interoperate or kind of integrate existing or kind of other ecosystems applications into the Near ecosystem. On the other side, there's a huge world of Web 2 that exists that is not able to participate in Web 3. And it's not able to participate because they're not able to put all the data they have publicly, right? And fully encrypted data is not like they cannot work on. And so to push beyond that, right, there is a private shard. Private shard is a way to run infrastructure like Near shard that's completely within a business's firewalls, and it still can run across like contracts. It can still have data, and all this is checked in as hashes on a public chain, kind of similar to how other shards as well synchronized. And so that allows to have smart contracts that are interacting between public and private, between different private shards. You can have all the assets being bridged and interacted. You can also run kind of consortium networks if you want, but you can also just have a dedicated private shard for your own company. And obviously you can run Aurora in there as well. So all this is a way to bring in all of this kind of Web 2 existing companies, startups, or full-on enterprises to start interacting with Web3 without needing to fully move all of their interactions to public chain. And Calimera is a company that's building this technology and offering kind of both technology as well as software as a service to run this. Now, I mentioned security, and so a lot of work went in to build simple experiences, as well as create enough flexibility so that developers can build simple experiences like Aurora Plus, which kind of completely hide blockchain and offers you a very straightforward kind of Web2 experience without fees. Now, security is on the other side, something that there's still a lot of work to do, right? Users are truly nervous about holding crypto, about like self-custody, seed phrases, even though this is, kind of the mission there is they have control, they're truly nervous and uncomfortable with doing that. At the same time, the applications are constantly getting hacked. There's vulnerabilities, there's malicious intent, and the users are kind of getting stuck in that, right? Like especially the less technical users that come to this, the more the malicious things are happening. So how do we go beyond seed phrase? Well, because of near account model, you're actually able to create new experiences. They don't always mean it's a full custody, and they may be not complete self-custody. It can be somewhere in between, and the user can decide where in between they want to live, right? Because you can have a number of different keys with different permissions on the user account. As a user, you can decide that you want to trust the bank, but not with your full custody, but with ability to recover your account over time. You can trust that multiple banks need to come in to recover. You can trust your friends. You can trust some other set of kind of guardians. At the same time, you can have 2FA. So Near Wallet been running 2FA for a year now, where you are actually can initiate transactions, and a centralized server will uses your second factor to confirm this transaction. And this centralized server is not able to initiate transactions. It's not able to do anything on its own. It only can confirm the transactions. And what it allows to do is actually have an active detection model, right? It's actually something that can detect if your transaction looks suspicious, if your transaction potentially, trying to move all your money out of this account that looks suspicious, maybe pause it, maybe make sure that not just second factor, but something else is confirmed. And so you can have like lots of different experiences built in on top of this kind of very, very flexible model. And at the same time, we're talking about contract hacks. We're talking about, interacting with something that user, we always say like read the code, right? For developers, potentially we do that, but most of the time, 99.99% of users will not do it. And so how do we surface this information? Well, we need to have it on blockchain. We need to have registries that are checked in on the blockchain, that are tracking contract audits, that are tracking security notices, that are linked into bug bounties. This way, in the wallet, when you're interacting with the contract, when you're signing a transaction, you actually surface the information, what's going on with this contract, what's going on with this, like, is there open bug bounties? Is this audited? Is the audit outdated? All this information can be presented at the time to the user and make them able to even make decisions around it, right? And wallet can actually stop things that look suspicious and vulnerable, right? Wallets and kind of wallet services can now run active detection models on the contracts, partner with bounty networks to really detect if something is happening and potentially block or at least pause the user's interaction with that. So there's a lot more to do, and but the capabilities we have with the blockchain itself is actually should be used to secure the user. It should be used to protect them from the interactions they're having. So what's next, right? A lot of this is done. Security is obviously still in many ways work in progress. But beyond that, the biggest things are really coming in the next set of protocols, right? It's social graph, its ability to build social graphs and use them across different applications. It's ways to create communication protocols, like notifications is the simplest communication. How do we do it in a permissionless world? How do we manage that? And then we need reputation, because you want to make sure that only reputable entities can broadcast, can interact with the user. Digital content, like everything from music to video, from from text to even images. Like, how do we manage that in a more coherent way? How do we have CDNs that are serving this on the edge without relying on centralized servers and without censorship? Certification, right? How do we make sure that things are certified, truly certified by the originator? So this is where something like Calimero private shard is actually extremely useful, where the certificate issuer would be running the private shard, and then you can still prove the certificate on chain for other entities without revealing all of the kind of underlying information that led to the certification. Conflict resolution is huge, right? If we want to have real world interactions, people working together, we need ways to resolve conflicts around on-chain identities, right? Somebody said that they delivered the product, they launched it, they did the work, they delivered the kind of food, right? How do we resolve this if somebody doesn't disagree? And that leads to actually building a gig protocol, like ability to schedule work, to really get it paid and get it agreed. So I want to thank you. There's a lot to do in this ecosystem. The kind of all of those components are still out there to be built and innovate. And I invite all the developers here to start working on them. Go to near.org/grants if you want to apply for funding, as well as you can get connected to the EcoFunds through that. And please build on. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us today, Illia. 谢谢一龙为我们带来的分享。以太坊是蕴含着丰富思想的庞大系统，除了技术之外，哲学、社会学、艺术也是它不可缺少的组成部分，共同构成了以太坊的生态。正如 Vitalik 早上所说，上海这座城市魅力十足，但归根到底，人才是最重要的。在伊利亚技术含量十足的分享之后，接下来我们的话题将有更多的人文关怀。我们将开启今天第一个圆桌讨论，话题是人之境遇 Web 3.0 的速与变。Let's have our first roundtable discussion. The topic is human condition. Will Web3 change us? 我是这场圆桌的主持人，我叫姚翔早上和大家介绍了，我是元宇理论的发起人。今天我们有幸邀请到了多位嘉宾来参与到我们的圆桌讨论。他们分别是张琳女士，她是 Old Fashion Research 合伙人张老师和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 Ling 我是 Old Fashion Research 的创始合伙人。Old Fashion Research 呢是一家新的这个多策略的区块链投资基金和研究机构。我本人大概是在2018年的时候开始从业这个 Web 3.0 的这个行业。我之前呢主要是在币安负责这个并购和战略投资。在去年夏天的时候，我们几个合伙人从币安离职，成立了我们自己的这个投资基金和研究机构 OFR。非常感谢主办方的邀请，今天有机会能够跟各位老师一起来交流一下这个行业的一些体会和这个心得。谢谢主持人。
谢谢接下来是孙哲老师，来自上海财经大学社会学系。
好的，感谢主持人，感谢主办方的邀请，很高兴能有这个机会来去做这样的一个讨论。我自己主要是在高校里面从事社会学的研究，我比较感兴趣的是从社会学的角度来去研究元宇宙当中的一些新的现象和新的变化，所以可能主要从这个学术视角给大家带来一些分享。谢谢。
谢谢。接下来是罗金海先生，他是量子学派的创始人。罗老师和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是量子学派的 CEO 罗金海，也是2014年元宇宙的发起人。我们对元宇宙的关注，或者对 Web3 的关注，是源于我们最早期对 整个加密学以及区块链的关注。谢谢大家。
好，谢谢。最后一位是孙启栋先生，他是梅鼎文化艺术总监。
大家好，我是梅鼎公司的孙启栋。我梅鼎公司是一家当代艺术的文化创意产业公司，我们旗下包括了梅鼎画廊、梅鼎美术馆，还有梅鼎教育，是一个整个的当代艺术的一个生态的塑造和推动者。在我们最近的这1到2年，加密艺术也是轰轰烈烈的来到了我们的眼前，也是对我们来说产生了非常大的影响。我们也非常愿意参与这个讨论，跟大家分享，由我们从这个艺术的层面来跟大家的进行一些探讨。
好，谢谢。很高兴和大家在云上相见相聚，ETH上海共同度过了1个小时的时光。原本这个小时我们应该在线下度过。策划活动的时候，我设想在这个斑驳的树影中，我们走到会场，然后大家一起喝着咖啡，一起缓步走上舞台。但很遗憾，最终我们只能在家里通过视频来交流。我不由得想起博尔赫斯在《南方》中的一段描述。这段话是这么说的：他想到他有一生而为2人的感觉，一个秋日在祖国的大地上行进，另一个被关在疗养院里，忍受着有条不紊的摆布。我想这反映出我们作为人类的一种境况。尽管肉体受到一些禁锢，但是交流和分享有助于我们从现实的这个困顿中走出，一起行走在精神的抗撞大道上。而 Web 3.0 这个并不新鲜的名词，它究竟塑造了什么，又给困境中的我们带来了什么改变呢？今天我们将围绕着人来讨论 Web 3对人的影响。首先我想知道 Web 3对各位嘉宾来说塑造了什么样的独特的个性，想请大家分享 Web 3和你们比较特别的故事作为开场。大家也可以分享一些更多的信息，让听众更加了解你。首先是张琳女士，你是来自这个北京大学的高材生在 Web 3行业也工作了很多年。我很好奇的是，你的师长同学他们怎么评价你的工作？他们理解 Web 3吗？
我觉得非常有意思，因为刚刚主持人提到说我在这个行业很多年，其实到今天为止，我还觉得我自己是个小白。我大概是2018年的时候进入这个行业的。当时呢，进入这个行业的时候，确实身边有很多的一些朋友，就包括创投圈的一些朋友，因为我之前是在一个传统互联网行业嘛，然后呢，包括身边的一些这个创投朋友，还有一些校友，可能对这个行业的认知还是比较片面，或者是表现出了一定的这个疑惑。从过去的3年到今天，我觉得还是有一些非常令人惊喜和兴奋的一些变化吧。从我的角度来讲，作为这个行业的创业者，我觉得有2个变化是让我觉得就特别兴奋的。第一个是从我身边的这个创投圈的朋友来讲，我所观察到的就是大家对整个 Web 3的这个认知开始从一个至少从创业的角度来讲，大家开始从一个从激励模型到技术模型和激励模型开始割裂的这种状态和业务设计的模式，开始呢逐步走向一个建立和技术和激励模型一体化的这个认知过程。然后呢，这个创业项目的本质呢也开始从一个纯改造型，然后到一个创造型的这个本质的变化。因为我自己最明显的一个感受，就是因为我是大概2018年的时候入行的嘛，那个时候是行业踩在了2017年的那个牛市末，所以当时呢，我们见证了一大波的这个 Web 2.0 的创业者开始呢，就是投身于这个 Web 3.0 的这个创业。那个时候，我那个时候是开始了主要进入行业呢，是主要做这个投资。那个时候从投资者的这个角度，我们所看到大部分的项目都是以改造为主，也就是说，我怎么在这个原有的这个业务模型上强行的去嵌入这个区块链的技术或者这个激励模型。那么很遗憾的是，大部分类似的这种项目和尝试，在过去几年其实逐步都以这个失败告终。因为在本质上，类似的这样的尝试探索，其实没有创造更多新的这个价值，没有解决新的痛点，或者没有进一步更好的去满足用户的这个诉求。而在过去的2年多的这个时间里，我们所逐步的感受到的一个新的变化是，有越来越多的以创造型为主的这样子的探索和尝试的这样的创业者开始投身于这个 Web 3.0，也就是我们所说的就是 原生的这个区块链这个创业者的这个思维和他们原生的 Web 3.0的产品设计逻辑和这个塑造，开始呢就是在这个行业里面逐步的更多的这个涌现。并且呢，他们有越来越多的这个创业者呢，意识到了在 Web 3.0的环境下，有更多的这种公平的竞争机会和创业启动的这个快速更有效率的去推动的这个机会。这个是从整个创投圈的身边的一些朋友的一个感受变化。另外一个就是刚刚主持人提到的，从我的这个校友圈，因为我自己是就北大的本科嘛，哈佛的研究生，然后当时在进入这个行业的时候，确实身边有很多的校友是表示不理解的。但是在过去的2年多时间里，我们看到有越来越多的，就我身边的一些校友，包括一些朋友，越来越多的人才，高质量的人才和创投的这个创业者开始投身于这个 Web 3.0的行业，并且有越来越多校友开始寻求在这个行业里面的职业机会或者是创业机会。有其实非常明显的一个变化是，你会发现有越来越多的高校开始在校里面自发的由学生的组织或者官方的这个组织去成立区块链的这个协会，或者 Web 3.0的这种学生协会或者学生自发组织的这个俱乐部。我自己的一个感受是，我觉得对于整个 Web 3.0的认知，在我过去从业的经验到今天，我觉得逐步的从一个很小众的这个认知和这个一个领域，开始更多的开始慢慢的走向一个大众和主流。这是我的一个这个个人的一个观察和感受。
好，谢谢啊，我觉得你也给你的这些校友树立了一个很好的榜样。接下来我想问一下罗老师，前段时间有一篇文章特别火啊，我在朋友圈看到很多朋友分享，它的名字叫 Web3 与中国无关这个是量子学派的一篇文章，罗老师应该就是这篇文章的作者。我想请问罗老师，那这篇文章写作契机是什么？然后在发表之后有没有收到一些比较有意思的反馈？
因为我们其实是在这个领域里面是耕耘了很长时间了，因为我们可能是最早一代，就是给大家灌输加密学领域这个概念的最早一批的骨灰级集合吧，是这样讲的。因为我们可能最早的时候，我可能在2011年的时候，当时还在报社迷你的时候，就已经在关注所有关于跟加密学相关的一些东西了啊。到后来的话，13年的时候，我们就开始做跟加密领域相关的一些第三方支付啊、电子商务平台啊，其实做得很早了。所以一路走来的话，我们对整个领域的话，其实是了解得非常的清楚的，包括它整个历史的脉络的话，可以说是息息相关吧。但是发展到今天，发展到2015年，其实2014年才有区块链的概念出来了啊。开始是没有区块链的概念的，其实是啊。到后面的，好，不好意思，我声音稍微调大一点点，我声音稍微大一点点，好吧，
好，谢谢。
就是14年底才有区块链的概念出来啊，就那时候大家谈的都是区块链以前的概念，就是到后面的话，到了17年、18年，我们其实经历过很多的事情，我们都看得到。但是到了今天，到了2020年到2021年的元宇宙的概念，以及到现在为止关于 Web3 的概念，我们一路走过来看的话，但是它最核心的东西是没有改变的，其实本质上的东西是没有改变的，它的最开始的原教旨主义的精神是没有改变的。所以现在 Web3 之所以大家都来讨论的原因，它的底层逻辑还是一个去中心化的一个概念，其实这是它的支持的底层的逻辑是这样子的。这里面发生了很多的一些大家觉得是一些不可理解的事情，或者一些比较疯狂的事情，或者是人性本身堕落的一些事情的话，我们没有办法就是完全把它去掉但是本质上来讲的话，在这一个领域里面，我们把孩子跟脏水一起倒掉的这个事情发生的太多了所以我们自己在做这些项目的时候，包括我们观察朋友在做这些项目的时候，就会看到发生了很多的一些悲剧性的事情。而我们从个人来讲，还是从企业来讲，或者是整个国家来讲的话，其实我们是可以做更多的事情的，或者在这样的一个领域里面，我们是有积累的。我们一开始是跟国际上是齐头并进的 顶多是我们在最底层的这种思想领域，或者是最底层的这个逻辑，或者最底层的代码，或是最底层的协议这一块，我们可能稍微确实是缺乏那种真正的原创性。但是从整个的这个企业的应用，还是对整个加密学领域的这些扩展到的各个另外的子应用的话，其实都是非常的优秀的这一块。我们是经历了整个一个时代。那我们看到了这么多的事情，当然我们知道我们有些话能说，有些话可能还是要谨慎一些，这个我们是可以理解这件事情的。但是作为量子学派这样的一个大号的话，你知道我们要做一件事情的话，其实非常谨慎的，我们是要去做出一些抉择的啊。但是有些东西呢，我是觉得我们还是有必要去不是我们本质上我们是怀着对这个土地上的某一种关爱吧，就是说还是要去说一点事情。这个东西我作为量子学派的 CEO 的话，其实我个性是非常煎熬的啊，我要做这件事情其实是挺煎熬的。其实这件事情也不是一天两天写成的，可能很早之前的话就是有这方面的一些想法吧，只是说放在那个地方啊。但是没有办法，就是说我们只能做到我们该做的事情啊，我们只能做该做的事情啊。至于它未来到底发生什么事情的话，我觉得是不是需要每一个人都要去但是我觉得也没有那么的悲观了。可能我们在说这件事情的时候说的有点过于悲观。那过于悲观的原因是希望更多的人来警醒吧，其实没有什么太大的这种没有什么恶意啊。那回头来讲的话，就是这篇文章发出去之后，当然有很多的人会来找我啊，会有无论是创业者也好啊，还是一些加密领域里面的一些小伙伴也好，还是科技金融圈里面的一些人，或者甚至是投资圈里面的一些前沿的一些投资者的话，他可能都会来谈这件事情。不过当然有发生过一些事情，但是也主要是大家就是互相问好了啊，问候到底怎么回事嘛就是这个我觉得也很正常所以发生了一些事情，但是有些事情我就不好谈嘛这个东西不好说这件事情啊。但是整体上来讲的话，我是觉得悲观中有乐观吧，乐观中也有悲观吧，就是我个人是觉得在整个的思想层面的东西的话，我们是需要悲观的，因为我们确实是从底层来讲的话，我们在这种原创性和这种自由性，还有就这种本身对代码的理解力，包括我们自己在创造性的应用层面来讲的话，我们就是整个从华人圈里面来讲的话，我们真的是要么是缺乏基因，要么是我们本身缺乏信仰，或者是我们自己对这种原创性的东西我们缺乏足够的尊重但是乐观性的层面来讲的话，是说无论怎么样，就是从应用层面来讲的话我觉得我们一定能够追上去的虽然说是不管现在或者未来的短暂的这个情况怎么样，我们不在乎这个事情，但是我未来的话，我觉得以我们自己的这种聪明才智的话，我是觉得是没有问题不太大的在这里面要注意的一点就是说，就是我们自己这个整个社会的一种，我们从社会价值层面来讲的话，我们要自己要反思一点事情，就是说我们的整个的，因为从一开始我是从2011年我们开始关注这个领域，很多的时候我们更多的是在关注这种非底层价值的应用层面的一些开发。大家都知道的，就是我们很多的时候就是看它的这个就是看 K 线图一样，天天在看 K 线图，我觉得是没有意义的。就是说在我看来因为从我自己的个人的这个体验来讲的话，我们看到了太多的人在这个方面浪费了太多的时间，而且他最终不一定会获得胜利的。就是说这一点大家一定要清楚，不要看短暂的那些幸存者偏差或者短暂的这种所谓的财富的榜样效应，我们没有必要在这方面去，否则的话你永远是一个失败者在这个领域里面所以就是因为这方面的金融性太强了，而科技性太弱了，我觉得这方面的话对很多人来讲的话确实不健康一种不健康的心态。不要就是因为包括 Web3 其实本质上也是一样的，因为它底层的逻辑在金融逻辑是相似的，所以我们不要被 Web3 像就是一个就是摩比斯环或者是魔戒一样不要像套上魔戒一样成为最后一个人性的一个堕落者。我们要自己要把这个指环王摘下来，我们要自己勇敢的去面对这所有的一切谢谢
好， 谢谢罗老师啊，他非常的具有对行业的关怀。然后我也想到一句话，我特别喜欢，就是说，正因为未来是不确定的，所以我们今天所有的努力才是有意义的。那谢谢罗老师。接下来我想问孙哲、孙启东两位孙老师啊，就是孙哲老师对上海、对空间都有很深的研究。孙启东老师去年也策划了一个应该是和 Web3 有点关系的展览。我想问一下二位，Web3 给艺术、给策展、给这些相关的实践有没有带来一些新的东西？那么，艺术家们他们会怎么看待这个问题？那先请孙哲老师好吗？
感谢主持人啊，我首先补充一点，第一个问题就是说一两句话哈，就是反倒是我观察到学界里面非经管类的学者，包括人文、哲学，包括中文，包括当然社会学，对于 Web3 和元宇宙的概念是非常拥抱的。然后这种拥抱也让我觉得特别有趣，就是因为我在2021年的社会学年会上就做了一个关于 Web3 社区的一个报告，然后同行的反馈都是非常积极拥抱的。然后令我更吃惊的是，在2020年，就是上海疫情还之前的时候，在上海就出现过一个人文学界的就是关于元宇宙的大会，包括后面又出现一个全国的元宇宙的社会学的大会。那我觉得这些信号都是学界对于这个 Web3 或者元宇宙语境的一个比较积极的信号。那回到这个第二个问题，就是具体对于艺术这一点的话，我其实在上海的刘海粟美术馆做过一个分享，是关于艺术社区的，也就是在 Web3 时代或者在元宇宙时代，艺术跟社会的关系会更加紧密，而会超越一个 fine art 就是纯艺术的这样一种概念。那所以在这个当中，我们会看到事件类的艺术，就是艺术是一种事件，而不只是一个单纯的一个物质作品，这一点会产生更多的影响力。如果我们用行为艺术来去看很多的这个艺术藏品，比如说 Beeple 或者 Banksy 的作品的话，我们都会更加的理解。但如果我们从传统的这样一个艺术审美的话，就会产生很大的一个就是觉得一个偏差。那我就觉得是把艺术还原成事件，这是第一点。第二点就是艺术的包容性会更强，就艺术会跨界，它不只是对于艺术家的艺术，而是像博伊斯说的人人都是艺术家。那在这个时候，全民的审美和创造，这个就是艺术，不是说只有美院里面才叫艺术，而是我们每一个的这个艺术消费或者是艺术购买的行为，它都是构成了一个审美和创造。那所以其实每个人也都有这样一种创造或者进入艺术的能力。那我觉得在这方面，这个信号也是非常对于 Web3 或者元宇宙来去说是一个比较积极的信号。那我就先说到这些。
好，谢谢孙老师的这个分享啊，以及他对前面问题的补充。其实那场元宇宙的社会学的峰会吧，我也在线上观看了，确实有很多的收获。我觉得这些跨学科的合作，我们可以也借着这个ETH上海的这个机会，向大家来呼吁我们开展更多跨学科的合作。那接下来还是刚才的问题，想请孙启东老师分享一下您的观点。
好的，谢谢主持人。我这个问题其实反而让我可以回应一下刚才罗金海老师的发言，其实对我很有启发。因为给我提的这个问题其实很有意思，就是他已经预设了 Web 3.0 给艺术行业带来了新东西，然后来邀请我做题。但其实就是很多人，包括艺术行业的人，对于艺术的认知始终处于一种媒介决定论的惯性思维当中。比如说，摄影的诞生造成了绘画的终结，数字电影终结了胶片，亦或是一种取代主义，就是现代艺术取代了古典艺术，波普艺术取代了抽象表现主义。这样，你看，我们有很多这样的言论充斥在我们的生活当中。这是一个关于新的一个神话。我想就是大家在外界看到的所谓很多艺术圈的人，都是在持续的兜售和贩卖这套说辞。他们要不就是投其所好，妄想从这个 Web 3.0 当中分一杯羹，要不就是妄图凭借着 Web 3.0 实现一种弯道超车，获得他们在艺术行业永远无法获得的话语权。这种关于新的叙事得到了广泛的传播和认同，其实只是跟大多数人的这种线性思维方式有关，因为我们大多数人接受了这样的观念。我们今天不是来进行哲学探讨的，但是确实是我们的很多的思维和认知习惯决定了我们其实对很多真正的问题视而不见，很难提出新的问题。我们首先要摆脱或者对这种关于新的神话的这种迷恋，然后我们才能真正的有可能去讨论 Web 3.0 究竟能给策展或者艺术带来什么，否则它永远只能吸引艺术行业的投机者。 那我们说完了这个前提呢，我们来看一看，我觉得大体上艺术行业来说，2016年开始真正的对 Web 3.0、对区块链有一些前沿的思考和行动。我在这里可能主要谈5点，比如说第一点，科技的资本主义。科技其实以不同的方式劫持了全球的经济，这种劫持本质上关乎于权利和合法性，所以我们要思考如何实现一种艺术化的劫持，比如说艺术家的这种加密艺术作品，它来替换以前的这种以太坊的这种区块链旧式的代币的图像和元数据。那第二个方面，比如说是我们要关注艺术行业特别关注我们的这种加密作品的铸造过程中的非人类的劳动。那这部分劳动对人类来说是难以察觉和量化的，但是这种东西是不可或缺的。第3点，我想讨论一下，比如说区块链作品它涉及的地缘政治问题。OK， 这个我就不展开来讲了。第4一点，加密艺术的形式它非常适合承载观念性的艺术理念，但是因为这种文件格式相对的是有限的，所以说你不能只看到这种视觉效果本身，而背后的观念其实是更重要的。艺术家希望在观念层面首先完成对于这种加密艺术作品的这种祛魅和再复美。那第5一点呢，我想最后一点就是将过往的作品或者是非艺术品铸造成这种加密艺术作品是目前的一大趋势。这个指向了作品诞生的时候和现在被消费的时候的这种文化落差，如何弥合这种文化落差啊？这涉及到更大的我们整个世界轰轰烈烈的从这种模拟社会到数字化世界的这样一个变迁的过程。
好的，谢谢孙启东老师啊。也就是我们做了一个开场的一个 warm up， 然后大家也都就给大家提了一些针对性的话题。因为我本来想接下来问问大家这个怎么接触到 Web3， 然后对 Web3 有什么理解。其实我觉得在刚才那道回答里，大家都或多或少的分享了自己的这个观点啊。所以我想先追问一下孙启东老师，就是刚才您提到这个观念性艺术形态背后的这个理念，您能再展开说一下吗？那这背后的观念到底哪些观念您认为是重要的，在这个 Web3 对艺术行业的影响中？
比如说刚才我提到的5点，我可以随便展开一点，就是比如说我们说区块链作品涉及的地缘政治问题，那这一点来说，我只是以我个人的观察来说，你可以看到，比如说在我们的这种海外的 OpenSea 或者是Nifty Gateway 这上面很多的发布加密作品的这种数据这种平台上面，我们仍然是存在一种白人崇拜，这是毫无疑问的白人中心主义的东西，包括有我们非常多的产品或者是说这种平台本身，我们哪怕是我们的。当然，一方面我们是为了避免这种法律的审查，因为我们的这种现实原因；但另一方面，我们要假装成我们是白人发起的一项项目，由这样来说才可能引发我们对这个项目的一种关注，对吧？引发我们一种投资的热情。那我们的这样的一个作品，就是说在这种层面之上，我们真正的其他的族群、其他的这种人种，我们的发行的这种所谓的加密艺术作品，我们是否能来消解这种白人中心主义？这是一个非常大的一个问题。那其他的，OK，
谢谢孙启东老师的这个补充啊。那我们还是接续这个话题啊，就是我们继续讨论这个关于 Web3 的这个观念。然后刚才孙启东老师也发表了自己的观点，我想问问其他的几位嘉宾有没有一些回应，或者说你们对这个 Web3 理解是不是有不太一致认同或者不一致的地方？我想先请孙哲老师有没有一些回应？
我也是很有启发。然后我觉得，如果回到艺术的话，有一个特别有趣的一点，就是其实数字原生或者 Web3 Native 会有更大的一个前景，在我看来，因为它的观念性会更强。而且，如果我们回到人类存在本身的时候，因为我们会觉得这个数字艺术它是一个虚拟的，但如果我们回到我经常用洞穴寓言来去比喻这样的一个人之为人的最根本，包括我们今天说 human condition。 因为人就是一个符号系统，我们所有的创造的最初的交换，比如说项链，都是虚拟的，它并不是实在的，而那个虚拟的它才是能够承载社会关系的真实性。反倒是一个真实的东西，一个可以吃的粮食，它并没有那么多的社会关系属性，因为它只是一个物质属性。那所以回过头来就是说，我会更在乎，因为我们会讲 digital twin 数字孪生，但我包括刚才启东老师也讲到这样的一种把原有的艺术项链，但我会更看重现在新一代的艺术家，就纯粹的是一个以这个 Web3 native 来去做数字原生，然后做这样一种符号性的这样的一个艺术，我觉得它会有一个更长久的一个生长空间。然后另外一点就是说，刚才提到这样的其实非常社会学的问题，就是不同的族群的这样的一种区别。那我会觉得后面真正的也是一个关键史的问题，就如果我们的作品有更强的解放力或者是冲击力，它自然会能够冲击到这一点。对，这是我的2点回应。
好，谢谢。我想2位都从这个艺术的视角，包括我认为2位可能相对来说接触这个行业会稍微晚一些，但对这个行业有很多自己的见解。那么罗老师和那个张老师可能更偏向于我们所说的这个 native。我想问问2位对2位孙老师的这个理解，你们有没有一些自己的评论？先请罗老师。您的麦没有开。
就是刚刚申老师说的那件事情的话，我会稍微说一点点，就是关于现在的项目事情啊，这个
罗老师。
刚刚怎么回事？
您
现在可以了
吗？现在可以了，对。
现在可以，好，没事啊。就是刚刚孙老师说的那件事情，为什么一个的话，
罗老师，要不您先看一下，测试一下网络，看能不能换一下网络。然后我们要么先请那个张玲女士来做一下回应吧。罗老师，您先测试一下网络。
谢谢主持人。因为我自己就是可能离这个艺术行业稍微比较远，所以我可能从我自己的从过去在互联网行业的一个感受，可能来分享一下我自己对整个 Web3 的理解。就我大概是因为我在2018年的时候进入行业的嘛，在这之前我一直是在这个传统互联网的一个初创公司。那个时候也是在机缘巧合之下，就身边的一些这种传统互联网的这个创投朋友的强烈推荐下，当时开始去了解，这个比特币，就读了比特币的这个白皮书。其实当时第一遍读完的时候，还没有特别的，就是有一个很深刻的感受。但后来反复的去品味的时候，才觉得非常有意思。因为最让我触动的一点是，其实点对点网络这个东西并不新鲜。但是让我觉得非常有意思，或者是能够触动我的是，觉得一个拥有持续性的这个激励机制，并且有强烈的这个共识，并且在第一天起具有非常强的全球化属性和自我传播和延展效应的这样子的网络体系的形成，这个是让我觉得整个过程是非常有意思的。因为我自己不是一个技术背景，所以呢，在过去从业的这个时间里，我自己也是在不同的这种项目呀，然后呢也花了很多时间去了解不同的这个应用、底层技术等等，然后逐步让我对这个行业越来越充满这个热忱和为之兴奋的是我所观察到和感受到的是整个 Web3 行业对于个体数据和资产的这个自主权的这个变革。而在整个 Web3 的这个环境下，我们能够所观察到的一个趋势就是个体的数据和资产的这个自主权，或者是整个的这个从形成、使用到这个所谓的拥有的这个行为上变得更加的自由和民主，自主。这个对于Web3 的这个用户和创业者来说，我觉得都是非常令人兴奋的一个这个变革。首先从创业者的角度来讲，因为我之前也在这个传统互联网的这个创业公司就是待过嘛， 所以从创业者的角度来讲，我过去几年最大的一个感受是，我认为 Web3 会是新一波的这个创业浪潮，所掀起的这个诞生之地，也会是接下来创业者最好的一个创业的一个土壤。为什么呢？因为这个领域就是有好有不好，但是在有利的一面，我们所观察到的是，我认为在这个 Web3 的领域里面，创业者会有机会在更短的时间内，更高的这个资源利用的效率下和更紧密的这个用户关系下去诞生一个价值可能100亿美金的这样的公司。有几个方面可能有给他们带来了这样子的这个有利条件呢。第一个是对于数据的这个抓取和使用，然后所有的这个用户的数据、产品的数据其实变得更加的透明和开放。那么对于链上数据的这个抓取、分析和使用，给予了创业者更加公平的这个竞争机会和更高效率的这个启动方式。第二个是更加精准，就是创业者能够有更加精准的方式去触及到我所需要的这个目标用户，并且对于链上用户的这个行为和他们的分析和分类，会给予创业者进一步更加精准的这个创业方向和产品迭代的方向。我举个例子，就比如说以前在传统这个互联网创业的时候，我可能前期所需要就对于这个市场的行研调查什么的，首先每一个大的这个互联网公司的这个巨头可能都是一个自己的这个数据孤岛，本身数据的分享就有一定的这个隔绝性，这是第一。第二个是在初创是你的命门合伙，可以更加强势的方式去进入这个阶段，那么可利用它所拥有的这个数据优势跟数据的这个优势，可能强行的或者并不是最优环境下的这种合作或者投资的关系。这个是在数据的层面的使用对于创业者的启动和这个变化的一个方向。那么还有一点我觉得很有意思的，对创业者就是更小规模的用户群体可以和有可能去撑起更大的业务价值，也就是说对于高净值用户的这个贡献，对于整个业务模型或者整个网络体系的支撑会进一步的被放大。也就是我们对于用户的这个增长的目标和期待不再是一个机械性的先做有机增长，然后呢再做用户的细化定向的服务，然后呢再做各种的增值等等。这个是从第一天起就改变了我作为一个项目方创业者对于用户价值的这个挖掘方式。那这个是从我自己从创业者的这个角度来讲一个感受。那么从另外一个方面，也就是说从用户的角度来讲，我觉得有2点是觉得非常有意思的。第一点就是我自己一直在琢磨这个东西，其实还没有一个完全的定论，也就是 Web3 里面用户的身份其实正在的被重新的在构建。也就是 Web3 现在我们所对产品的使用、参与和体验的方式在重新定义我作为一个用户的一个身份认同。首先我们今天大家所认同的就是有2点，就是说在 Web3 里面我作为一个用户有2个属性可能是被进一步的得到保护的。第一个就是匿名性，第二个就是对我自己数据和资产的这个自主权。也就是我从今天起，我在这个行业或者这个产品或这个细分市场上不再是由企业或者项目方或者市场来定义我是不是这个赛道下所符合的目标用户，而不是说通过一系列的这种分析，而是通过我自己自行的在链上的行为，对于这个应用的使用和我资产的这个自主选择和分布来定义我今天的 Web3 的这个身份，并且这个身份从第一天起就有较高程度上的得到了一定的这个匿名保护。那么第2个很有意思的一点，我觉得是真正激励这个用户的一点，就是我作为一个用户，作为一个参与者，我的价值贡献在第一天起就被纳入了一个更加公平透明的这个激励机制和这个环境和设计里边，就给了用户有更多的激励去参与早期用户的这个发展和完善。这一点非常有意思，为什么呢？因为通过这样子的这个设计，让用户和创业者真正的在第一次真正的就能够站在同一个立场上，有共同的这个利益绑定，去推动项目的这个长期健康发展， 并且呢，在对我的这个作为一个用户的贡献参与过程中得到了，并且进行了一定的这个价值认可和分配。所以呢，这个是我可能在过去2个维度吧，就是从创业者的角度和我自己作为一个用户的角度来讲，我觉得可能在 Web3 里面让我觉得非常有意思，也并且是我看到有更多的这个机会的一个现象。
好的，谢谢张老师。那么刚才张老师也分享了，就是Web3 的这个产品和Web2 的这个产品它之间的一些区别啊。然后刚才现在罗老师回来了，想就是请罗老师接着刚才的话题，就是您对 Web3 的一些理解。我觉得我更想听您对刚才启东老师包括孙哲老师的回应，以及您呢也顺便就是接着张老师的话谈一谈Web3 的产品和 Web2 的产品有什么不同。您要打开麦。
不好意思。刚刚就是申启东老师谈到的，就是关于这些项目方为什么要以欧美人的一个形象来进行包装这件事情啊。我觉得这里面有2点原因，一个是我们自己的原因吧，就是不能全部说是因为我们自己确实是在这方面。特别是近现代文明的整个的一个整体构架来讲哈，包括近300-400年的整个现代文明的建立的话，我们这个民族，我们到底做了什么事情，所以使得我们自己没有这样一种强大的自信这是一个历史性的原因同时另外一个原因就是在整个的现代文明的基于现在的互联网还有区块链这一块的整个的一个底层的构架，同样的我们也会我们表面上没有落后，但实际上确实很多的事情的话，我们自己也没有做出太多的贡献吧，可以这样讲。因为我举个例子吧，因为我记得大概是14年吧，就是 Vitalik 当时来深圳的时候是14年底可能是15年的时候，当时他才是个小孩子嘛，当时他提出了以太坊这个项目的时候呢，我们在一个咖啡厅里面一起吃饭，一起看品嘛，然后他在上面讲他的以太坊。我们其实下面我们整个的大部分人都是没有怎么听他讲什么东西的，因为他本身说话也比较冷静，没有什么太多的激情性，所以我们也不怎么理他同时也撼着我们自己的一个自身的一种狭隘，也就是我们是作为一个早期的一个加密领域的一些爱好者的话，我们对原来所坚持的这些比特币是有自己的一些坚持的。我们觉得怎么会有新的东西出现呢？我们会自然而然的对它进行有一些逆性的抵触的。但实际上当时我的一个合伙人，当时是从腾讯出来的一个 CTO， 我当时还请他说你跟他沟通一下嘛，因为我的英语口语很差让他去沟通一下嘛。当时他就跟我反馈的意见就是说，觉得Vitalik的话，他确实是没有经验他在分布式这方面的一些改造、一些结构方面是没有经验的，所以当时这就是我们的一个态度当然，他的话也没有错嘛，因为一个19岁的小孩，他能够做出什么样的事情呢？他也没有大型网络公司的一些经验和背景，他拿出来整个以太坊这个白皮书出来的话，其实我们现在回头来看的话，看到了什么东西呢？看到了所谓的原创性、哲学性，还有这种宏观方向的正确性这才是最重要的、最核心的。而这样的东西的话，是来自最底层的逻辑的思考，特别是对于原创性本身的自我的一种要求。而我们自己呢，我们自己可能是在那里做一些很多的时候在做一些交易所做一些另外的一些挖矿的这样的事情的这就是为什么到现在为止的话，我们会有这样的心态，这样心态很正常，就是我们自己做了什么事情，我们心里明白嘛，就是说所以但是呢，我们也要去做一些我们自己能够自信的事情。我们一天天谈自信，那我们怎么就自信嘛，对不对？那我们要做一些自己觉得，反正就是我自己做项目的话，我也是一样的。我们当年做的一些项目的话，肯定是原创性的项目。但是呢，有一个比较逼剧的事情的话，你越是原创性的项目呢，它可能死得越快死得越快。就是说，就是我们国内的生态是这样子的，就是这么多年发展的生态就是这样子的反而是这些投机取巧的东西的话，它带来的整个的这个所谓的成功或者所谓的收入的话，大家都是看得到的我们看到太多了，说实在的，这方面很多早期的优秀的项目的话，成倍的死掉所以就是构成了我们现在这种不自信。那我们的自信是从何建立嘛？那我们只能从每一个人开始建立吧。就像刚才说，我发艺术品的时候，对不对？我相信我的艺术作品是优质的，我根本就不care那些事情 我不 care 为什么一定要在国外或者在硅谷或者在洛杉矶搞一个什么团队啊？这东西我就实在是我本人是看不起这件事情的啊，对不对？就是说，你足够好的话，你足够用心的话，你足够你耐心的去打磨一个产品嘛。但我们没有耐心啊，做这个事情我们看的太多了，所以就是说我为什么说很多进入这个领域的人就像戴上一名魔戒一样，好好的一个孩子，就是他就是戴上魔戒一样就变得近乎疯狂。他没有就是这个沉下心来就做项目，沉下心来去思考的这样的一个念头啊，我看到太多这样的事情了啊。那刚才说到另外一个刚才第二个话题我一下子有点忘了，
就是 Web3 的这个产品和 Web2 的产品，你觉得最大的区别在什么地方
？Web3 产品其实大家就是在这个领域的人其实都是非常的清楚嘛我们Web3 的一个最核心的一些价值理念在什么？我们其实是从逻辑上来讲的话，作为加密领域的一些内涵的话，如果我们看元宇宙一样，我们看元宇宙是什么？我们看元宇宙其实是看中了用户身份和经济体系这两个核心的关键点。你跟我们谈沉浸感、延时还包括所谓的 VR 硬件这些东西的话，对我们来讲的话，我们是不看这个事情。说实在的我觉得它不是核心的东西这个东西只是表层上面的冰山之上的东西，而我们看的是冰山之下的这个底层的这个金融逻辑这个东西我们一定是要看这件事情的。这样的话，在近期的话，它才能元宇宙才能往前走嘛。否则你天天谈这个 VR 硬件这些事情，如果它能往前走的话，在15年、16年的时候 ，VR 出来的时候就早就往前走了嘛这是很多人看不到的金融逻辑，所以很多人包括很多的传统领域的人一直在说这个所谓的 VR 这种5G什么边缘算法这个东西，这个东西是未来的事情，我们不说它没有价值，是有价值的，但它核心价值在于现在做什么。现在对于整个社会人来讲的话，能够获得什么，这是很重要的。这样的话，元宇宙才能往前走 ，Web3 才能往前走嘛但是从中国国内的环境层面来讲的话，我们必须谈元宇宙，又没有办法，所以这个东西是一个很痛苦的一件事情吧，这个悖论嘛就是我讲到这里吧，差不多就行了
谢谢罗老师就是我们今天的主题是谈Web3 的素与变我觉得刚才我们几位嘉宾的分享了它塑造了一些什么，我们现在已经开始在谈一些改变。那我想就着这个改变的话题往下请问一下这个启动老师就是你觉得 Web3 可以给我们带来什么力量？尤其是在这几年的整个大环境的变化，这个行动的自由也受到很多的限制。那 Web3 是不是可能作为一种工具，实现对现实某种程度上的一种反抗，帮助人们去构建新的空间？因为我也读到您最近的一些专访，也谈到了这方面的话题，所以很希望您在这里分享您的观点。
好，主持人。其实是这样，我可以先分享一下发生在我身上的一件小事。很有意思的一件事情，当然这是跟我的项目有关，我不会谈那个项目。就是这个事情发生在就是有一场 group talk 里面，我跟一个嘉宾的一个对话。这位嘉宾是国内币圈非常有名的一个人物，他自己收藏了非常多的加密艺术作品。我本来非常担心在这种讨论的时候他跟我聊很多细节的技术问题，我想那我就糗大了，因为我对这种很多底层逻辑跟技术我还是不懂的。但是出乎我意料的是，他跟我非常认真的讨论哲学问题，讨论他在收藏的加密艺术中得到的美学启发。那我为什么要分享这个事儿呢？就是因为他让我意识到一个当代的所谓的加密艺术行业的精英，他的思维可能其实是200多年前的一个人。这就是我看到的，包括千禧年以来的这种互联网浪潮中成长起来的一个个互联网巨头公司，他们的创始人，他们的簇拥者，他们非常了解互联网技术的应用，可能很了解金融，但是他们的思维上的落后和保守也令人发指他们在某一个领域取得了成就，聚集了财富，改变了人类的生活，这是毫无否认的，但是结果总是不像他们想象的那样美好。所以说我在这里不是想去教育或者是表现我的沾沾自喜，我表现我自己很明白，但是我想说的就是技术的迭代已经远远的超过了人类自身的进化能力，但是如果人类的思维和认知没有真正的改变，还是活在弱肉强食的这种丛林思维当中，那任何这种科技的进步或者您用的武器工具这个词，它只会加剧这种弱肉强食，而不是真正的促成这种真正的反抗和新的空间的出现。
好的，谢谢齐东老师说的，我觉得特别的 sharp。然后我想请孙哲老师也做一些补充吧。然后除此之外，还想请您从这个思想的 这个变化的角度啊，你可不可以谈一谈，就是 Web3 的兴起，除了技术进步之外，它背后是不是反映出一种思潮？
好的，感谢主持人。我会觉得从社会学的角度来去看的话，Web3首先是一个，或者区块链首先是一个社会学的问题，而不是经济学或者技术的问题，因为它解决的是人们人之间的交往以及自我赋权的事情。所以我们会把 Web3理解为是一场社会革命，或者是社会的自我赋权。那不断提到革命或者自我赋权，这都不是传统的金融学是可以解释的。所以这才是我们当去用金融的逻辑或者实力的逻辑来去看这样一种变迁的时候，总会去落入到一种比较陈旧的叙事当中来。那所以接着启东老师提到的一个，就是说我们在观念上怎么样来去创新，然后有一个社会学的词叫社会学的想象力，就是我们对于什么是好的社会，什么是一个 better society， 我们需要一个自我的教育和想象力。如果你没有这个想象力，你就没有这个解放力、创造力以及辨识力。那所以我们现在的问题是说，我们有很多的工具，但我们没有这样的想象力，我们也不惜的自我教育。那这样的话就会变成一个很新的工具，讲一个很旧的故事。这个是我们包括罗老师所批判的或者看到的是这样一个情况。那如果我们先要去超越这点的话，我们可能会去重新去，这就是我提到为什么是非经管或者金融专业的领域里面的人文学者或者哲学、社会学的学者会这么感兴趣这样的一个问题，因为我们需要有一种新的，就像主持人提到的一个想法，就是我们要在社会结构上面，然后来去看到一些东西。那我们看到的东西是什么？比如说我们可能后面也会提到这个道组织，然后一种去中心化，它不只是一个噱头，它是一个实在的一种创作的机制。我们要看到自我的创造力被释放的过程，这些都是非常非常具体的事情，完全不是虚头巴脑的事情。如果我们的一个项目能够跟这些具体的事情去相结合，它自然有更多的传播力。所以我觉得这方面就是社会学的想象力以及何为更好的生活这一方面，我们需要有一个自我的教育和这个想象力和创造力的过程。对，
谢谢孙哲老师啊，刚才他提到社会学的想象力，其实这是一本社会学的著作啊，作者是赖特米尔斯。我也就再次呼吁啊，我们希望有更多的这个跨界的合作。接下来我们继续谈一下这个改变这个话题。想请问张琳老师还有罗老师，就是在这个Web3的这个新的叙事下吧，那这个团队的协作模式在你们的观察或者你们参与当中，你们觉得这些协作的方法有没有一些变化？你们觉得这些建设者我们所说的这个 builder 最重要的精神内核是什么？要么请那个张琳老师先开始吧。
好的，我觉得非常有意思，因为我自己是作为这个，我觉得我们也是一个 Web3 的团队，从过去几年到今天，整个的管理的方式、人才的招募到成长，包括对业务能力的这个提升，其实跟过去在传统互联网行业的这个体验是非常不一样的。我觉得最大的一个变化是对于 Web3 项目来说，团队的对于去中心化的这个管理和协作的模式是显得尤为重要。有几点，第一个就是从第一天起，Web3 其实就是自带一个强烈的全球化的属性的，它对着全球化的这个启动、全球化的这个成长和增长有着非常强烈的这个诉求。所以呢，对于一个团队来讲，我到今天为止几乎没有看到一个100%的纯本地的团队。这并不是因为说这个团队我的目标只是做这个本地化市场，而是从第一天起，这不是一个自我选择的结果，而是从第一天起，整个的不管是项目的启动成长，它就自带的这个全球化的这个自发的增长和拓展的这个属性。那这个是一个行业本身的一个这个属性和状态。那么基于此，对于整个行业的对于整个团队的搭建，其实就对于一个创业者来讲，至少对于这个创始团队来讲，就提出了更高的这个诉求，包括在这个语种的能力，跨时区的这个沟通和跨市场、跨国、跨地区的这个理解和进入，和这个整个市场竞争方面都提出了一个更高的这个诉求。这是在团队搭建上的。第二个是对于团队的整个的成长和进化也提出了更快的这个要求，也提出了更高的标准。因为为什么呢？在过去 可能一个产品的整个的迭代过程是有规划的，更多的是可能团队基于他们自己对行业的这个研究分析，可能呢是有节奏的一步一步的推进。但是到了 Web3， 我们所感受到的一个是用户在于 Web3 项目的话语权其实是进一步的逐步的被扩大的，并不是一个简单的过去说我可能通过一个用户的反馈成为了一个市场的这个影响力，或者是成为了一个简单的一个市场评价。用户在一个项目里面的这个影响力更多的是通过他的这个参与和资产能够直接影响到这个项目在后续发展过程中整个网络价值体系的这个变化。那么因此对于团队在吸纳用户也作为一个塑造者的，也作为其中的一个项目的参与者和塑造者的这种角色的接受范围和接受能力的这个素质之下，提出了更高的一个挑战。那么第三个我觉得很重要的，就可能比起过去的一些Web2 的项目产品来讲，对于 Web3 的这个团队提出更高的要求是安全的意识。这个安全意识不仅仅是体现在我内部的管理，尤其是在这种去中心化分布式的这种团队管理的这个机制下，怎么去搭建我自己内部的一个安全体系，同时也对用户的一个资产和用户的体验、用户的行为怎么去进行进一步的安全保护提出了更高的这个要求。因为在 Web 3.0 里面，我们能够直接能看到的一个很直接的一个产品的这个属性是它的产品直接和资产挂钩。那么这对于整个团队的安全意识的等级，可能防范都提出了更高的要求。那这个可能就是对于整个团队的这个角度来讲，那刚刚主持人提到了说，可能对于建设者来讲，我觉得有2点其实是希望能够看到有更多这样子的这个意识或者是这种能力的这个凸显的。第一个是我觉得是对于建设者来讲，拥有快速成长和学习的能力非常重要。因为我觉得到今天为止，行业还太新了，就包括我讲我自己从业了3年，我到今天为止，我仍然觉得是小白，仍然在不同新的这个赛道、不同产品的领域还在学习。就包括刚刚几位老师提到的，就是在这个 Web 3.0在艺术领域的一些这个探索，我都觉得就是还有很多就是令人启发，还有很多的这种就是更多的想象力的空间。那么基于此，对于新知识、新赛道，尤其是新的不同领域，把Web 3.0的这个技术思考、产品的打造、塑造和探索的这种知识的吸收能力、钻研和商机落地的能力，就我觉得就是这个对于一个 builder 来讲是十分重要的。因为每一个环节都有对你自身这个素质、自我能力的瓶颈的这个突破和挑战。然后呢，就刚刚讲的，像每一个这个 Web3 的项目，不再是仅仅的由技术驱动或者技术决定这个产品的成败，因为它从第一天起就对于整个项目的多维度的这个能力，从技术、经济模型的设计，然后呢产品落地的形态，甚至是当地市场的政策合规环境，都对一个这个产品的这个服务商或者是像这个服务的提供商提出了更高的能力。那么对于这个 builder 来说，今天你希望在一个 Web 3.0 的这个项目上能够持续的让它健康的去发展，那你们在多维度的这个能力都需要有进一步更快速的这个提升和突破。第二个，我是觉得基于近期发生的一些事件和刚刚各位老师所讲的，我觉得第二个很重要的内核可能不一定是那种硬实力但我觉得是尤其是对于行业的这个从业者和建设者来讲是尤为重要的，是我觉得是对于这个行业的这个责任心，也就是对于这个行业的这个社会责任和行业责任，如何在这个行业自发性的去给自己和自己的创业团队去制定更高的这个职业道德标准。而我说的这个责任心，并不是说我在这个项目成功之后，我用我的影响力或者是用我的这个能力去为全人类可能所关心的议题去做什么样子的这种物质上的贡献，而是更多的对于自己的这个项目，尤其是对于自己创业的这个结果的成败，有更多的敬畏之心和责任感。因为刚刚我也讲了，Web 3.0 一个很特殊的一个就是你的产品、你的服务是直接和用户的这个资产去挂钩的， 尤其是我觉得在我们行业是有明显的一个周期性交替的时候，尤其是牛市熊市交替的时候，有很多的创业者可能需要有更强的这个坚韧的有更强的这个韧性，有更强的这个耐心，同时保持自己的这个初心，能够在不管是牛市还是熊市的时候，能够持续的，并且就是真正坚守本心初心的去交付，去给自己的用户不仅是他们自己的这个产品的体验，同时是给他们的资产就是提供一定的这个保护和持续的去交付。这个是我觉得作为今天就是行业的建设者来讲吧，我觉得希望能够在未来看到越来越多的这个就是这个内核的这个凸显的。
谢谢。我觉得总结一下就是德才兼备啊，然后就是我们的活动也到尾声了，然后最后呢，就是想请每位嘉宾可以做一个简短的总结，然后首先请罗老师吧，就是首先想请您还是回应一下，您觉得 Build 怎么去自信，就顺着您刚才的话题。第二个就是对于这个非计算机、非金融行业的人进入这个行业，你有什么建议啊？这个问题也提给所有的嘉宾。罗老师，您的麦没有开啊？对，
太随性了。作为一个建设者的话，我还是要说，就是我觉得我个人对Web3 的这种看法的话，并非是大家所想象的那么乐观。说实在的，因为我们回头来看互联网的当初衷的时候，也是我们看到互联网那么美好，但最后的结果是什么样子，我们看得很清楚啊。我们现在到底是我们整个的，你觉得人变好了吗？社会变好了吗？对不对？互联网作为一种全球化的工具，那今天导致了现在一种完全的逆全球化的一种浪潮。你觉得这个事情的话 ，Web3 未来结果一定很好吗？啊，这是第一个问题。第二个问题就是说，我们到现在为止 ，Web3 的话是我们很多人都在做项目，但是我们现在一条人数的公链都没有。你现在我们谈各种项目的话，是不是有一点就是太乐观了一些啊？我们看到的这所谓的跨链技术的话，其实根本都不尽人数。公链的话，除了以太坊、有的生态之外，而且它还有很多的原因。那我们现在谈很多的项目的话，是不是要担心这方面的一些事情？所以就是有时候从某个程度上来讲的话，我们谈元宇宙是对的。用硬件科技的方面来淡化金融的是一些属性。我们从更多的这些技术的结合这边来讲的话，来稍微消解一下就是区块链这方面的就是过多的参与，我觉得其实是可以去思考这个问题的啊。Web3 的话，我刚才说的就是 Web3 它本身现在还有很多东西确实还是不成熟的，这一点的话我们要去必须要面对这件事情啊。然后作为一个建设者来讲的话，因为我们做过一些项目，说实在，我们做过很多项目，我从一路走过来做过很多的项目啊。就是现在巨大的逼关的话，就是在于我们看到所有的应用型的项目，很多优秀的项目，在整个的发展过程里面，最后都被交易所给挖矿，这两个大的产业给推来掉也许 Web3 的话，就是现在为止的话 ，Web3 也许可能给了我们一些新的方向啊，但是呢，可能不会那么快就会产生那么高的收益的啊。这里面也涉及到一些如果说要去做项目的话，我个人是建议还是把互联网跟区块链结合起来，还是把互联网的这种前端的这种互动交互性跟后端的金融的跟区块链的这种所谓的财产的这种去中心化属性结合起来。这是我们现在大部分的项目的话要去思考这个问题。整体的完全的区块链化的话，可能大家我们就算是阿谢这样的游戏的话，你觉得它多么优秀吗？它未来会成为整个链游里面很顶尖的作品吗？我觉得不可能的。而且从另外一个层面来讲的话，就是说 Web 3.0 的技术层面来讲的话，它哪里比得上当年互联网出现的时候那么的翻天覆地呢？所以从一个互联网的本身的一个技术应用层面来讲的话，它很简单的就可以学会这一套啊，它没有什么，只要世界它的观念改变的话，它没有什么高超的技术在这方面啊，只是关键的一种转变而已啊。就这一块的话，所以就是说可以有理想，就是可以有想象，但是我们必须要面对这些现实，这些现实的问题啊。第二个问题是什么？
就是您对他们有什么建议？就是想进入这个行业的人，您用一两句话吧，因为我们时间不多。
好的，我觉得还是要谨慎吧，就是说，不要盲目进入，好吧？就这样。
谢谢。然后这个问题就请各位嘉宾用一两句话来回答，然后作为今天的结束吧。张琳女士，您对这些人有什么建议？
首先，我认为啊，就是我不认为只有计算机 计算机专业或者金融专业的这个人才才是这个行业主要的这个目标对象，就人才获取对象。因为我觉得这个行业还很早，然后机会也很多，并且这个行业自身也在不断的在摸索和一个试错的这个阶段。刚刚也提到了，就多次提到说，一个项目的成功是多维度的，技术只是其中的一环，并且其实我们最近跟很多的一些逐步入圈的一些这种技术人才也聊过，其实技术的门槛其实是不高的，一个优秀的程序员可能在不到1个月的时间内就能把整个区块链的这个底层技术逻辑、代码的部署等等，其实都摸得非常清楚。我觉得不管是计算机技术背景还是金融背景还是其他背景的人才要进入这个行业的话，我觉得有一个很好的一个起点，就是说让自己先去成为这个用户，让自己先去就是在不同的这个应用也好或者不同技术也好，让自己先去成为用户。因为我觉得整个行业最大的一个改变，很重要一点就是在今天用户本身也有可能成为这个项目和行业的塑造者，所以只有让你自己去先成为用户，才能知道说未来你是不是有机会说去进一步成为这个创业的一方，还是技术或者是产品的提供方，还是说我持续的怎么从用户的角度也能够持续的去发挥我在这个市场的这个价值。
谢谢啊，孙哲老师。
我觉得就是回应今天上午维塔利克先生说的，应该有更多的非金融的应用，以及包括灵魂通证这一点的话，我想说的一句话就是说，我们要回归到人的价值和社会的价值。如果注重到人的价值和社会的价值，那它在 Web3 上就会更快的成长为一个真正的价值，它无所谓社会或者商业的，它就是价值本身。好，我就说这些。
谢谢，非常好啊，祁东老师。
我认同罗金海老师的判断，我也本人不是非常的乐观，我非常悲观的一个人。我认为我们应该首先对技术的本质应该真的展开思辨，否则的话，我们未来的艺术行业真的要面临被替换的一个风险，艺术完全可以被替换成视听文化工业，整个的人文学科会变成搜索引擎。如果那一步完成了，再完成翻转的话，说我们再去追求艺术文学，那是不可能的事了。
好的，谢谢，非常感谢各位能够参与这个圆桌，这场活动就准备要结束了，非常感谢各位在这个小时和我们大家分享自己的故事 ，Web3 的交集对生活的改变它给我们带来的困惑以及赋予我们的力量。在今天的活动后，我们到底是更充满信心，还是说我们有更多疑惑？但我是相信 Web3 是具有改变困境的力量的。最后我想引用赫尔德林的一句诗来结束这场圆桌：人充满牢记，但还失意的栖居在大地上。Web3 我相信是有机会让人更自由的栖居的。好，谢谢大家，我们把话筒交给 Afra。谢谢。
非常感谢姚翔，然后以及各位 panelist 非常精彩的分享。我这边就是熬夜听完，但是感觉非常有收获，然后也很开心，就是中国的 Web3 这个语境之中，这个场域之中有这么有深度的哲学的沉思性的对话。非常感谢各位嘉宾的精彩分享。那么我就现在 announce 一下下一个环节。在关于 Web3 的讨论上呢，相信我们很多开发者有很多话要说。那么呢，我们就再把刚刚的已经给我们分享过一轮的 GitcoinDAO 的 Bob 讲再叫回来，然后呢，让他来 moderate 本次的开发者沙龙。那这场沙龙呢，云集了非常多厉害的开发者大牛。我这里先跟大家说一下这个 lineup。第一位是来自 GoPlus 的 founder Mike。也非常祝贺GoPlus Security 刚刚完成新的一轮的 Private Fund。那第二位呢是来自 Hogwarts Lab 的 CEO Chess。第三位呢是来自 Keystone 的 CTO 陈东，以及来自 Arbitron Asia Head Nina 荣。最后一位呢是来自听听社区的 Technology Leader Henry。那这场开发者沙龙呢将会持续1个小时时间，我们会在北京时间的下午4点半准时结束。接下来呢，我就把麦克风交给 Bob。然后 Bob， 请你这边随时开始吧。
好，谢谢谢谢 Efra。好，那这个欢迎大家来到这个开发者的论坛啊。那我们今天呢，其实探讨的最主要的话题啊，就是这个叫在 Web 3.0 里面的这个叫开发者文化。然后呢，那也非常荣幸的这个邀请到了这个几位技术大佬啊。好，那我们下面的话呢，先这个邀请每一位先做个自我介绍。然后呢，第一位的话呢，我们先邀请 Mike， 你先来一个自我介绍。
大家好，很高兴能参加以太坊上海。然后我是 GoPlus 的 founder， 然后 Mike。然后 GoPlus 其实是做这个 2C 的安全基础设施的，然后通过开放的 API， 然后能够给行业内的各个应用的这个提供这个安全服务，然后同时覆盖更多的这个用户的真实的安全使用场景吧。然后希望能够这个为更多的 C 端的用户能够解决他们现在遇到的这些风险啊。我介绍完了，
好，谢谢 Mike。然后呢，第二位呢是这个 Chess 啊，我们欢迎 Chess。
Hello， 大家好，我是 Chess， 我是 Hogwarts Labs 的 CEO。我们其实是一个聚焦 Web3 应用层开发的这么一个Labs， 所以生命是我们第一款产品，然后我们后面也会持续的build 更多应用层的这种DAPP 出来。然后因为今天上午威神也讲到了嘛，其实这个行业其实它也更希望有更多非金融型的应用出来。其实我们就是在聚焦这么一个领域，因为我们相信只有更多的有趣的应用和有更刚需和常见的应用，才能bridge 更多 Web2 的用户来到 Web3 的世界里来。对，谢谢大家。
好，谢谢 Chess。然后第三位呢，来自于Keystone 陈东。
大家好，我是陈东，然后我现在在 Keystone， 我是 Keystone CTO。然后 Keystone 呢是一款这个专注在硬件安全以及私钥管理这块的一个硬件钱包。然后我们主要是一直是也是在这个钱包这个赛道吧，然后来一块跟大家一起 build。然后我们实际上是从从 blockchain 社区，然后走到了 Web3， 走到以太坊社区。然后 Keystone 的目标呢是成为这个 Web3 的最佳 hardcore 的以及最安全的这样一个signer 的这样的一个角色，就是帮助用户，帮助我们的整个的社区安全的管理自己的私钥，然后这个也是我们一直努力的这样的一个目标谢谢大家。
好，谢谢陈东。然后下一位听听社区的 Henry。
Hello， 大家好，我是 Henry， 然后呢，非常感谢主要邀请作为这个 TD Meeting 的 Technology Leader 来参加这个开发者讨论嘛。然后听听呢，它是面向 Web3 为这个建设者呀、企业家，包括感兴趣的人去建的一个全球开发者道，希望能引导帮助这个 Web2 的建设者进入到 Web3 的这个世界。也由于近2年这个 Web3 开发者数量相比于往年来处在一个高速增长的这个趋势吧，所以听听也出现了。感谢大家，对。
好，谢谢亨瑞。好，那下面的话呢，这个那我们就先开始我们第一个问题啊。其实呢，我们这个既然是聚焦于这个叫开发者文化叫 builder 的culture 是吧，或者 developer culture。那首先的话呢，我想先邀请每一位先谈一谈，就是在你心目当中Web 3.0的这个开发者文化是什么样子的？那我们还是先邀请麦克先来说一下吧。你 mute 了。
好 ，OK， 那个我觉得我说的可能是大家一些就是共识的，就是说，因为我第一个说嘛，我觉得可能我说完，就是大家其实都是会有这种的这个就是共识在里面。但是因为我第一个说，其实我是觉得就是说，可能开放心态，其实作为一个就是 Web3 的开发者或者作为一个以太坊开发者来说，我觉得是我们最大的体会吧。因为我们的整个团队其实是有很好的 Web2 的这个就是产品和研发的经验。然后其实我们是一个从 Web2， 然后就是在2017年的时候转成一个这个，就是转到这个 Web3 的，就是当时也不是没有 Web3， 当时就 DApp 的开发，其实转成这个去中心化的开发者。所以在这里面，其实在过渡阶段，其实我们是有一定是有一些明确的、强烈的体会的，就是说 Web3 的开发其实跟 Web2 的开发其实有很大的区别。那我觉得在这里面，其实最核心的，我觉得还是开放心态吧。就是从原有的 Web2 里面说，我要做一个应用解决一个问题，我要做一个从上到下的一个完整的这个就是产品体系，然后覆盖更大量的用户，然后变到 Web3 里面，就是说我们能不能通过开放心态，然后做一部分就在整个的这个生态里面找到自己合适的位置，然后通过界定自己的边界，然后能够提供就是说在整个生态里能够找到更多的合作伙伴，然后能跟别人通过互换或者是共享的方式能够发展我们自己的这个就是自己的业务。我觉得这对于我来说其实是一个特别明确的体会。因为原有的背景里面就是说我们要把自己的产品做好，对吧？我们要把我们自己用户量做得多的。但是到了 Web3 里面，其实我们考虑的角度更多是从生态的角度去考虑，就是说我们在生态里面的位置到底是什么样的，然后 我们在生态里面做什么样的事儿，能够帮到其他人，也帮到我们自己。因为单纯的比如输入，其实在 Web3 里面，我觉得起码在这个阶段，我觉得是效率低的。一方面，我觉得有2个层面吧，第一个是就是自我的价值观层面，就是说我们到底是不是一个真正的从价值观层面认同开放去中心化的这个事儿。再一个，其实是从效率阶段，在这个阶段的话，我们认为开放的这种协作方式能交到更多的朋友，能让自己的本身的服务更明确，然后也能够得到更多的这个大家的支持，或者说能够为行业里面输出更多的价值和资源吧。就是这是我们的最核心的体会。对，
好的，好，谢谢 Mike 啊。其实我非常认同你刚才提到的有一句话，就是在现在这个Web 3.0 里面的开发过程当中啊，其实这个效率可能真的是说不一定是像原来 Web 2.0 那样的那么叫什么快速或者那么的这个高效，但是呢，大家很多至少是价值观相同，大家都在探索很多就是很有趣的，然后呢对整个社会是有帮助的事情啊，这个其实我也非常的认可这一点。好，那我们第2位还邀请这个 Chess 啊，你来谈一下，就是在你眼中这个叫 Web 3.0 的开发者文化是什么样的？
OK， 对，因为我们其实更关注应用层，就坦率讲，其实我们现在第1款和第2款产品，其实我们都借助了很多已有的Web 3.0优秀的组件，比如说The Graph Ling ChainlDE， 还有各种各样的这种底层的协议和基础设施。我觉得其实从我们自己的经验来讲，其实如果你在过去 Web 2，你是很难直接的无偿或者说很容易的无许可的能用到很多这样的服务的。对，因为比如说原来我个人的背景是在 Web 2做了很多年的这个 PM， 我们自己其实对 Web 3现在在应用层开发有了一些基础的这个几个点的假设吧，或者叫 insight。然后我觉得第一就是说，在应用层其实非常强产品导向增长。对，这个其实在尤其我觉得大家可以看到越来越多优秀的这种DApp 的出现，它其实是非常强应用导向，因为它才能这个应用强产品导向才能实现网络效应。第2点就是社区驱动，这个其实在传统互联网Web 2的时代，比如说小米当年就号称是，包括我们360最早也是就是很强调用户体验，强调用户参与感，对吧？黎万强当年也写了本书叫《参与感》，其实就是说在整个 Web 3里，你能不能从 Day One 就让你的社区用户跟你一起参与 build 的产品，让他们感受到正反馈。第3就是我觉得就是对 Web 2的这种吸血鬼攻击，就是 Web 3的产品开发其实是可以借鉴大量 Web 2用户的数据行为和各种各样的这种经历和这个声誉的，然后把它们搬到链上或者同步到链上，我觉得这是一个非常 smart 的点。对，第4个就是说，比如说 NFT 作为一个基础的这种设施，这个我相信大家已经有非常强的共识了，它已经成为一个很底层的，就像 token 一样的这种赋能或者说这个容器或者叫手段也好。对，最后就是说，我觉得就是移动优先和 APP chain， 就是我们觉得 APP 在整个 Web 3的领域会越来越重要，因为大量的用户就移动互联网网民的数量一定是远超 PC 用户的。那其实尤其我们未来要往更多更海量的地方用户去渗透的话，那一定是 APP 导向优先的。对，这个其实也会更强调你这个原生团队或者是对过去对 APP 的整体的设计交互和闭环能力的要求。当然，这个我们也会借助大量已有的这种社区的经验和更多优秀的这种道的这个团队来帮我们一起补齐这方面的优势。对，最后是说从产品设计本身角度来讲，我们其实自己有一些观察，就是首先就是第一是 Web 3的用户的沉没成本并不是0，就比如说在 Web 2，我们可能耽误了一些用户的时间，吸引他的注意力，然后用户可能最后没有转化成我的用户，他走掉了，那可能用户的沉没成本是0。但在 Web 3，用户的假设是说，如果我在你这里花了1个小时时间，但我并没有从你这里赚到钱，他会骂你，因为你耽误了他的时间。这其实是一个很有意思的观察，因为用户的这个注意力太昂贵了。第二是说，现在有很多的投资人或者是传统投资人还在说你怎么看这个用户的 LTV UP 值。我个人认为，其实在 Web 3世界里不应该再看这样的指标了。就比如说过去我们认为中美互联网的用户的净值最高，对吧？就是接受教育程度强，有钱，付费能力意愿都很高。但其实现在一是整个这个行业的财富范式变化很快，第二是说我们从地址角度你很难 KYC 到真正一个用户到底他是哪个地方的用户。第三是说因为 Web 3整个世界范围内的再分工，所以其实很多生产力落后地区的用户他们一样能捕获到价值来去参与到这个体系设计。对，第三点就是说长尾，就是我觉得长尾用户其实是一个产品的关键的 DAU 的承载者，而不只是那些头部的 KOL 或者关键用户。对，最后就是说 To C 的产品我们认为应该考虑去 earn， To B 应该就解决效率，这个刚才 Mike 说的一样，就是这个是核心的一些点吧，我们的个人思考。对，
好，谢谢啊，谢谢 Chess。 那刚才好像 Chess 讲的就是比较多一点了，貌似好像对后面2位同学这个压力会比较大一些啊。对，刚才 Chess 其实讲到这个，比如说这个产品导向的增长啊，社区驱动啊，然后还包括移动啊，这种 APP 的这种现在叫用户体验优先啊等等。其实这些呢，确实在现有的这个 Web 3.0里面的话，尤其这个用户体验。现在呢大家提的是越来越多，对。然后那接下来我们这个邀请陈东来跟我们分享一下。
能听到吗？
可以。
OK， 好。在我的理解来讲呢，Web3 的典型的这个 build culture 的话，第一点我理解是 open source。就是说，在它相比于比如 Web2 的应用，你很难看到一个公司吧，或者说一个产品会把自己所有的这个代码全部 open source 出来。然后，当然这里边可能是基于各种各样的考虑吧。但是在 Web3 的这种 native 的这种 crypto 的骨子里头，如果你不 open source 的话，反而是一个很奇怪的点。那么我是这么来，因为我之前的经验也是从 Web2，然后逐步的这个迁移到 Web3 上的。刚开始其实这个文化吧，或者这个 culture 也是让我有一些适应的过程。但是后面呢，我自己慢慢的理解，或者说自己的一些感触吧，就这个点还是非常有意思的。就是首先呢，如果说一个产品，或者说尤其我们我们做的领域呢是关注在可以说是在那个基础设施这一层，是很强的需要获取用户的信任的这一层的。那么在这一层的上来讲的话，你会看到，如果你不 open source 的话，那实际上是很难上这个台桌的吧。那么从我的现在的理解来看，第一个是只有 open source 你才能获得用户的信任，因为天生的在这个 Web3 的这个社区里头，以及它会有各种各样的开发者还有参与方，然后来去看你的代码，然后来去去获取就是你要达成他们的信任的话，首先开放是一个很重要的这样的一个特点，这刚才前面的2位也提到了。第二点呢是基于这个开放呢这信任的达成，它更有意思的一点就是说，它能从 builder 的层面，然后自然而然的让你去获得一个 community， 获得一个社区的这样的一个结果。我们其实在开发中也会经常的看到有来自全球各地的开发者会主动的跟我们提 GitHub 的 issue， 然后会给我们提PR， 然后我们会有的时候有一些点其实是非常有意思，也是非常有价值的。可能我们作为一个团队，可能自己平时都没有想到这些点，但是他们提出来，然后并且真的在某些情况下的话有一些非常我们的热心的这样的一些用户吧，也是我们的一块叫 co-contributor 会主动的把相应的代码就给我们提交过来。这个我觉得是非常有意思的这样的一点。所以因为 open source， 然后去引导出来的话，它可以构建出来基于这个产品以及解决这个问题的这样的一个 community。这个是刚才不管是2位老师，前面2位老师也提到了这样的一个特点吧。然后最后的一点呢，其实我想说的是一个可组合性的这样的一个特点，就是会发现在 Web3 现在我们不管是做产品还是做一些 project 的话，它非常强调你是建立在比如说现有的一些基础的 protocol 或者基础的这种架构层次上的吧。然后那么基于这样的一个可组合性，确实会带来各种各样的可能，就是大家我们非常愿意把我们其实也称为一个 building block， 然后作为在这个生态里头的这样一环，然后希望我们去就是解决好这样的一个问题。其实非常因为几个的一个理解就是所有的这些 idea 或者一个产品，它都是它就是 do one thing and do it well 吧，就是说我们解决好一个问题，然后把这个问题解决得更好，然后不同的这样的一些产品包括协议，它可以串联在一起来，然后完成一个更大的一件事情。这是我们在 Web3 的这个整个生态里边 build 以后最大的一个感触。
好，谢谢谢谢陈东。其实我也 非常赞同这个刚才陈东说的这个，就是其实一个是开源，然后另外一个后面它这个可组合性，其实呢它也有提到，我觉得就是换一种说法呢是叫，其实在这个叫 Web 3.0里面，大家呢很多去构建的都是呢叫小而美的产品啊，都是去构建。就是去解决一个具体的问题，然后去做一个具体的一个小的产品，但是把这个小的产品做的是非常的棒。然后呢，回头呢就是大家都是可以可组合的，就像那个DeFi 里面其实提到的这个什么这种乐高是吧？对，然后这个其实我觉得跟传统的互联网会有很大的不同。对，传统互联网的话呢，很多在做的时候就是一上来就是我要做平台。我要解决所有问题，我要做非常这个叫大而全的这种产品。好，接下来我们邀请一下亨瑞啊，你来分享一下，就是对在你眼中 Web 3.0的开发者文化。
好的。是这样的，就是我们天天主要是做开发者赛道嘛，所以说对于人来讲，我们非常关注。所以说，对于交易者文化，可能我们更多的是在看人，因为我们认为可能说交易者文化来讲，是我们 Web3 每一个日夜辛苦去 build 的这个开发者也好，还是去很多的这个建设者构成的这个文化。借用一些，比如说像西蒙达西他说过，说我们每个人都是文化的建设者。然后我们每次跟别人去互动，一个或者多个人去互动的话，我们都在加强塑造我们的这个之间的这种文化。所以当我们醒悟到说文化意识我们如何相处的时候，我们就会选择要么就是说我们继续去强化这里，然后做这里的东西，或者说我们去成为下一个文化的拥护者，然后也是一个满怀着文化去行动的人。所以说有了这样的一种共识或者精神的话，就是说才有了现在的 Web3，或者有了之后 Web3 的这个辉煌的这个阶段。所以包括天天也好，很多这个在 Web3 已经陆陆续续开始有很多人怀着同样的精神，然后做DAO也好，做一些 community 也好，大家都在做这个事情。所以我觉得这是我个人或者说我们想的这个交易者文化的这个意识。对。
好感谢亨瑞啊，这个对，其实每一个人的话呢，人都是这个文化的这个建设者啊，对，然后好，那我们这刚才呢，就是大家先每个人讲一下这个自己对于这个 Web 3.0里面的开发者文化的一些认识啊，接下来的话呢，我想问一下大家呢，就是你们在自己的团队里面的话，你们团队的这个文化，有哪些就是你觉得比较突出的地方，或者说想要跟大家分享的地方啊？就是说，在你的团队啊，或者说你现在的一个团队，或者说你过往的这个团队当中，这个你认为呢？就是可以举1、2个例子啊，就是说，你认为这个文化非常好，然后呢，1、2个例子来介绍一下，就是你现有的团队或者说你过往的团队这个比较亮点的地方啊。好，那我们这次的话，要不我们这个从后面开始往前分享啊。这次要不我们先邀请这个亨瑞先来分享一下。
好，因为天天团队来讲的话，主要是做开发和教育嘛，所以说我们可能更偏向利他吧。因为每个来到我们这里的开发者，然后我们团队会做很多的一些比如课程啊，还有比赛啊，一些活动，还有就是做一些这个 sharing， 还有一些 meeting 来帮助其他人通过各种的方式来到 Web3。因为很多人可能没有这个行业经验，就是像小白一样从头去教他们什么是Web3，什么是一些这个 Web3 上面的一些产品。所以说相同的是可能说我们都在做不同的一种事情来达到这个目的，但是其实对于我们来讲的话，我们是希望把这个事情做得更加的平滑，因为不是很多人他都是有基础的。所以说随着这个时间的推移呢，那个行业的门槛也是越来越高，而且有很多行业的名词也逐渐就是呈现这种爆炸的形式在传播。所以说我们希望通过我们的努力去付诸行动，像利他主义一样，就是说付诸行动来帮助更多人进入 Web3， 然后做好这个开发者还有包括教育这个事情。对的。
好，谢谢啊，谢谢亨瑞。接下来是这个陈东， 你可以讲一下，就是你现在的团队或者过往团队啊，就是讲1-2个例子。
OK， 我们团队其实比较大的一个特点，因为根据我们做的业务也分嘛，就是我们其实实话实说啊，就是如果说从 Web2 的开发者进入到 Web3，然后他一个比较大的一个挑战就是怎么样去参与一个 Open Source 的 project， 这个其实是之前可能没有体会过，没有一些经验的吧。那我们团队里边可能在这一个方面上会有一个比较好的一个介绍，就是去说细节一些，就是说怎么去做一个 feature， 然后它的 它的那个提交记录该怎么去写，然后他怎么样去发起这个讨论，以及应对别人提出来的在 GitHub 上的一些 issue。然后这样呢，其实是一个比较典型的我们这样的一个开发的流程，就是说我们其实因为我们的所有的代码都是完全开源的，所以说也是完全坦白的这样的一个状态。就如何跟全世界所有的这样一个开发者以及对于我们这个项目有兴趣的其他的一个朋友吧，在一起怎么样去交流，这个是我们在 Open Source 这一块的话是一个比较重要的这样的一个体会吧。然后这是第一点，第二点就是分享了，就是说大家也知道现在在国内的 Web3 的这样的一个环境底下，可能有一些背景知识以及基础知识的话，在我们内部也是有一些分享的这样一些session 吧，或者说一些资料，我们也会针对我们内部的这样一些工程师开发者的话，即便他以前没有这样的一个背景我们也会来去就不断的 coach 他们吧，然后希望他们在整个的 onboarding 的这样的一个过程中会是一个比较顺畅的这样的一个过程。第三点呢，其实就是说我们其实有一个比较突出的这样的一个特点，就是说我们会需要我们的开发者，不管是跟我们他不仅仅是我们内部的一个开发者，他可能更需要说是跟我们外部的一些合作伙伴来去做沟通交流，去讨论一些问题。这个其实就是 Web3 的一些 project 的一些特点。这个像之前我们在跟 MetaMask， 还有现在我们在跟Solana 上的一些 project， 然后来去做 integration 的时候这都是我们一线的工程师，然后跟对方一线的工程师，然后一起在一起工作，然后一块去讨论问题，一块去contribute 吧。然后这样的也是一个蛮有趣的这样一段经历吧，对于整个我们工程师而言。
好，谢谢谢谢陈东好，那接下来 Chess。
好的，对，因为我个人是我们非常崇尚一句话，就是 work hard, play hard and have fun。所以其实就我觉得创业和工作是件很愉快的事情。包括我们为什么叫 Hogwarts Labs， 是因为我们认为现在 Web3 大家都是魔法师，但大量的用户在 Web2 的世界里还是麻瓜。我们需要一些有趣的应用来桥接他们进入到魔法的世界里来。所以我们自己在招人或者我们团队的话，其实我们特别希望那些已经是魔法师或者已经觉醒的人，是因为如果你自己对 Web3 对整个 crypto 的行业没有燃起兴趣和斗志的话，你会非常容易在一轮又一轮的周期里被洗刷下去。而且从团队的稳定性和结构来讲，你也不可能长期的去自主的去贡献更多的这个以及收获更多。所以其实我们非常特别喜欢那些他已经觉醒的人，然后他同时过去又在Web2有一些感受和经验的人。因为其实尤其在应用层，因为我相信大家也知道，现在很难有应用做到足够的100%去中心化，它其实也是一个度。所以我们其实是有一部分 Web2 的东西，有一部分 Web3 的东西。那其实我们对整个团队来说，我们又既需要站在 Web2 已有的经验上，同时又需要对 Web3 有很深自己的认识。所以其实我们整个团队内部是非常相对来说比较扁平的。我个人是非常讨厌 API、OKR 各种各样这种过去 Web2 腐朽且无聊的这种管理手段的，因为在这个行业，我个人认为任何超过3个月的这种计划和预期都是就是会容易比较给自己打脸的。对，就是我觉得可能我们 Day One 教育所有的同事或者是这个团队成员，我觉得我说的最多的话就是唯一不变的就是变化。就你需要迎接变化，从你从什么五险一金国家这个养老到各种各样的这种问题，我觉得其实都是 Web3 不只是颠覆你对你要做的行业或者你做的事情的认识，更多其实是你整个人要跟 Web3。我觉得这个其实是很关键的。我们希望提供一种这种土壤和文化，能 能让更多的这种优秀的 Web2 的人和团成员能加入到 Web3 来，一起我们去 build 一些牛逼的应用和有意思的事情。对，这是我们觉得一些有意思的东西。对，
好的，好，谢谢 Chess 啊，这个就是从 Day One 开始就要颠覆这个所有的传统的一些想法啊，非常好。好，来 Mike。
好，那个我们觉得整个团队最大的改变，其实就是刚才第一个问题也说，就是说怎么能开放心态呢？因为我觉得就是说，你是否从你个人，就从我个人再到整个团队，是否能够从价值观层面，或者说在思想层面，真的能去认同去中心化，或者能认同整个 Web3的开发方式，我觉得这个是一个团队，就是说。做事儿的最核心的就是说它的原动力，对吧？就是我们可能谈很多形式上的东西，但是最终团队本身在面临选择的时候，在不同的机会面前，他到底是怎么选择的？他怎么定义自己的边界和自己该干什么不该干什么？我觉得这个其实反而很多时候其实并不是单纯从业务层去考虑就可以得出结论的，而是要返回来大家怎么去真的认为什么是对的或者什么是错的。所以我理解就是说，可能跟第一个问题其实的结尾是连在一起的，就是说怎么能让大家去能够。就是让我们的开发团队或者让我们整个的这个团队能够去保持这种，就是说形成这种开放心态，或者说如何去保持这种开放心态呢？我觉得我们最大的体会就是说，就是看大家如何去面对不同的意见，或者说的更直接一点，就是说看这些所有的这些团队内部的人去面对批评的时候，面对不同意见的时候，甚至面对质疑的时候，面对挑战的时候，大家态度是什么样的？因为我觉得在这一点就是说，从 Web2 到 Web3，那我理解就是说我们最先进来的这些人很多人都是很优秀的，那我相信不单除了我们之外，很多的小伙伴其实都是在传统的 Web2 里面就有很好的积累，或者说有些经验的。那其实不免在产品研发或者说在其他层面，其实都有自己的骄傲嘛。尤其在 Web2 里面，就是说你的权威性，就是在整个团队里面保持自己的权威性，保持对这个东西的充分定义的能力，其实是很重要的。但是到 Web3 之后，其实我觉得这些某种程度都没有那么重要。所以我觉得我很高兴的就是看到，就是说在过去的我们进入到这个区块链的这个从17年到现在进入到区块链的这些年里面，就这个5年里面，我觉得我们看到整个团队的变化，就是说从刚开始可能就是比较这个自信、比较高调，到现在其实可以能不管是在内部去面对不同的意见和挑战的时候，还是在面对就是合作伙伴的时候，面对这个公链的，就是说面对公链或者面对其他的这个合作方的时候，我看到大家都能有很好的态度去面对不同的意见，并且之前可能就是说很容易对这些不同意见得出结论，说他说的不靠谱，或者说这个在喷咱们。但是我能现在看到更多的人就是他能把对方的意见、不同意见记录出来，然后拿到团队内部去做讨论，然后很认真的在看外部的需求或者外部到底是怎么看这事儿的。所以我觉得这个就是说从你意识到这一点，就是怎么叫开放呢？那它其实是有一步一步到落地，就是说怎么能开放变成生产力，对吧？怎么能通过开放真正能提高我们的团队效率？所以我觉得一步一步就是说，第一是要能意识到，第二个是在团队的整个价值观层面或者意识层面，他能够深刻的意识到说怎么叫开放，对吧？开放就是你不能怕喷，对吧？你如果怕喷，那怎么谈开放呢？这是最基本的。那可能再下一步呢，就是要在具体执行层面，比如在流程层面，再比如说开源，再比如说我们是做 API 对外提供安全服务，那在整个 API 的提供的方式方面，包括对接的方面，包括提供的这种运营的对接、市场对接，我理解才能真正把你的这个企业内部的一些价值观能够贯彻下去。所以我个人感觉就是说，谈开放，第一点就是说还是要能够接受不同意见，并且就是说这个不怕被喷，然后也能够更欢迎或者说更能接纳这个很多批评的意见吧。对，我说完了。
好，谢谢麦克啊，那我学到了啊，很重要的一点就是不怕被喷是吧？啊，好。那其实那个刚才呢，其实我们这个包括麦克也提到开放是吧？然后呢，陈东的话呢，其实也提到很多的开源。其实我相信那个我们这几位小伙伴的话呢，包括 Chess、Henry 的话呢，大家其实都是这个叫在开源社区或者开源的本身呢，也都是这个开源的这个开发者。那么接下来这个问题呢，其实我想问一下啊，就是你们认为这个叫一个开源社区或者开源项目，它的核心是什么？就是你们对这个开源的一个理解是什么样的？然后呢，这个的话呢，这个问题我觉得就是比较开放吧。然后呢，大家就是谁有想法可以都先来讲一讲，就是你认为一个开源项目、开源社区它的核心是什么？
那我先来，我抛砖引玉一下。对，那我觉得开源最大的其实是信任效率问题，就是我们看这个事儿是，虽然它是一个技术实现手段，就是说，但是它实际在就是说我们其实都是在创业，就是不管是通过这个。就是说你是有个团队，还是有一种松散的，就是说这个去中心化的形式去。那我理解这种最终其实反映的是效率问题。我觉得在 Web3 的世界里面，如果你不开源，其实你很难取得别人的信任。但是，一旦你形成信任，大家都能通过代码去知道你到底在做什么，你之前承诺的规则，或者说你定义的一些定义的一些你该做的事儿，是否是被能严格遵循的，或者说这个对吧，就是严格遵守的。那我理解其实是信任效率问题。我觉得在目前这个阶段，就是说整个 Web3 其实还是在偏早期这么一个阶段。其实底层的东西，比如说协议层，就横向的底层的东西，比如基础设施的东西，我觉得会很多。当然也会包括向阳他们，就是说，比如说应用层的也会快速发展。但是我觉得这本身是一个相辅相成的。现在整个的这个 Web3 的底层的技术结构，其实我觉得还有很大的欠缺。不管是从就是说我们实现，就是从协议层，还是说到一些具体的，比如说就是编码层，就是这些其实都还有很多的基础设施或者说协议，其实还有很多欠缺的。所以在这点上，起码我觉得在中早期，我觉得一个横向可以快速拓展的。那我们怎么横向拓展呢？我觉得开源是其中非常重要的一步，因为别人怎么信任你，你说什么东西，这些其实某种程度不重要，你代码怎么写，这些东西才重要。所以我觉得对于开源来说，我觉得应该是一个就是说。是一个开放心态，你只有通过开源才能得到别人的信任，你才能得到像刚才说的，比如说陈东说的，就是说就是比如说得到这个别人的支持，那这些开发者才能够给你更多意见，然后参与到你的生态里面来。这样的话，其实你能通过建立这个快速建立信任，能够提高自己的整个的这个就是开发效率，或者说整个业务的效率。这是我们对于开放，就是对于开源的这么一个理解吧。
好，谢谢啊，谢谢麦克。其实刚才麦克分享这个让我想起一句话，就是在这个区块链里面有句话叫 "Don't trust, verify"， 是吧？对。OK， 来，谁也想分享，继续想分享一下开源的核心？
对，我从这个就是偏产品层或应用层角度来讲讲嘛，就我觉得确实。开源最本质是说让用户可以更可信你，然后整个过程和就是比如说相关的这个关键环节，其实能让用户更觉得更放心，而不是一个黑盒。我觉得这也是过去 Web2， 比如说大部分的应用的很常见的一个问题，对吧？比如说对头条来说，这个或者对抖音来说，每天的这个创作者要想尽办法去搞懂抖音的流量分发策略，怎么去获得更大的曝光，而不是被流量在限定在一定的范围内。但假设比如说一个 Web3 这种 TikTok 这样的应用，未来它整个算法更公开，它的推荐策略更公开，甚至和代币结合，其实这时候我觉得是开源的核心，就是它能让更多的参与者更知道这个游戏的规则而且这个规则他们是可以以相对更合理的方式去一起参与治理的。我觉得这个是无论对用户端还是对创作者的端来讲，都是非常有意义和有巨大潜力的事情。对，如果一旦这样的事情能在被更多的这种应用层的东西开始慢慢变成主流，用户真的可以参与更多这个实际的这个参数或者更多的这种想法的这个影响，或者是这个参与一定的决策，我觉得可能会对整个 Web3 更大的应用层的这个东西带来更多的不一样和多样性。我觉得这种越是思想上解放的这种可能性，会越孕育更多的。这个最后从实际的科技或者是这个整个组织关系角度的更大的爆发。对，这是我觉得这个开源的最大的核心，其实是说让大家更这个 trustless 了。我觉得这个是很关键的一个点。
好，谢谢 Chess， 亨瑞，
对，前面2位的这个嘉宾确实提醒到我一点，因为我们主要是在做开发者和培育教育这块嘛，所以说，因为我们对人非常看重，我们发现就是说，对于开源社区比较核心来讲，它是一种非常好的一种方式去引导人们去达成一定的这种使命或者去愿景，因为长城它不是一天建的，现在有很多生态其实都是所有的开发者共同的这种价值引导和努力，因为对于他们来讲的话。表达自己的方式大部分都可能是通过提交一些代码。你会发现很多仓库、很多的这个开源社区都会有一个 protocol 或者有一些比较 framework 的一些事情，他们都会做很多的 commit 去提交，然后去引导大家一块去做这个事情。因为很多人来讲的话，其实都是因为有相同的兴趣爱好或者相同的价值观、使命感来做这件事情的，这才是最好的一种方式，来让大家可以真的为这个 事情去做一个长久的一个设计和执行。但是开源某种角度上来讲会更容易去引导大家向这个方式去发展，因为很多事情其实大家都没有明白什么是它的最终形态，或者大家都不知道真的该怎么去做。但是开源的话，大家会非常的去愿意去有兴趣去做这件事情，而不是说私底下几个人就把这个事情定了，然后大家都非常明白说最后的愿景和最后的这个事情是发展成什么样子的。所以我觉得开源是非常好或者非常核心的去传递价值、引导这个使命的一种方式，让大家去做这个事情。对的。
好，谢谢亨瑞。陈东要不也补充一下，然后关于开源的核心，你的理解是什么？
我这边的理解的话，首先开源是提供了一个可能性，就是说，当你代码开源了以后，你可以做到一个可验证以及可被检验的这样的一个效果，这个是一个基础。所以说，尤其是对于在做基础设施这一方面，你要它是一个获取信任非常强的这样的一个项目或者这样的一个产品的时候，这个可能是一个基础，因为你的用户呢，他需要多信任你才敢把他的资产然后放在你这里边，这其实是一个很大的这样的一个挑战吧。所以这个开源，我觉得首先第一个维度就是最底层的维度，就是因为开源的这个因为开源的这种特点可以验证。以及可以被验证，然后可以被 review 的过程中呢，其实就会让这个它是一个原生的这样的一个特点吧。然后在这个基础之上呢，其实你能在开源的这个过程中呢，你会能遇见很多的人，很多有意思的这样的一种可能性这个我想分享一点，就是我们在做整个的这个整个的这样的一个项目的时候的话，我们因为我们不断的我们 open source 了我们的所有的代码，然后的话我们的开发的进展以及我们的开发的状态也是因为这样的一个开源的状态，然后可以实时的跟其他的这样的一个我们的朋友吧，然后来去做沟通。所以说比如说我们自己有一些自己的产品这样的一个设定之后的话因为开源的这样的一个方式，那么有各种其他的这样的一个合作伙伴吧，他就会主动的会找上来。然后的话，其实找上来了以后呢，其实我们更多的是在讨论怎么比如说从一个 protocol 的层面，然后来去抽象出来我们现在的一些逻辑，然后能去给这个社区或者说给这个生态然后起一些更加好的作用吧。那么其实基于这样的一个思路呢，我们团队呢这边也提出了一个 EIP， 就是Bitcoin 的这样的一个 Improve Protocol， 一个 BIP， 还有一个 EIP。所以说这个都是从协议层面上来去做了一些定义吧。这个是我们也是希望如果说我们不开源，然后我们是一个 black box 的话，这些事情都没有任何的可能性。所以说在 Web3 现在在这样的一个生态方兴未艾，也是一个逐步往前发展的这个过程中的话，我们更希望我们的中国的开发团队，然后我们所有的国内的开发者，其实是就是可以拥抱这样的一个心态吧，然后去多做一些开源，然后去多融入一下这样的一个生态中，然后遇见一些有意思的事、有意思的项目，然后可能会碰撞以后会产生一些奇妙的化学反应。
好，谢谢谢谢陈东的补充然后呢，最后其实我也想稍微说一下，就是我对开源的一些认识其实刚才大家呢或多或少其实都有提到，然后呢开源当中的这个社区，或者说开源过程当中遇到的人或者就是因为我们今天主要在讲就是开发者的文化嘛，其实我理解在开源当中的话，其实最核心的是这一群人。对，然后呢，因为为什么我会这么说呢？其实，大家也知道，就是国内其实也有很多在做这个开源项目的，但是呢，很多是放在 GitHub 上面也有一些放在国内的某些平台上面我就不说那些平台是吧？但是呢，国内的有一些平台的话呢，它其实它并不是真正的开源，就是他们其实自身它是一个很 business 的一个事情，然后呢，他在做的很多东西，再加上有各种的审核机制的话， 就会变得写代码都变得不是那么纯粹的一件事情了啊。而开源的本质的话呢，它就是第一呢，其实也像大家刚才说的，就是获取到信任。第二呢，还有一个很重要的是能够聚集全球最聪明的一些大脑，对，能够让各种各样的人都能去关注到一个问题上，而这些问题才是我们真正要去解决的问题，然后呢才能去改变这个世界的一些问题。然后呢，那我们再一步一步的去做，然后呢，从而有人可能也是这个方面的关注者，他会看到 OK， 这边有一群小伙伴，然后他们在叫几年的时间都在做这同样的事情，是吧？就在解决同一个问题，在做了很多的事情。我发现他们这当中也有一些事情我也可以去做，我也可以去加入到其中。所以呢，这是在开源当中非常核心的。其实呢，也就是说我们的这个叫开发者的社区也好，或者说我们这些社区当中的这些人也好，就这些开发者也好，其实这些才是非常核心的部分。那对于整个的一个开源来讲，好，那今天其实我们来听的很多小伙伴呢，我相信也是这个开发者啊。然后呢，接下来其实我想有一个问题啊，想问一下这个各位啊，就是你们团队在那个去招聘这个开发者的时候，然后呢，你们是怎么招聘的？也就是说，你们比如说你们要想要这个开发者团队啊，想要进行这个加入比如说想要加入一个人吧，那你们会如何去招聘你们的下一位的开发者？因为我相信这个问题的话，可能这个叫我们听众当中的很多小伙伴可能也比较关心啊，就是如果说我想要加入到我们其中的一个团队的话如何能够去加入啊？好，那谁先来一下分享一下？
姜老师，您点名吧，我觉得大家都有的说。
好，看来还是点名机制比较那什么啊。
对，点名比较好。对，
那就
大家都比较
先来吧。
虽然都是男的，但是都比较腼腆。对，大家都比较腼腆。
那你先来吧，麦克
那我先来。对，这个我觉得是这样，就是说那个还是就是说，我觉得那个就是说，我觉得我们的逻辑其实是一致的，就是整个逻辑结构，就是我们内部整个从就是做这个事儿的这个逻辑其实是一致的，就是说开放心态，然后最核心的价值观是什么，然后再有就落脚点。我觉得开源是一个我们在具体执行上面非常明确的落脚点，就是说你所有的认识到这些问题之后，你会认为开源其实是一个必然要去做的这个事儿。那所以开源对于我们来说，就是说，其实在国内有很多开发者是从 Web2 到 Web3 的这么一个过程。那我们其实也是希望能找出来一些，就是说真正能够进入到 Web3，然后并且能够在 Web3 里面能找到自己的这个效率点的这些开发者，或者说这些小伙伴吧。那在这里面我们会认为，就是说在传统 Web2 里面其实是中心化的这么一个产品研发流程的效率，它强调的是这个，因为我本身没有开源，对吧？我不需要有更多，就是很多的产品其实它并不需要，对吧？就是开源或者获取更多的生态合作伙伴。所以我觉得在最主要的 Web2 里面的开发模式其实是基于中心化的一个产品研发效率，它强调是这个，就是我能不能走足够。那我们之前做了很多事儿，也在不断的去优化我们的产品研发效率，去优化我们的研发的这个任务的分发，然后包括这个需求的定义，然后产品最终，对吧？就是说一系列这些事儿都是为了强调我们的产品研发效率。但到 Web3 之后，我觉得中间一定会有一个阵痛，就像我们团队进入到行业其实也是一样，就是说中间也会阵痛，就是说慢慢就会尝试说我们开源以更开放的方式去做这个事儿，但是一定代表着你原有那些优势，就是说那些可能代表就是那些可能给你带来优势的一些工作习惯或者说开发的流程，会在这个阶段其实一定效率会降低，我觉得是这样的。所以我觉得阵痛可能是无法避免的。那过了这个阵痛之后，其实你开始通过开源，开始通过你的一些更横向，就是更多的合作的这种方式，能够去掌握就是生态，就是开放生态的运营的方式的时候，这个其实才能真正的变成你的核心竞争力。也就是说到后面可能真正 Web3 其实它核心的不是在只强调你的，当然也在强调你的开发效率，但实际在强调你的生态效率，这个其实是最主要的。那生态的构成并不是完全由你自己的团队去构成的，还有更多的合作伙伴，会有更多的开发者去共同去构建你的生态，才能够让你的生态效率越来越高。所以我觉得在整个 Web3 里面，生态的整个开发效率就是发展的效率其实是最核心的。那在这点上反观起来，我们需要什么样的开发者或者需要什么样的合作伙伴的话，其实我理解就是说，那起码他需要能够 就是能够接受这一点，就是不是强调，因为我们接触过很多的开发者，他不断的在强调说，哎，这个比如之前可能提交版本代码说，那你有 bug 没关系啊，因为你发了版本之后，你可以后续再修啊，对吧？它不是一个就是开源的这么一个，就是必须要开源或者说必须要去这个让很多人去看的这么一个机制。所以那其实很多原有的中心化开发方式其实有很多的好的地方，就是说带来很多便利的地方，但是在很多 Web3 里面，其实你可能都要放弃掉。那你对于这些问题你是接受的，还是说就是说你是抵抗的，说你是以一种接受的态度，或者说一种觉得就是尝试的态度，愿意去努力去尝试，还是说就是说这个跟我原来可能工作习惯或者依赖的这种方式可能不一样，可能我不愿意。那我觉得这个其实我觉得是我们认为这个我们找研发小伙伴的一个核心的标准嘛。那其次，比如说，我觉得就是说，整个 Web3 的研发，我认为是从研发就实现逻辑上有很多不一样，但是本身就代码层来说，代码实现层来说，我觉得其实对于一个可能有个3年完整大厂经验的这个研发来说，我觉得这个难度并不是太大。但最难的其实反而是他能不能以一种新的工作方式看待自己即将承担的任务。我觉得这点是最重要的。我说完了。
好，谢谢 Mike 啊。那总结起来的话呢，Mike 他其实刚才说的就是，第一，其实还是开放心态；第二呢，就是要能是在整个生态当中啊；第三呢，其实是这个要能够接受叫 Web3 这里面的这样的价值观啊。好，谢谢啊，谢谢 Mike。那下面 Chess 你来说一下，你们团队如果说要招一名新的开发者的话，你们是会如何去招聘啊？
对，我们其实从来都是把人的意愿放在第一位的，因为我们认为能力或者经验是就意愿是任何事情的前提，对，你的决心、你的意志很重要，所以我们一直会更看重说，就用一句话讲，就是你眼里有光，心中有火。我觉得这个对 Web3 非常重要，因为任何的革命的早期，其实是一定需要这样的，就是他对这个事情本身非常认同，并且他从过去的各种各样的经历里，无论是比如说你是各种各样的这个对事情对 Web2 的很多东西有一些感同身受，你认为 Web3 能改到它吗？或者是你在某些场景上你有非常深的理解。我觉得从这样的角度来讲，它让你的意愿对这个领域有了真正更深的信仰和热爱。我觉得这个可能是长期能促使，比如说无论你是开发者还是一个其他角色，能在这个团队或者在这个领域里能一直耕耘下去的一个关键的前提，而不是说行业周期来的时候进来，周期走的时候又回去。因为我们过去见过太多这样Web2来来回回的人了，对。然后，所以第二点是说，我们觉得一个更好的氛围和一个更平等、更能让他激发他创造力的这个氛围，能让这样的人更能发挥他的价值。对，其实我们整体会觉得，对传统的这个，我们其实也非常喜欢招这种Web2有过一定工作经历的人，因为他其实在对齐我们基础这种开发的这个语境语义上会非常容易，或者说大家更容易达成共识。然后同时他又能面向 Web3， 他真的有这个认识和兴趣，然后这个也觉得这个领域非常有意思有价值。那我觉得这样是我们最愿意招的。对，确实，比如说最近看到很多大厂在裁员，我觉得可能对我们这个行业来讲，就我昨天在 Twitter 上这个应该是给这个留了一话，就是乳之砒霜，比之蜜糖。我觉得就是对一个行业的这个衰败或者说这个颓势来讲，其实对另一个行业其实是一个非常好的事情。所以我也希望就在这里，希望更多优秀的Web2 的这个小伙伴们不要再在这种大厂里卷着了，就是越来越卷，就可能很像90年代的国企一样，早晚就下岗需要再就业。那不如一起来 Web3 吧。对，
好的啊，谢谢 Chess 啊，这个叫眼里有光，心中有火啊。好，那亨瑞，你来说一下，如果你们团队要招聘开发者的话。
我们团队真的是非常言传身教，因为我也趋于我们做的这个性质嘛，因为我们会因为我们去培养团队也好，还是说去做这个现在做的事情也好，都是说相当于培训一样，就是说我们从课程开始帮助你去学习课程，再到我们跟数据交流，然后让他去组队比赛啊，再到进入各个生态啊，就一种渐进式的这种成长路线。这也导致就是说，那这样的一个人，如果他完整的走过了这一段流程之后呢，他会更加的深有体会。那这样的人呢，我们会就是逐步吸纳他们来到我们的这个团队里面，因为他有完整走过这个流程，他非常了解整个的这个我们做的这个事情，而且我们也会有很多的像AMM 或者 Meetup， 还有一些线上的招聘会也来帮助我们去吸纳一些成员，包括去帮一些其他的项目去吸纳一些成员。 而且就是说这也导致就是说我们课程之后呢，也会有很多的人主动愿意来做分享，比如说之前有学过的一些助教啊，或者说别的项目来做分享这样的，那他们的话也是非常的了解我们整套的这个机制的，所以说他们也会更好的去理解这些事情。那么其实再简单说一点，就是说如果像其他项目的话，那基于天天这种模式去培育出来的一些开发者，他有去打过比赛，有做过一些产品，因为我们给他们产品做的时间非常长。那这种产品不是说我们做一个玩具，或者说我们做一个面向 VC 的一个 PPT， 那我们都是有这种开源、有成果、有这个文档和一些视频的。那这样的话，其实团队在某种程度而言，你相当于直接吸纳了一个有过经验的这样的一个成员。那这一点来讲，可能相比于从头开始，或者从一个新人从 Web2 到 Web3 的一个人来讲，会更有优势一些。对对对。
好，谢谢亨瑞。陈东。
OK，我们看人其实有几个维度吧。首先，第一个是能力上还是我们首先看人的一个最强的这样一个标准，因为跟我们做的行业有关。就是我们对于这个能力上或者说本身技术上，其实如果是要进入 Web3，然后做我们这个赛道上来讲，其实是更加需要小心的，因为你手里边的每一行代码可能就是关系着用户的资产安全，这个是一个非常重要的事情。所以这一点呢，也是我们在去看一个人的时候，就是说 OK， 他之前做过了一些项目，然后包括因为我们是比较尤其是对于开发者来讲的话，我们比较是笃信是 show me the code 的，所以说我们在面试的时候，包括我们整个的这个招聘流程，肯定是要现场去看一些代码或者写一些代码的。所以呢，从这个过程中，你就可以能观察到一个人在考虑一个问题的时候，他是不是全面，他是不是这个足够的小心。所以说因为跟这个我们做的事情相关嘛，所以这点我们是非常注意的吧，或者说是我们一个很必要的这样的一个考察点。然后第二点呢，其实最重要的一点就是我们其实是希望看这个人这个开发者有没有怎么讲，就是 ambition， 就是他野心，他有没有足够的野心，或者说他希不希望说自己去主导或者做一些事情。这个跟谢阳刚才讲的其实也是蛮类似的。就是说你在 Web2 或者在传统这个互联网开发，你是很难现在能拿到一些机会的吧，或者说很难让你去做一些东西的。所以我经常跟我们的候选人来讲的话，其实就很简单，或者说很草莽的一句话吧，就是说你在现有的这样一个工作上或者 Web2 的工作上你是使用库的，但是你来到我们这边或者来到 Web3 你是做库的。所以说这对于一个如果是有 ambition 的这样一个开发者来讲，是非常非常有吸引力的。就是说你写的每一行代码有可能是其他项目或者说别人用的代码的一个building block， 或者说一个 foundation， 这个对于有 ambition 的这种工程师来讲的话是非常有吸引力的这样的一个点吧。所以我们其实在面试的中或者在聊天的过程中会就是非常关注他有没有这样的一个雄心，或者说有没有这样的一个野心。如果是有的话，哪怕现在来讲工作经验相对薄弱一些的话，我们也是希望把它招进来的。因为其实我们要 bridge Web2 开发者到 Web3， 其实还是有蛮长的这样的一个内部培训的这样一个流程的吧。所以但是只要他有 ambition， 或者说他代码能力基础的这些 sense 是有的话，我们觉得他是一个可以培养的一个比较好的这样的一个苗子吧。
好，谢谢谢谢沈东那就是第一呢，其实要有能力，然后呢，当然第二就是野心要足够大。好，那最后的话是这样的就是我想邀请我们4位就是对我们这个在观看视频的每位开发者呢，你们对他们说一句话就是对开发者你想说一句话是什么？我们这样还是先从麦克开始，每人一句话。
我觉得我想说的话，这个刚才那个陈东总、向杨总，对吧？然后包括后面，我觉得也都有表达。我的意思就是说，这个包括给我原来在这个我的老同事们，然后包括我就说这个现在在这个大厂里面，就是在 Web2 大厂里面去卷的这些这个有能力的开发者，我觉得 Web3是一个大航海时代，然后现在进入到这个大航海时代，然后去开拓新的这个一片大陆或者说新的天地，我觉得就是还是在早期。 然后呢，其实我在这过去的几年里面，就是说在不停的劝我之前大厂的同事说，我觉得这个不要在大厂里面卷了，赶紧来吧。然后这个从最开始他们觉得我是这个就是传销，然后我是骗子啊，然后这个就是到后来，其实这2年其实慢慢态度对我来说有很大的转变啊，就是说原来这个对我只要一说就经常被他们这个终止这个话题，然后但是现在这2年呢，发现就是有些人主动问我说，哎，你们怎么样啊？这合约开发到底怎么回事？给我讲讲 NFT 怎么回事？你给我讲讲。所以我是觉得时代最终会证明一切的，就是证明这个，就是证明我们这个行业将要走到哪儿了。我觉得很多东西是无需，就是说，其实我说这么多年，说到最后，反而我倒觉得就是说很多东西其实无需去更多的表述。我觉得整个时代的发展会证明一些这个先进者的这个对这个时代的预见。所以我是觉得就是说，如果现在还在 Web2 里面去卷的这些小伙伴们，我觉得进入到 Web3，我们一起去开启大航海时代，这为什么不是一个更好的选择呢？对吧？
好，那听起来就是我们一起来大航海，是吧？然后刚才你这句话稍微有点长啊。OK， 好，来 Chess， 对开发者的一句话，
对，我特别想借用，就是1984年乔布斯在纽约中央公园上跟那个当时百事可乐的 CEO 约翰斯卡利说的一句话啊。虽然后来乔布斯被他赶出了苹果啊，但那是后话。对，当时说的一句话很经典，就是你想卖一辈子的糖水，还是想跟我一起改变世界？我觉得现在对很多 Web2 的这个同事和还在那里面的这个小伙伴们来说，我觉得 Web3 真的是一个非常非常新的范式和一个新的弯道超车的机会。对，就历来历届每次新的技术革命会诞生无数多的机会和拐点。那其实我觉得现在是一个非常好的 timing 去加入去 build。对，如果就选择大于努力吧，错过之后确实可能会很难再有这样的这么大的范式的底层的革命了。对，
好啊，我们一起来改变世界。OK， 好，来亨瑞。
一句话来讲，就是简单来讲，就是不忘初心，坚持自己做的事情吧。因为，不要在这个 Web2 再做这个绞肉机了，赶快来 Web3 来做增长吧。增长的世界很奇妙，很美味。对。
OK， 好，谢谢亨瑞。来，这个陈东。
我就说一句话吧。这个第一个就是这句话可能分3段。那么第一段就是有的时候选择比努力更重要。然后那么 Web3 呢是这一代年轻人的最大的机会。然后最后一句话我就给我们打个广告，加入 Keystone， 一块来改变世界。
好，谢谢啊，谢谢陈东。好，那我们今天的这个开发者的论坛的话呢，就到这里。然后呢，再次感谢 Mike、Chess、Henry 还有陈东。好，感谢大家。
感谢姜老师，感谢大家。
感谢，拜拜。
感谢，拜拜。
拜拜。
拜拜。
非常感谢几位的分享谢谢 Bob， 谢谢 Mike， 谢谢陈东，谢谢 Chess， 还有 Henry。以上呢就是我们今天下午全部的环节了。可能也有朋友希望有时间可以整理一下笔记和自己的收获我们的这个活动的这个录像到时候都会在网络上大家可以自由的访问。我们休息一段时间晚上8点北京时间的晚上8点我们再回来在今天的晚间场呢，我们同样准备了许多有意思的话题，包括以太坊的升级，包括去中心化的存储，并且邀请到了海外多位专业人士参与对话今天晚上8点同一个直播室我们不见不散。Tonight, we will have more speeches and a roundtable discussion. Please join us here at the same streaming room at 8 p.m. China Standard Time. See you in a few hours. 开始，请大家稍作等待，谢谢。Good evening, everyone. Our summit will be starting in 10 minutes. Thanks for your patience. 各位观众，大家晚上好。我们的峰会将在5分钟后开始，请大家稍作等待，谢谢。Good evening, everyone. Our summit will be starting in 5 minutes. Thanks for your patience. 欢迎大家回到 ETH 上海 Web 3.0开发者峰会夜场，我是主持人姚翔。Welcome back to our summit night session。本次会议也正在通过 YouTube 进行英文直播，在微信视频号同步进行中文直播。欢迎大家关注 Dimension Tech 公众号观看，也欢迎分享转发我们的峰会。This summit will be streaming on YouTube and WeChat 视频号 as well. Please follow and repost our official account, Dimension Tech. 我们要再次鸣谢我们所有主办方、协办方和赞助商对本峰会的大力支持。Before we get started, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you who generously help us make this event come together to become a success. 接下来我们进入夜场的正式环节。区块链的中间件在过去的一段时间都是 Web3 行业广泛讨论的话题。更多数量、更多类型的中间件将帮助开发者更简便地构建应用。许多开发者在第一次接触区块链时都觉得区块链十分的陌生。我相信他们都非常关心中间件究竟能为他们带来什么便利，如何帮助他们降低学习门槛，更高效地进行应用开发。为此，我们非常有幸地邀请到了来自区块链数据索引项目 The Graph 公开理事会的理事伊娃·贝林女士。作为峰会晚场的首位嘉宾，她将为我们带来题为“区块链数据结构引领 Web3 创新”的主旨演讲。本场演讲的语言为英文，同传团队将为大家带来中文翻译。As the first guest of tonight, we invited the director of the Graph Foundation, Ms. Eva Beylin. She will deliver a keynote speech on organizing blockchain data for the Web3 revolution. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Eva Beylin, Director of the Graph Foundation.
大家好，我是 Eva Beylin， 是 The Graph 公开理事会的理事。Graph 是一个组织数据的协议，使得数据更加易于访问。我很高兴来到 ETH 上海，也很高兴和大家聊一聊 The Graph。那我们现在开始吧。
Awesome. So I'm not sure how many of you have heard
我不知道有多少人之前听说过 The Graph。我们是一个组织区块链数据的协议，那是真正为了是服务 Web3 革命。
I want to start off with an inspirational quote.
那我首先想以一句鼓舞人心的话开始：一旦一项新技术席卷而来，如果你不是压路机的一部分，你就是路的一部分。我们一直铭记于心。The Graph 一直在打破界限，思考技术和互联网应该是什么样的，以及我们应该如何去访问数据。我们相信开放和无需许可的数据可以赋能去中心化应用。我们认为为 Web3 赋能的核心技术基础设施非常重要，有很多不同类型的项目，但是 The Graph 呢是真正的去满足真正的需要，支持所有应用，向前端提供数据，那可以是贸易数据、数字藏品市场数据，或者是历史，甚至是实时数据。任何发生在区块链上的事，无论是哪一条链，我们都可以通过 The Graph 提供。
So the graph is composed of the
The Graph 是由关键 API 层组成的，也就是 Subgraph 子图。这是实际的 API 本身，你开发一个模式，定义要如何去组织数据，如何从区块链中检索。它是位于你的用户你的应用，也就是用户看到的部分，以及有趣的智能合约之间。那子图呢，组织从智能合约中去提取数据，提取对您的应用最有用的数据，比如说 Uniswap， 你想要展示所有的历史交易数据，那来自 Uniswap 智能合约就可以去查询 Uniswap 子图，并且根据需要来展示。
The graph is a global API.
The graph 是一个全球 API。我们相信开源，所有的子图都是开源的，无需许可，所以任何人都可以分叉。我们发现很多人去倾向分叉，因为他们可能想要在一个协议的基础上建设，但他们想要稍微改变一下呈现数据的方式或者是活动的方式。那总之呢 ，The Graph 呢是服务于 Web3的任何用例。我们不会负责告诉你要用哪一个链或者是哪一个用例，但我们希望为您提供数据，可以使得这一切尽可能简单。我们大多数的应用使用子图的是 DeFi 到数字藏品。那我们也看到了其他的类型的用例也在增加，比如说跨链数据。就比如说是跨链数据从区块浏览器中去查询，或者任何与状态数据有关的东西，比如你想要去搭建一个桥梁，希望数据有一个内部的仪表板，可以去检查您的应用是否是安全。同时，我们也看到有更多的社交应用，围绕着内容的应用，比如说 Twitter 类型的竞争对手，还有 EPNS 是一个通知系统，也是 The Graph 的也是使用 The Graph 的，所以我们很期待其他的用例在 Web3 蓬勃发展。我们在 Web3 和加密生态中是最常用的协议之一。那这里呢是有一些 DApp 用子图或者是有公开的子图，这意味着如果你在这些协议的基础上去构建的话，你可以使用那个子图，甚至这个子图不是最初的团队构建的，因为生态中的可能其他人。
We're really excited to see that, of these 31,000 subgraphs, a lot of them are still getting usage and maintenance today. And we're excited to see how this evolves with a DAO ecosystem where the DAOs themselves can maintain the subgraphs long term. Here's a few tangible examples of how the graph is used today. So just starting on the left, or maybe it's your right. CoinGecko, as everyone knows, one of the top apps to look for rich blockchain data around the protocol, tokens, finance, exchanges, and they pull data from the graph. So they use, I believe, over 15 subgraphs across protocols, and that can be from anything like a Uniswap to a specific token pair, depending on what kind of data they're looking to showcase. Foundation is an NFT marketplace. So one of the biggest use cases is querying data about your NFT prices, maybe historical activity around auctions, any kind of data that really gives you a rich experience of, enabling a user to actually participate in the marketplace with their NFTs. And we also have quite a few metaverse-like users too, like Decentraland. Uniswap, I had already mentioned, this is historical trade data, similar to synthetics. Really any DeFi application is capable of using a subgraph, and we find most of, the most useful ways you can use a subgraph are for DeFi use cases because of how complex the data can be. So things like aggregations can occur at the subgraph level and don't need to occur, off-chain on your own centralized database, and they don't need to occur on-chain either, as that's not efficient. Another example I want to point out is Juicebox DAO. So Juicebox is a protocol for building these vaults and DAO contracts to enable really anyone to create a DAO or a fundraising campaign. So we have a really cool story where Juicebox was being used for ConsenSys, which was raising funding in the US for owning a piece of the Constitution or one of the remaining constitutions. And it raised, I believe, over $20 million very quickly. But one thing that happened is their server started to go down because of all of the traffic and the excitement around the cause. And they actually were forced to migrate their API and to the network. So they built a subgraph really quickly, or I believe they might have used one that was already in the ecosystem and migrated it to the network because the graph network is more reliable than running a centralized server. So that was a really exciting use case in person and in real life that wasn't only DeFi. So just wanted to share a little comparison, where we're headed. Often Web2 companies like a Google, it takes them, 10 years, 2 decades even to gain the traction and gain the user attention that we really need to succeed. And we're really excited that the graph being an open protocol and open community enables anyone to participate and contribute. So not only as a subgraph developer, but as a user in the network, a participant in the network, running a node, or also just participating in our community, things like our testnets and our latest advocates program. So highlighting a little more about why the graph really is the best solution for any kind of data that your app might need. It's the fastest way to load data quickly, especially on the network where there's over 100 indexers. Those are node operators that are willing to serve your data. Really that enables there to never be a central point of failure. There's never one server, there and available to serve your queries. There could be many, and they're all competing for your service. DeFi apps, they depend on efficient data indexing. It's really important to have data be accurate and up to date. It's important to have infrastructure that has low latency, high uptime, and it's actually really hard for dApp developers to do that. And ultimately, it's a back-end job, and we very strongly believe that app developers should be focusing on building really high-quality products and leave back-end indexing type of work to others that want to contribute to that and in a protocol. I'll also add, the graph is blockchain agnostic. So whereas we're built on Ethereum and our contracts are on Ethereum, we believe that developers should choose which chain they want to build on. So we're here to support all chains and all storage networks as well. A little about our history. So we were founded in late 2017. The founders realized there was a large problem, and if we wanted to actually enable this vision of Web3, we'd have to make it more scalable in how you retrieve data from blockchains. We launched the hosted service. So that was testing the subgraph, getting product market fit. That's where a lot of our initial dApps users really understood what the graph was. And then in late 2020, we launched the decentralized network. So the network has been alive and well for almost a year and a half now. And we've had a lot of really exciting developments, anything from indexers learning how to be better operators to other infrastructure that has come about from indexers testing it to now over 400 dApps that have migrated their subgraphs to the network. So that's really exciting. We've also had, I believe this should be 2x core dev grants, in 2021 itself. But in total, we've had over 4 core dev grants. And so this is teams that have now full-time committed themselves to the graph. We initially started with one team, now known as Edge and Node, and they are continuing to contribute. But we also realized we don't have all the capabilities, in one team that's needed to achieve this very ambitious vision of the graph because it's so multidisciplinary. So we're so excited to have 4 additional teams contributing, and one is a cryptography team, another's focused on GraphQL APIs and client development, another's more focused on gossip networks and another type of peer-to-peer networking. So I'm really excited to see all of this come together and coalesce. So right now, as I said, we're focused on the decentralized network, but wanted to share a little more perspective on where the hosted service has gotten to. So, in 2021, we had over 25,000 lifetime developers. This is, unique developers that use the subgraph, built a subgraph, maybe are contributing to another that was built in a separate community. And this has allowed us to have a flourishing community, of developers that are helping each other to build these subgraphs. Our Discord is extremely active. It's often where other dApp developers will find other teammates because of their maybe known or familiarity with a subgraph or a protocol. And we're really excited to provide that ecosystem. We've also seen a very consistent month-over-month growth. So 8 to 15% dev growth and 10 to 15% month-over-month subgraph development growth. And really this shows that even as there are bull and bear cycles, the actual development cycle in Ethereum has remained consistent. And we've now seen this over a year. This data isn't just the last 3 months or last 6 months. But it shows that there is such great horsepower here that we just have to continue building and the rest of the world will follow. As I mentioned, we're blockchain agnostic. We currently support over 27 networks on the hosted service. Currently on the network, we only support Ethereum as we're allowing our indexers to learn more about running that in a free market style. But we'll be supporting these other networks on the decentralized network soon as well. Just a little highlight about the network itself. So it's owned by individuals, it's lasting forever. We really believe that the graph is one of the tools to enable the gig economy in Web3, where people should be working for protocols. We're also really comfortable with non-technical users participating in the protocol too, as there's the delegator role and a curator role. It's also one of the cheapest and fastest ways to actually serve your data. So, aside from you running a database and all those costs that come with that of hiring extra engineers or any other, associated costs, indexing on the graph network is really a per query basis. And so you're only ever paying for the queries you actually need, and you don't have overhead costs. Lastly, I'll reiterate that the graph allows for a global API to exist. This vision of open data that we've wanted for so long, and users being able to access their own data and control it. We really want to make that possible by firstly enabling open APIs and then allowing products to be built on top of it. As part of the graph network, we have the subgraph developers, but those that are actually enabling the services of serving the subgraph developers, we have these 4 roles. So indexers are the node operators themselves. They do the hard work. Curators signal their GRT. So they stake GRT on a subgraph. And this is how they signal to an indexer what subgraph is high quality and which isn't. So, instead of having a central company that's telling you which API is high quality, you have curators, which can be anyone in the community who knows even anything about a project. And they signal and stake their GRT. And then we also have delegators. These are also stakers. They stake GRT on indexers. And so this is the role that if you want to contribute to the protocol and the provision of the services, but you don't actually want to run a node, you can stake your GRT on indexers, and you also earn a portion of the fees that they earn. So all of these roles, earn fees from the network, in query fees and indexing rewards. And then consumers, often these are subgraph developers because they're the ones that maybe built the subgraph in the first place, but they can also be any dApp. So if you're building a static dashboard or, really just building something exciting on top of an existing protocol, you can be a consumer of an existing subgraph. A few stats about our growth in the decentralized network. So, we've seen growth around 25 to 30% over the last several months. We're starting to see this increase as well as, the need for decentralization is becoming more apparent. Even with Elon Musk, the conversation around censorship and free speech, is becoming important, and that's just in Web 2. So we're continuing to drive with our projects and partners that, you really do need to have a decentralized stack to be a fully decentralized application. And we've had so much global participation and growth. So right now there's over 160 indexers on the network serving queries. There's over 9,000 delegators, really exciting. That means that there's over 9,000 people around the world that are entrusting that these indexers know what they're doing and are able to support these applications. So really the decentralized, network coming to life. We also have over 2,600 curators. So again, these are non-technical folks. Anyone who knows anything about maybe DeFi or DAOs, that, this project using this API must be high quality, and you want to signal that to indexers, extremely valuable service to the network. And then lastly, over 400 migrated subgraphs. So this includes dApps like SushiSwap, ArtBlocks, Radical, and so many more. A little testimonial from one of our favorite projects, LivePeer. Migrating to the Graph decentralized network was a smooth process. I literally had to change one line of code in the Explorer to migrate to the network. And really this highlights how simple it is. And we've got 2 products, the Subgraph Studio and the Graph Explorer, that make it easy for you to actually deploy, test around, play around with it, and then publish to the network, and also for you to search which subgraphs already exist. Here's a few of the projects already on the network. So as I said, ArtBlocks, Juicebox, Radical, Audius, also really exciting, a non-DeFi, use case that's up and coming. And also Pool Together, is one of the original subgraph developers and also the first subgraph that migrated to the network. Lastly, I wanted to highlight, what we've been doing at the Graph Foundation and what our role is with the core developers. Really, we're here to steward the ecosystem in governance, grants, core development, roadmap decisions, anything that helps our developers, get to the goals that we have. So, we have these 5 core developer teams. The 4 new teams are Figment, The Guild, Semiotic, and Streaming Fast that joined us in the last year. They're all based around the world as well, and they really are experts in their field. So looking forward to seeing how they continue collaborating, and we're already seeing so much exciting work. We announced recently that there's a Snark Force. So this is a team that's dedicated to cryptography purely for the graph to enable verifiability. So, we have this journey that we're on to make data accessible, but we also want to make it verifiable and really meet the use case that we have, within the Ethereum community. And we also have a lot of really exciting stuff coming from Streaming Fast that created the Firehose tooling and will be getting integrated more and more into the protocol. Our roadmap is very large. We are definitely focused on migration as the #1 priority, but we're continuing to look at other chains, and we're working on a few of these as we speak, and we'll be announcing more soon. NFT metadata is also one of the biggest use cases that we are looking to serve. So this is making it more easy to query data about the actual NFT itself. That might be the art or the features. Educating more users and indexers around Firehose. So we really want to get more of the indexers on our network actually playing around with Firehose and other optimizations that we've had recently. Enabling more migrations to the network is critical, and that's based on indexers having that performance ability. Graph governance 2.0. So, we're really focused on maintaining our decentralization while also scaling slowly. We have a graph council that, is part of the technical decision makers and also oversee the community treasury alongside the foundation. And we're continuing to decentralize. So we recently launched our first DAO in the community, the Graph Advocates DAO. And they're responsible for community grants and also our advocates program. So if you're interested in getting more involved, even if you know nothing, or even if you know a lot, really we want anyone to be an advocate. And that's someone who feels like they're empowered and capable of talking about the graph, maybe attending events, maybe doing translations, or just being a mentor. We really care about growing the global community one individual at a time. Lastly, we're really excited to see liquid staking come to life. There's a lot of excitement around this in Ethereum, and we are also excited to see that happen at the graph as well. Jump on the steamroller. The last thing you want to be is part of the road. So just circling back to that initial quote, we're really trying to do something innovative here. It takes a lot of work to be decentralized, but we think that the best thing for you developers and decentralized applications is for the stack to be truly decentralized too. Thank you.
感谢伊娃贝林女士的精彩分享。Thanks for your insights, Ms. Beylin. 我们刚才看到了 The Graph 上的诸多的应用案例，开发者们是否有兴趣尝试使用呢？如果你想了解更多信息，可以通过 ETH 上海的网站上的黑客松页面找到 The Graph 昨天的工作坊的录像视频。同时，在接下来的3天时间里，我们还准备了数10场的技术工作坊，欢迎大家的参与。接下来我们进入下一个话题。计算存储网络被认为是构建 Web3 世界的几大重要的技术基石。在过去的7年时间里，以太坊构建了强大的去中心化计算网络，为众多去中心化应用提供了良好的服务。在此过程中，人们发现如何可靠、低成本的存储数据，成为了丰富应用类型的重要条件。接下来的重要的分享与去中心化存储 Web 3.0 的这个核心特质息息相关。让我们欢迎 Arweave 的联合创始人兼 CEO 山姆·威廉姆斯先生。本场演讲的语言为英文，同传团队将为大家带来中文翻译。Please welcome our next speaker, Mr. Sam Williams. He is co-founder and CEO of Arweave. The topic of this keynote speech is permanent decentralized storage as building block of Web3. Welcome.
Thank you for joining me today. I'm sorry that we can't all meet in person, but I'm excited to tell you about Arweave, which is the permanent decentralized web. So, put in simple terms, Arweave is a blockchain redesigned to store massive amounts of data inside. You can think of it like on-chain storage that scales. So, in the first block of Bitcoin, Satoshi included this reference to a headline from the Times in the UK, talking about the second bailout of the banks that was on the cards at the time. Well, we've essentially scaled that idea that you can store history inside a blockchain and made it so that you can fit arbitrary amounts of data inside, not just very small memos. The idea here is to build a digital library of Alexandria that is impervious to fire, flood, and other forms of damage. The essence of what we're creating is essentially a kind of collective memory, is the idea. So everyone can write to this place in the permissionless style that we see in other kind of blockchain systems, except in Arweave we're focused on data. So anyone can permissionlessly add to this archive and make sure the data that they think is important is replicated for all of humanity to see for all time. We've been using this in practice for nearly 4 years at this point, and our community has grown pretty vibrant and has started to store artifacts from all sorts of historical events, including most recently nearly 70 million documents now from the Ukraine-Russia ongoing crisis. So how do you actually make this work? Well, you need to solve two fundamental problems. The first is permanent storage sustainability, and the second is technical, which is scalability of the data. So we're going to start with the second. So scalability, how do we do this? Well, the first thing we do is we replace the proof of work mechanism found in Bitcoin with a mining system we call succinct proofs of random access. Broadly, it works like this. When you are trying to generate a candidate block, or rather trying to get a